At 7 a.m., Alan Purcell, the forward-looking young president of the newest and most creative of the research agencies, lost a bedroom. But he gained a kitchen. The process was automatic, controlled by an iron oxide-impregnated tape sealed in the wall. Alan had no authority over it, but the transfiguration was agreeable to him. He was already awake and ready to rise. Squinting and yawning and now on his feet, he fumbled for the manual knob that released the stove. As usual, the stove was stuck half in the wall and half out into the room, but all that was needed was a firm push. Alan pushed, and with a wheeze the stove emerged. He was king of his domain, this one-room apartment within sight of the blessed Morec spire. The apartment was hard-won. It had been his heritage, deeded to him by his family. The lease had been defended for over 40 years. Its thin plasterboard walls formed a box of priceless worth. It was an empty space valued beyond money. The stove, properly unfolded, became also sink and table and food cupboard. 2 chairs hinged out from its underside, and beneath the stored supplies were dishes. Most of the room was consumed, but sufficient space remained in which to dress. His wife Janet, with difficulty, had gotten into her slip. Now, frowning, she held an armload of skirt and looked around her in bewilderment. The central heating had not penetrated to their apartment as yet, and Janet shivered. In the cold autumn morning she awoke with fright. She had been his wife 3 years, but she had never adjusted to the shifts of the room. "What's the matter?" he asked, shedding his pajamas. The air to him was invigorating. He took a deep breath. "I'm going to reset the tape, maybe for 11. She resumed dressing, a slow process with much wasted motion. "The oven door," he said, opening the oven for her. "Lay your things there like always." Nodding, she did so. The agency had to be opened promptly at 8, which meant getting up early enough to make the half-hour walk along the clogged lanes. Even now sounds of activity filtered up from the ground level and from other apartments. In the hall, scuffling footsteps were audible. The line was forming at the community bathroom. "You go ahead," he said to Janet, wanting her dressed and ready for the day. As she started off, he added, "Don't forget your towel." Obediently, she collected her satchel of cosmetics, her soap and toothbrush and towel and personal articles, and left. Neighbors assembled in the hall greeted her. "Morning, Mrs. Purcell," Janet's sleepy voice. "Morning, Mrs. O'Neill." And then the door closed. When his wife was gone, Alan shook 2-quart thiamine capsules from the medicine well. Janet owned all sorts of pills and sprays. In her early teens, she had picked up undulant fever, one of the plagues revived by the attempt to create natural farms on the colony planets. The quart thiamine was for his hangover. Last night he had drunk 3 glasses of wine, and on an empty stomach. Entering the Hokkaido area had been a calculated risk. He had worked late at the agency, until 10 o'clock. Tired but still restless, he had locked up and then rolled out a small agency ship. A one-man sliver used to deliver rush orders to TM in the ship he had scooted out of New York, flown aimlessly, and finally turned east to visit Gates and Sugerman. But he hadn't stayed long. By 11 he was on his way back. And it had been necessary. Research was involved. His agency was totally outclassed by the giant 4 that made up the industry. Alan Purcell, Inc. had no financial latitude and no backlog of ideas. Its packets were put together from day to day. His staff, artists, historian, moral consultant, dictionist, dramatist, tried to anticipate future trends rather than working from patterns that had been successful in the past. This was an advantage, as well as a defect. The Big 4 were hidebound. They constructed a standard packet perfected over the years, basically the time-tested formula used by Major Streiter himself in the days before the Revolution. Moral Reclamation in those days had consisted of wandering troops of actors and lecturers delivering messages, and the Major had been a genius at media. The basic formula was, of course, adequate, but new blood was needed. The Major himself had been new blood, originally a powerful figure in the Afrikaans Empire, the recreated Transvaal state. He had revitalized the moral forces lying dormant in his own age. "Your turn," Janet said, returning. "I left the soap and towel, so go right in." As he started from the room, she bent to get out the breakfast dishes. Breakfast took the usual 11 minutes. Alan ate with customary directness. The cortothiamine had eliminated his queasiness. Across from him, Janet pushed her half-finished food away and began combing her hair. The window, with a touch of the switch, doubled as a mirror, another of the ingenious space-savers developed by the committee's housing authority. "You didn't get in until late," Janet said presently. "Last night, I mean." She glanced up. "Did you?" Her question surprised him because he had never known her to probe. Lost in the haze of her own uncertainties, Janet was incapable of venom. But he realized she was not probing, she was apprehensive. Probably she had lain awake wondering if he were all right, lain with her eyes open staring at the ceiling until 11:40, at which time he had made his appearance. As he had undressed, she had said nothing. She had kissed him as he slid in beside her, and then she had gone to sleep. "Did you go to Hokkaido?" she wondered. "For a while. Sugerman gives me ideas. I find his talk stimulating. Remember the packet we did on Gove? The business about lens grinding. I never heard of that until Sugerman mentioned it. The optics angle made a good Morc. Gove saw his real job, prisms before poetry. But," she gestured, a familiar nervous motion of her hands, "Sugerman's an egghead. Nobody saw me." He was reasonably certain of that. By 10 o'clock Sunday night most people were in bed. 3 glasses of wine with Sugerman, a half-hour listening to Tom Gates play Chicago jazz on the phonograph, and that was all. He had done it a number of times before, and without untoward difficulty. Bending down, he picked up the pair of Oxfords he had worn. They were mud-spattered, and across each were great drops of dried red paint. "That's from the art department," Janet said. She had, in the first year of the agency, acted as his receptionist and file clerk, and she knew the office layout. "What were you doing with red paint?" He didn't answer. He was still examining the shoes. "And the mud," Janet said. "And look." Reaching down, she plucked a bit of grass dried to the sole of one shoe. "Where did you find grass at Hokkaido? Nothing grows in those ruins. It's contaminated, isn't it?" "Yes," he admitted. "It certainly was. The island had been saturated during the war, bombed and bathed and doctored and infested with every possible kind of toxic and lethal substance. Moral reclamation was useless, let alone gross physical rebuilding. Hokkaido was as sterile and dead as it had been in 1972, the final year of the war. It's domestic grass," Janet said, feeling it. "I can tell." She had lived most of her life on colony planets. "The texture's smooth. It wasn't imported. It grows here on Earth." With irritation he asked, "Where on Earth?" "The park," Janet said. "That's the only place grass grows. The rest is all apartments and offices. You must have been there last night." Outside the window of the apartment, the blessed Morc spire gleamed in the morning sun. Below it was the park. The park and spire comprised the hub of Morc, its omphalos. There, among the lawns and flowers and bushes, was the statue of Major Streiter. It was the official statue cast during his lifetime. The statue had been there 124 years. "I walked through the park," he admitted. He had stopped eating. His eggs were cooling on his plate. "But the paint," Janet said. In her voice was the vague, troubled fear with which she met every crisis, the helpless sense of foreboding that always seemed to paralyze her ability to act. "You didn't do anything wrong, did you?" She was, obviously, thinking of the lease. Rubbing his forehead, Alan got to his feet. "It's 7:30. I'll have to start to work." Janet also rose. "But you didn't finish eating." He always finished eating. "You're not sick, are you?" "Me," he said. "Sick." He laughed, kissed her on the mouth, and then found his coat. "When was I last sick?" "Never," she murmured, troubled and watching him. "There's never anything the matter with you." At the base of the housing unit, businessmen were clustered at the block warden's table. The routine check was in progress, and Alan joined the group. The morning smelled of ozone, and its clean scent helped clear his head, and it restored his fundamental optimism. The Parent Citizens Committee maintained a female functionary for each housing unit, and Mrs. Birmingham was typical. Plump, florid, in her middle 50s, she wore a flowered and ornate dress and wrote out her reports with a powerfully authoritative fountain pen. It was a respected position, and Mrs. Birmingham had held the post for years. "Good morning, Mr. Purcell." She beamed as his turn arrived. "Hello, Mrs. Birmingham." He tipped his hat, since block wardens set great store by the little civilities. "Looks like a nice day, assuming it doesn't cloud up." "Rain for the crops," Mrs. Birmingham said, which was a joke. Virtually all foods and manufactured items were brought in by Autofac rocket, the limited domestic supply served only as a standard of judgment, a kind of recalled ideal. The woman made a note on her long yellow pad. I haven't seen your lovely wife yet today. Alan always alibied for his wife's tardiness. Janet's getting ready for the book club meeting. Special day, she's been promoted to treasurer. I'm so glad, Mrs. Birmingham said. She's such a sweet girl, a bit shy though, she should mix more with people. That's certainly true, he agreed. She was brought up in the wide open spaces. Beetlejuice 4, rocks and goats. He had expected that to end the interview. His own conduct was rarely in question, but suddenly Mrs. Birmingham became rigid and businesslike. You were out late last night, Mr. Purcell. Did you have a good time, Lord, he cursed. A juvenile must have spotted him. Not very. He wondered how much it had seen. If it tagged him early in the trip, it might have followed the whole way. You visited Hokkaido, Mrs. Birmingham stated. Research, he said, assuming the posture of defense. For the agency. This was the great dialectic of the moral society, and in a perverse way he enjoyed it. He was facing a bureaucrat who operated by rote, whereas he struck through the layers of habit and hit directly. This was the success of his agency, and it was the success of his personal life. Telemedia's needs take precedence over personal feeling, Mrs. Birmingham. You certainly understand that. His confidence did the trick, and Mrs. Birmingham's saccharine smile returned. Making a scratch with her pen, she asked, Will we see you at the block meeting next Wednesday? That's just the day after tomorrow. Certainly, Alan said. Over the decades he had learned to endure the interminable interchange, the stuffy presence of his neighbors packed together in one room, and the whir of the juveniles as they surrendered their tapes to the committee representatives. But I'm afraid I won't have much to contribute. He was too busy with his ideas and plans to care who lapsed and in what way. I've been up to my neck in work. Perhaps, Mrs. Birmingham said in a partly bantering, partly haughty thought for this weak voice, there might be a few criticisms of you. Of me? He winced with shock and felt ill. It seems to me that when I was glancing over the reports I noticed your name. Perhaps not, I could be mistaken. Goodness, she laughed lightly. If so, it's certainly the first time in years, but none of us is perfect, we're all mortal. Hokkaido, he demanded, or afterward? The paint, the grass. There it was in a rush, the wet grass sparkling and slithering under him as he coasted dizzily downhill, the swaying staffs of trees. Above, as he lay gaping on his back, the dark-swept sky, clouds were figments of matter against the blackness, and he lying stretched out, arms out, swallowing stars. Or afterward, he demanded, but Mrs. Birmingham had turned to the next man in line. The lobby of the Mogentlock building was active and stirring with noise, a constant coming and going of busy people as Alan approached the elevator. Because of Mrs. Birmingham he was late. The elevator politely waited. Good morning, Mr. Purcell. The elevator's taped voice greeted him, and then the doors shut. Second floor Bevis and Company Import-Export. Third floor American Music Federation. Fourth floor Alan Purcell, Inc., Research Agency. The elevator halted and opened its door. In the outer reception lounge, Fred Luddy, his assistant, wandered about in a tantrum of discomfort. Morning, Alan murmured vaguely, taking off his coat. Alan, she's here. Luddy's face flushed scarlet. She got here before I did. I came up and there she was, sitting. Who? Janet. He had a mental image of a committee representative driving her from the apartment and canceling the lease. Mrs. Birmingham, with smiles, closing in on Janet as she sat absently combing her hair. Not Mrs. Purcell, Luddy said. He lowered his voice to a rasp. It's Sue Frost. Alan involuntarily craned his neck, but the inner door was closed. If Sue Frost was really sitting in there, it marked the first time a committee secretary had paid a call on him. I'll be darned, he said. Luddy yelped. She wants to see you. The committee functioned through a series of departmental secretaries directly responsible to Ida Pease Hoyt, the linear descendant of Major Streiter. Sue Frost was the administrator of Telemedia, which was the official government trust controlling mass communications. He had never dealt with Mrs. Frost or even met her. He worked with the acting director of TM, a weary-voiced, bald-headed individual named Myron Mavis. It was Mavis who bought packets. What's she want? Alan asked. Presumably, she had learned that Mavis was taking the agency's output, and that the agency was relatively new. With a sinking dread, he anticipated one of the committee's gloomy, protracted investigations. Better have Doris block my incoming calls. Doris was one of his secretaries. You take over until Mrs. Frost and I are through talking. Luddy followed after him in a dance of prayer. Good luck, Alan. I'll hold the fort for you if you want the books. Yes, I'll call you. He opened the office door and there was Sue Frost. She was tall and she was rather large-boned and muscular. Her suit was a simple hard weave, dark gray in color. She wore a flower in her hair and she was altogether a strikingly handsome woman. At a guess, she was in her middle 50s. There was little or no softness to her, nothing of the fleshy and overdressed motherliness that he saw in so many committee women. Her legs were long, and as she rose to her feet, her right hand lifted to welcome him in a forthright, almost masculine handshake. "Hello, Mr. Purcell," she said. Her voice was not overly expressive. "I hope you don't mind my showing up this way unannounced." "Not at all," he murmured. "Please sit down." She reseated herself, crossed her legs, contemplated him. Her eyes, he noticed, were an almost colorless straw, a strong kind of substance and highly polished. "Cigarette?" He extended his case, and she accepted a cigarette with a nod of thanks. He took one also, feeling like a gauche young man in the company of an older and more experienced woman. He couldn't help thinking that Sue Frost was the type of urbane career woman ultimately not proposed to by the hero of Blake Moffat's packets. There was an unsympathetic firmness about her. She was decidedly not the girl from next door. "Undoubtedly," Sue Frost began. "You recognize this." She unraveled the winding of a manila folder and displayed a sheaf of script. On the cover of the sheaf was his agency stamp. She had one of his packets, and she evidently had been reading it. "Yes," he admitted, "that's one of ours." Sue Frost leafed through the packet, then laid it down on Alan's desk. "Myron accepted this last month. Then he had qualms and he sent it along the line to me. I had a chance to go over it this weekend." Now the packet was turned so that Alan could catch the title. It was a high-quality piece he had personally participated in. As it stood, it could have gone over any of TM's media. "Qualms," Alan said. "How do you mean?" He had a deep, cold sensation, as if he were involved in some eerie religious ritual. "If the packet won't go, then turn it back to us. We'll create a credit. We've done it before." "The packet is beautifully handled," Mrs. Frost said, smoking. "No, Myron certainly didn't want it back. Your theme concerns this man's attempt to grow an apple tree on a colony planet. But the tree dies. The morc of it is." She again picked up the packet. "I'm not certain what the morc is." "Shouldn't he have tried to grow it?" "Not there," Alan said. "You mean it belonged on Earth." "I mean he should have been working for the good of society, not off somewhere nourishing a private enterprise. He saw the colony as an end in itself, but their means, this is the center." "Omphalos," she agreed. "The navel of the universe, and the tree symbolizes an Earth product that withers when it's transplanted. His spiritual side died. But he couldn't have grown it here. There's no room. It's all city." "Symbolically," he explained. "He should have put down his roots here." Sue Frost was silent for a moment, and he sat smoking uneasily, crossing and uncrossing his legs, feeling his tension grow, not diminish. Nearby, in another office, the switchboard buzzed. Doris' typewriter clacked. "You see," Sue Frost said, "this conflicts with a fundamental. The committee has put billions of dollars and years of work into outplanet agriculture. You've done everything possible to seed domestic plants in the colonies. They're supposed to supply us with our food. People realize it's a heartbreaking task with endless disappointments, and you're saying that the outplanet orchards will fail." Alan started to speak and then changed his mind. He felt absolutely defeated. Mrs. Frost was gazing at him searchingly, expecting him to defend himself in the usual fashion. "Here's a note," she said. "You can read it. Myron's note on this when it came to me." The note was in pencil and went, "Sue, the same outfit again, top drawer but too coy. You decide. What's he mean?" Alan said, now angered. "He means the morc doesn't come across." She leaned toward him. "Your agency has been in this only 3 years. You started out very well. What do you currently gross?" "I'd have to see the books." He got to his feet. "May I get Luddy in here? I'd like him to see Myron's note." "Certainly," Mrs. Frost said. Fred Luddy entered the office stiff-legged with apprehension. "Thanks," he muttered as Alan gave him the packet. He read the note, but his eyes showed no spark of consciousness. He seemed tuned to invisible vibrations. The meaning reached him through the tension of the air rather than the penciled words. "Well," he said finally in a daze, "you can't win them all. We'll take this packet back naturally." Alan began to strip the note from it, but Mrs. Frost said, "Is that your only response? I told you we want it, I made that clear, but we can't take it in the shape it's in. I think you should know that it was my decision to give your agency the go-ahead. There was some dispute and I was brought in from the first." From the manila folder she took a second packet, a familiar one. "Remember this, May 2112. We argued for hours. Myron liked this and I liked it. Nobody else did. Now Myron has cold feet." She tossed the packet, the first the agency had ever done, onto the desk. After an interval, Alan said, "Myron's getting tired." "Very," she nodded agreeably. Hunched over, Fred Luddy said, "Maybe we've been going at it too fast." He cleared his throat, cracked his knuckles, and glanced at the ceiling. Drops of warm sweat sparkled in his hair and along his smoothly shaved jowls. "We kind of got excited." Speaking to Mrs. Frost, Alan said, "My position is simple. In that packet we made the Morec that Earth is the center. That's the real fundamental, and I believe it. If I didn't believe it, I couldn't have developed the packet. I'll withdraw the packet, but I won't change it. I'm not going to preach morality without practicing it." Quackily, in a spasm of agonized backpedaling, Luddy muttered, "It's not a moral question, Al. It's a question of clarity. The Morec of that packet doesn't come across." His voice had a ragged, guilty edge. Luddy knew what he was doing and he was ashamed. "I see Mrs. Frost's point. Yes, I do. It looks as if we're scuttling the agricultural program, and naturally we don't mean that. Isn't that so, Al?" "You're fired," Alan said. They both stared at him. Neither of them grasped that he was serious, that he had really done it. "Go tell Doris to make out your check." Alan took the packet from the desk and held on to it. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Frost, but I'm the only person qualified to speak for the agency. We'll credit you for this packet and submit another." "All right." She stubbed out her cigarette, rising at the same time to her feet. "It's your decision." "Thanks," he said, and felt a release of tension. Mrs. Frost understood his stand and approved, and that was crucial. "I'm sorry," Luddy muttered, ashen. "That was a mistake on my part. The packet is fine, perfectly sound as it now exists." Plucking at Alan's sleeve, he drew him off in the corner. "I admit I made a mistake." His voice sank to a jumpy whisper. "Let's discuss this further. I was simply trying to develop one possible viewpoint among many. You want me to express myself. I mean, it seems senseless to penalize me for working in the best interests of the agency as I see it." "I meant what I said," Alan said. "You did," Luddy laughed. "Naturally you meant it. You're the boss." He was shaking. "You really weren't kidding." Collecting her coat, Mrs. Frost moved toward the door. "I'd like to look over your agency while I'm here. Do you mind?" "Not at all," Alan said. "I'd be glad to show it to you. I'm quite proud of it." He opened the door for her and the two of them walked out into the hall. Luddy remained in the office, a sick, erratic look on his face. "I don't care for him," Mrs. Frost said. "I think you're better off without him." "That wasn't any fun," Alan said, but he was feeling better. 3 in the hall outside Myron Mavis' office, the telemedia workers were winding up their day. The TM building formed a connected hollow square. The open area in the center was used for outdoor sets. Nothing was in process now because it was 5:30 and everybody was leaving. From a pay phone, Alan Purcell called his wife. "I'll be late for dinner," he said. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he said. "But you go ahead and eat. Big doings, big crisis at the agency. I'll catch something down here." He added, "I'm at telemedia." "For very long?" Janet asked anxiously. "Maybe for a long, long time," he said, and hung up. As he rejoined Sue Frost, she said to him, "How long did Luddy work for you?" "Since I opened the agency." The realization was sobering. 3 years. Presently he added, "That's the only person I've ever let go." At the back of the office, Myron Mavis was turning over duplicates of the day's output to a bonded messenger of the committee. The duplicates would be put on permanent file. In case of an investigation, the material was there to examine. To the formal young messenger, Mrs. Frost said, "Don't leave. I'm going back. You can go with me." The young man retired discreetly with his armload of metal drums. His uniform was the drab khaki of the cohorts of Major Streiter, a select body composed of male descendants of the founder of Morec. "A cousin," Mrs. Frost said. "A very distant cousin-in-law on my father's side." She nodded toward the young man whose face was as expressionless as sand. "Ralph Hadler, I like to keep him around." She raised her voice. "Ralph, go find the getabout. It's parked somewhere in back." The cohorts, either singly or in bunches, made Alan uncomfortable. They were humorless, as devout as machines, and for their small number they seemed to be everywhere. His fantasy was that the cohorts were always in motion. In the course of one day, like a foraging ant, a member of the cohorts roamed hundreds of miles. "You'll come along," Mrs. Frost said to Mavis. "Naturally," Mavis murmured. He began clearing his desk of unfinished work. Mavis was an ulcer-mongerer, a high-strung worrier with rumpled shirt and baggy, unpressed tweeds, who flew into fragments when things got over his head. Alan recalled tangled interviews that had ended with Mavis in despair and his staff scurrying. If Mavis was going to be along, the next few hours would be hectic. "We'll meet you at the getabout," Mrs. Frost said to him. "Finish up here first. We'll wait." As she and Alan walked down the hall, Alan observed, "This is a big place." The idea of an organ, even a government organ, occupying an entire building struck him as grandiose, and much of it was underground. Telemedia, like cleanliness, was next to God. After TM came the secretaries and the committee itself. "It's big," Mrs. Frost agreed, striding along the hall and holding her manila folder against her chest with both hands. "But I don't know." "You don't know what?" Cryptically, she said. "Maybe it should be smaller. Remember what became of the giant reptiles." "You mean curtail its activities?" He tried to picture the vacuum that would be created. "And what instead?" "Sometimes I toy with the idea of slicing TM into a number of units, interacting but separately run. I'm not sure one person can or should take responsibility for the whole." "Well," Alan said, thinking of Mavis, "I suppose it cuts into his life expectancy. Myron has been director of TM for 8 years. He's 42 and he looks 80. He's got only half a stomach. Someday I expect to phone and discover he's holed up at the health resort doing business from there. Or from Otherworld, as they call that sanitarium of theirs." "That's a long way off," Alan said. "Either place." They had come to the door leading out, and Mrs. Frost halted. "You've been in a position to watch TM. What do you think of it? Be honest with me. Would you call it efficient?" "The part I see is efficient." "What about the output? It buys your packets and it frames them for a medium. What's your reaction to the end result? Is the Morec garbled along the line? Do you feel your ideas survive projection?" Alan tried to recall when he had last sat through a TM concoction. His agency monitored as a matter of routine, collecting its own duplicates of the items based on its packets. "Last week," he said, "I watched a television show." The woman's gray eyebrows lifted mockingly. "Half hour or entire hour?" "The program was an hour, but we saw only a portion of it. At a friend's apartment. Janet and I were over playing juggle and we were taking a break." "You don't mean you don't own a television set?" "The people downstairs are domino for my block. They tumble the rest of us. Apparently the packets are getting over." They walked outside and got into the parked getabout. Alan calculated that this zone, in terms of leasing, was in the lowest possible range, between 1 and 14. It was not crowded. "Do you approve of the domino method?" Mrs. Frost asked as they waited for Mavis. "It's certainly economical, but you have reservations." Domino method operates on the assumption that people believe what their group believes, no more and no less. One unique individual would foul it up. One man who originated his own idea instead of getting it from his block domino. Mrs. Frost said, "How interesting. An idea out of nothing." "Out of the individual human mind," Alan said, aware that he wasn't being politic, but feeling at the same time that Mrs. Frost respected him and really wanted to hear what he had to offer. "A rare situation," he admitted, "but it could occur." There was a stir outside the car. Myron Mavis, a bulging briefcase under his arm, and the cohort of Major Streiter, his young face stern and his messenger parcel chained to his belt, had arrived. "I forgot about you," Mrs. Frost said to her cousin as the two men got in. The getabout was small and there was barely room for all of them. Hadler was to drive. He started up the motor powered by pile-driven steam, and the car moved cautiously along the lane. Along the route to the committee building they passed only 3 other getabouts. "Mr. Purcell has a criticism of the domino method," Mrs. Frost said to Myron Mavis. Mavis grunted unintelligibly, then blinked bloodshot eyes and roused himself. "Yuha," he muttered. "Fine." He began pawing through a pocketful of papers. "Let's go back to 5-minute spots. Hit 'em, hit 'em." Behind the tiller, young Hadler sat very straight and rigid, his chin out-jutting. He gripped the tiller as a person walked across the lane ahead. The get-about had reached a speed of 20 miles an hour and all four of them were uneasy. "We should either fly," Mavis grated, "or walk. Not this halfway business. All we need now is a couple of bottles of beer and we're back in the old days." "Mr. Purcell believes in the unique individual," Mrs. Frost said. Mavis favored Alan with a glance. "The resort has that on its mind, too, an obsession day and night." "I always assumed that was window dressing," Mrs. Frost said, "to lure people into going over." "People go over because they're noose," Mavis declared. Noose was a derisive term contracted from neuropsychiatric. Alan disliked it. It had a blind, savage quality that made him think of the old hate terms, nigger and kike. "They're weak, they're misfits, they can't take it. They haven't got the moral fiber to stick it out here. Like babies, they want pleasure. They want candy and bottled pop, comic books from Mama Health Resort." On his face was an expression of great bitterness. The bitterness was like a solvent that had eaten through the wasted folds of flesh, exposing the bone. Alan had never seen Mavis so weary and discouraged. "Well," Mrs. Frost said, also noticing, "we don't want them anyway. It's better they should go over." "I sometimes wonder what they do with all those people," Alan said. Nobody had accurate figures on the number of renegades who had fled to the resort. Because of the onus, the relatives preferred to state that the missing individual had gone to the colonies. Colonists were, after all, only failures. A noose was a voluntary expatriate who had declared himself an enemy of moral civilization. "Heard," Mrs. Frost said conversationally, "that incoming supplicants are set to work in vast slave labor camps. Or was that the communists who did that?" "Both," Alan said. "And with the revenue, the resort is building a vast empire in outer space to dominate the universe. Huge robot armies, too. Women supplicants are," he concluded briefly, "ill-used." At the tiller of the get-about, Ralph Hadler said suddenly, "Mrs. Frost, there's a car behind us trying to pass. What'll I do?" "Let it pass." They all looked around. A get-about like their own, but with the sticker of the Pure Food and Drug League, was nosing its way to their left side. Hadler had gone white at this unforeseen dilemma and their get-about was veering witlessly. "Pull over and stop," Alan told him. "Speed up," Mavis said, turning in his seat and peering defiantly through the rear window. "They don't own this lane." The Pure Food and Drug League get-about continued to advance on them, equally uncertain of itself. As Hadler dribbled toward the right, it abruptly seized what seemed to be its chance and shot forward. Hadler then let his tiller slide between his hands and two fenders scraped shatteringly. Mavis, trembling, crept from their stopped get-about. Mrs. Frost followed him, and Alan and young Hadler got out on the other side. The Pure Food and Drug League car idled its motor and the driver, alone inside, gaped out at them. He was a middle-aged gentleman, obviously at the end of a long day at the office. "Maybe we could back," Mrs. Frost said, holding her manila folder aimlessly. Mavis, reduced to impotence, wandered around the two get-abouts and poked here and there with his toe. Hadler stood like iron, betraying no feeling. The fenders had combined and one car would have to be jacked up. Alan inspected the damage, noted the angle at which the two metals had met, and then gave up. "They have tow trucks," he said to Mrs. Frost. "Have Ralph call the transportation pool." He looked around him. They were not far from the committee building. "We can walk from here." Without protest, Mrs. Frost started off and he followed. "What about me?" Mavis demanded, hurrying a few steps. "You can stay with the car," Mrs. Frost said. Hadler had already strode toward a building and phone booth. Mavis was alone with the gentleman from the Pure Food and Drug League. "Tell the police what happened." A cop on foot was walking over. Not far behind him came a juvenile, attracted by the convocation of people. "This embarrassing is," Mrs. Frost said presently, as the two of them walked toward the committee building. "I suppose Ralph will go up before his block warden." The picture of Mrs. Birmingham entered his mind, the coyly sweet malevolence of the creature situated behind her table, dealing out trouble. Mrs. Frost said, "The cohorts have their own inquiry set up." As they reached the front entrance of the building, she said thoughtfully, Mavis is completely burned out. He can't cope with any situation. He makes no decisions, hasn't for months. Alan didn't comment, it wasn't his place. Maybe it's just as well, Mrs. Frost said. Leaving him back there, I'd rather see Mrs. Hoyt without him trailing along. This was the first he had heard that they were meeting with Ida Pease Hoyt. Halting, he said, maybe you should explain what you're going to do. I believe you know what I'm going to do, she said, continuing on, and he did. Alan Purcell returned home to his one-room apartment at the hour of 9:30 p.m. Janet met him at the door. Did you eat? She asked. You didn't. No, he admitted, entering the room. I'll fix you something. She set back the wall tape and restored the kitchen, which had departed at 8. In a few minutes, Alaskan salmon was baking in the oven, and the near-authentic odor drifted through the room. Janet put on an apron and began setting the table. Throwing himself down on a chair, Alan opened the evening paper, but he was too tired to read. He changed his mind and pushed the paper away. The meeting with Ida Pease Hoyt and Sue Frost had lasted 3 hours. It had been grueling. Do you want to tell me what happened? Janet asked. Later. He fooled with a sugar cube at the table. How was the book club? Sir Walter Scott written anything good lately? Not a thing, she said shortly, responding to the tone of his voice. You believe Charles Dickens is here to stay? She turned from the stove. Something happened and I want to know what it is. Her concern made him relent. The agency was not exposed as a vice den. You said on the phone you went to TM and you said something terrible happened at the agency. I fired Fred Luddy if you call that terrible. When'll the salmon be ready? Soon. 5 minutes. Alan said, Ida Pease Hoyt offered me Mavis' job, director of telemedia. Sue Frost did all the talking. For a moment Janet stood at the stove and then she began to cry. Why the heck are you crying? Alan demanded. Between sobs she choked. I don't know, I'm scared. He went on fooling with the sugar cube. Now it had broken in half, so he flattened the halves to grains. It wasn't much of a surprise. The post is always filled from the agencies and Mavis has been washed up for months. 8 years is a long time to be responsible for everybody's morality. Yes, you said, he should retire. She blew her nose and rubbed her eyes. Last year you told me that. Trouble is, he really wants to do the job. Does he know? Sue Frost told him. He finished up the meeting. The 4 of us sat around drinking coffee and settling it. Then it is settled. Thinking of the look on Mavis' face when he left the meeting, Alan said, No, not completely. Mavis resigned. His paper is in and Sue's statement has gone out. The routine protocol, years of devoted service, faithful adherence to the principles of moral reclamation. I talked to him briefly in the hall afterward. Actually, he had walked a 1/4 mile with Mavis from the committee building to Mavis' apartment. He's got a piece of planet in the Sirius system. They're great on cattle. According to Mavis, you can't distinguish the taste and texture from the domestic herds. Janet said, What's undecided? Maybe I won't take it. Why not? I want to be alive 8 years from now. I don't want to be retiring to some godforsaken rustic backwater 10 light years away. Pushing her handkerchief into her breast pocket, Janet bent to turn off the oven. Once, when we were setting up the agency, we talked about this. We were very frank. What did we decide? He remembered what they had decided. They decided to decide when the time came because it might very well never come. And anyhow Janet was too busy worrying about the imminent collapse of the agency. This is all so useless. We're acting as if the job is some sort of plum. It's not a plum and it never was. Nobody ever pretended it was. Why did Mavis take it? Because it seemed like the moral thing to do. Public service, Janet said faintly. The moral responsibility to serve, to take on the burden on civic life. The highest form of self-sacrifice, the omphalos of this whole, he broke off. Rat race, Janet said. Well, there'll be a little more money, or does it pay less? I guess that isn't important. Alan said, My family has climbed a long way. I've done some climbing too. This is what it's for. This is the goal. I'd like $1 for every packet I've done on the subject. The packet Sue Frost had returned, in fact. The parable about the tree that died. The tree had died in isolation, and perhaps the Morec of the packet was confused and obscure. But to him it came over clearly enough. A man was primarily responsible to his fellows, and it was with his fellows that he made his life. There are 2 men, he said, squatting in the ruins off in Hokkaido. That place is contaminated. Everything's dead there. They have one future, they're waiting for it. Gates and Sugerman would rather be dead than come back here. If they came back here, they'd have to become social beings. They'd have to sacrifice some part of their ineffable selves, and that is certainly an awful thing. That's not the only reason why they're out there, Janet said in a voice so low that he could barely hear her. I guess you've forgotten. I've been there too. You took me with you one time. When we were first married, I wanted to see. He remembered, but it didn't seem important. Probably it's a protest of some sort. They have some point they want to make, camping there in the ruins. They're giving up their lives. That doesn't take any effort, and somebody can always save them with quick freeze. But in dying they make an important point. Don't you think so? Maybe not, she reflected. Myron Mavis made a point too, not a very different point, and you must see something in what Gates and Sugerman are doing. You keep going out there again and again. You were there last night. He nodded. I was. What did Mrs. Birmingham say? Without particular emotion, he answered. A juvenile saw me and I'm down for Wednesday's block meeting. Because you went there, they never reported it before. Maybe they never saw me before. Do you know about afterward? Did the juvenile see that? Let's hope not, he said. It's in the paper. He snatched up the paper. It was in the paper and it was on page 1. The headlines were large. Streiter statue desecrated vandals in park investigation underway. That was you, Janet said tonelessly. It was, he agreed. He read the headlines again. It really was me, and it took an hour to do. I left the paint can on a bench. They probably found it. That's mentioned in the article. They noticed the statue this morning around 6 a.m. and they found the paint can at 6:30. What else did they find? Read it, Janet said. Spreading the paper out flat on the table, he read it. Streiter statue desecrated vandals in park investigation underway Newer York, Oct. 8 p.m. Police are investigating the deliberate mutilation of the official statue of Major General Streiter, the founder of Moral Reclamation and the guiding leader of the Revolution of 1985. Located in the Park of the Spire, the monument, a life-size statue of bronzed plastic, was struck from the original mold created by the founder's friend and lifelong companion, Pietro Buitello, in March of the year 1990. The mutilation, described by police as deliberate and systematic, apparently took place during the night. The Park of the Spire is never closed to the public, since it represents the moral and spiritual center of Newer York. The paper was downstairs when I got home, Janet said. As always, with the mail, I read it while I was eating dinner. It's easy to see why you're upset. Because of that, I'm not upset because of that. All they can do is unleash us, fine us, send you to prison for a year, and bar our families from Earth, Janet shrugged. We'd live, they'd live. I've been thinking about it. I've had 3 hours and a half here alone in the apartment. At first I was, she pondered. Well, it was hard to believe. But this morning we both knew something had happened. There was the mud and grass on your shoes and the red paint, and nobody saw you. A juvenile saw something. Not that, they'd have picked you up. It must have seen something else. Alan said, I wonder how long it'll be. Why should they find out? They'll think it's some person who lost his lease, somebody who's been forced back to the colonies, or a noose. I hate that word. A supplicant then, but why you? Not a man going to the top, a man who spent this afternoon with Sue Frost and Ida Pease Hoyt. It wouldn't make sense. No, he admitted. It doesn't. Truthfully, he added, even to me. Janet walked over to the table. I wondered about that. You're not sure why you did it, are you? I haven't an idea in the world. What was in your mind? A very clear desire, he said. A fixed, overwhelming, and totally clear desire to get that statue once and for all. Took half a gallon of red paint and some skillful use of a power-driven saw. The saw's back in the agency shop minus a blade. I busted the blade. I haven't sawed in years. Do you remember precisely what you did? No, he answered. It isn't in the paper. They're vague about it, so whatever it was, she smiled listlessly down at him. You did a good job. Later, when the baked Alaskan salmon was nothing but a few bones on an empty dinner platter, Alan leaned back and lit a cigarette. At the stove, Janet carefully washed pots and pans in the sink attachment. The apartment was peaceful. You'd think, Alan said, this was like any other evening. We might as well go on with what we were doing, Janet said. On the table by the couch was a pile of metal wheels and gears. Janet had been assembling an electric clock. Diagrams and instructions from an edufacture kit were heaped with the parts. Instructional pastimes, edufacture for the individual, juggle for social gatherings. To keep idle hands occupied. "How's the clock coming?" he asked. "Almost done. After that comes a shaving wand for you. Mrs. Duffy across the hall made one for her husband. I watched her. It isn't hard." Pointing to the stove, Alan said, "My family built that. Back in 2096 when I was 11, I remember how silly it seemed. Stoves were on sale, built by AutoFac at a third of the cost. Then my father and brother explained the Morec. I never forgot it." Janet said, "I enjoy building things. It's fun." He went on smoking his cigarette, thinking how bizarre it was that he could be here when less than 24 hours ago he had japed the statue. "I japed it," he said aloud. A term we use in packet assembly. When a theme is harped on too much, you get parody. When we make fun of a stale theme, we say we've japed it." "Yes," she agreed. "I know. I've heard you parody some of Blake Moffat's stuff." "The part that bothers me," Alan said, "is this. On Sunday night I japed the statue of Major Streiter, and on Monday morning Mrs. Sue Frost came to the agency. By 6 o'clock I was listening to Ida Pease Hoyt offer me the directorship of telemedia. How could there be a relationship? It would have to be complex." He finished his cigarette. "So roundabout that everybody and everything in the universe would have to be brought in, but I feel it's there. Some deep underlying causal connection, not chance, not coincidence." "Tell me how you japed it." Don't remember." He got to his feet. "Don't you wait up, I'm going downtown and look at it. They probably haven't had time to start repairs." Janet said instantly, "Please don't go out." "Very necessary," he said, looking around for his coat. The closet had absorbed it, and he pulled the closet back into the room. "There's a dim picture in my mind, nothing firm. All things considered, I really should have it clear. Maybe then I can decide about TM." Without a word, Janet passed by him and out into the hall. She was on her way to the bathroom, and he knew why. With her went a collection of bottles. She was going to swallow enough sedatives to last her the balance of the night. "Take it easy," he warned. There was no answer from the closed bathroom door. Alan hung around a moment and then left. The park was in shadows and icy dark. Here and there small groups of people had collected like pools of nocturnal rain water. Nobody spoke. They seemed to be waiting, hoping in some vague way for something to happen. The statue had been erected immediately before the spire, on its own platform, in the center of a gravel ring. Benches surrounded the statue so that persons could feed the pigeons and does and talk while contemplating its grandeur. The rest of the park was sloping fields of wet grass, a few opaque humps of shrubs and trees, and at one end a gardener's shed. Alan reached the center of the park and halted. At first he was confused, nothing familiar was visible. Then he realized what had happened. The police had boarded the statue up. Here was a square wooden frame, a gigantic box, so he wasn't going to see it after all. He wasn't going to find out what he had done. Presently, as he stood dully staring, he became aware that somebody was beside him. A seedy, spindly-armed citizen in a long, soiled overcoat was also staring at the box. For a time neither man spoke. Finally the citizen hawked and spat into the grass. "Sure can't see worth a damn," Alan nodded. "They put that up on purpose," the thin citizen said. "So you can't see, you know why." "Why?" Alan said. The thin citizen leaned at him. "Anarchists got to it, mutilated it terribly. The police caught some of them, some they didn't catch. The ringleader, they didn't catch him, but they will, and you know what they'll find." "What?" Alan said. "They'll find he's paid by the resort, and this is just the first." "Of what?" "Within the next week," the thin citizen revealed, "public buildings are going to be bombed. The committee building, TM, and then they put the radioactive particles in the drinking water. You'll see. It already tastes wrong. The police know, but their hands are tied." Next to the thin citizen, a short, fat, red-haired man smoking a cigar spoke irritably up. "It was kids, that's all. A bunch of crazy kids with nothing else to do." The thin citizen laughed harshly. "That's what they want you to think. Sure, a harmless prank. I'll tell you something. The people that did this mean to overthrow Morec. They won't rest until every scrap of morality and decency has been trampled into the ground. They want to see fornication and neon signs and dope come back. They want to see waste and rapacity rule sovereign, and vainglorious man writhe in the sink pit of his own greed." "It was kids," the short fat man repeated. doesn't mean anything. The wrath of Almighty God will roll up the heavens like a scroll, the thin citizen was telling him as Alan walked off. The atheists and fornicators will lie bloody in the streets, and the evil will be burned from men's hearts by the sacred fire. By herself, hands in the pockets of her coat, a girl watched Alan as he walked aimlessly along the path. He approached her, hesitated, and then said, "What happened?" The girl was dark-haired, deep-chested, with smooth, tanned skin that glowed faintly in the half-light of the park. When she spoke, her voice was controlled and without uncertainty. "This morning they found the statue to be quite different. Didn't you read about it? There was an account in the newspaper." "I read about it," he said. The girl was up on a rise of grass, and he joined her. There in the shadows below them were the remnants of the statue, damaged in a cunning way. The image of bronzed plastic had been caught unguarded. In the night it had been asleep. Standing here now, he could take an objective view. He could detach himself from the event and see it as an outsider, as a person, like these persons, coming by accident and wondering. Across the gravel were large, ugly drops of red. It was the enamel from the art department of his agency. But he could suppose the apocalyptic quality of it. He could imagine what these people imagined. The trail of red was blood, the statue's blood. Up from the wet, loose-backed soil of the park had crept its enemy. The enemy had taken hold and bitten through its carotid artery. The statue had bled all over its own legs and feet. It had gushed red, slimy blood and died. He, standing with the girl, knew it was dead. He could feel the emptiness behind the wooden box. The blood had run out, leaving a hollow container. It seemed now as if the statue had tried to defend itself. But it had lost, and no quick freeze would save it. The statue was dead forever. "How long have you been here?" the girl asked. "Just a couple of minutes," he said. "I was here this morning. I saw it on my way to work." Then he realized she had seen it before the box was erected. "What did they do to it?" he asked, earnestly eager to find out. "Could you tell?" the girl said. "Don't be scared." "I'm not scared." He was puzzled. "You are, but it's all right," she laughed. "Now they'll have to take it down. They can't repair it." "You're glad," he said, awed. The girl's eyes filled with light, a rocking amusement. "We should celebrate, have ourselves a ball." Then her eyes faded. "If he can get away with it, whoever he was, whoever did it, let's get out of here, okay? Come on." She led him across the grass to the sidewalk and the lane beyond. Hands in her pockets, she walked rapidly along, and he followed. The night air was chilly and sharp, and gradually it cleared from his mind the mystical, dreamlike presence of the park. "I'm glad to get out of there," he murmured finally. With an uneasy toss of her head, the girl said, "It's easy to go in there, hard to get out." "You felt it." "Of course. It wasn't so bad this morning when I walked by. The sun was shining, it was daylight. But tonight," she shivered. "I was there an hour before you came and woke me up, just standing looking at it, in a trance." "What got me," he said, "were those drops. They looked like blood." "Just paint," she answered matter-of-factly. Reaching into her coat, she brought out a folded newspaper. "Want to read? A common fast-drying enamel used by a lot of offices. Nothing mysterious about it." "They haven't caught anybody," he said, still feeling some of the unnatural detachment. "But it was departing. Surprising how easily a person can do this and get away. Why not? Nobody guards the park. Nobody actually saw him. What's your theory?" "Well," she said, kicking a bit of rock ahead of her. "Somebody was bitter about losing his lease, or somebody was expressing a subconscious resentment of Morec, fighting back against the burden the system imposes. Exactly what was done to the statue. The paper didn't print the details. It's probably safer to play a thing like this down. You've seen the statue. You're familiar with the Buatello conception of Streiter, the traditional militant stance, one hand extended, one leg forward as if he were going into battle, head up nobly, deeply thoughtful expression." "Looking into the future," Alan murmured. "That's right." The girl slowed down, spun on her heel, and peered at the dark pavement. "The criminal, or japer, or whatever he is, painted the statue red. You know that. You saw the drops. He sloshed it with stripes, painted the hair red too," and she smiled brightly. "Well, frankly, he severed the head somehow, with a power-cutting tool evidently, removed the head and placed it in the outstretched hand." "I see," Alan said, listening intently. "Then," the girl continued in a quiet monotone, "the individual applied a high-temperature pack to the forward leg, the right leg. The statue is a poured thermoplastic. When the leg became flexible, the culprit reshaped its position. Major Streiter now appears to be holding his head in his hand, ready to kick it far into the park. Quite original and quite embarrassing. After an interval, Alan said, "Under the circumstances, you can't blame them for nailing a box around it. They had to, but a number of people saw it before they put the box up. The first thing they did was get the cohorts of Major Streiter over. They must have thought something else was going to happen. When I went by, there were all those sullen-looking young men in their brown uniforms, a ring of them around the statue, but you could see anyhow. Then sometime during the day they put up the box," she added. "You see, people laughed, even the cohorts. They couldn't help it. They snickered, and then it got away from them. I was so sorry for those young men, they hated to laugh so." Now the two of them had reached a lighted intersection. The girl halted. On her face was an expression of concern. She gazed up at him intently, studying him, her eyes large. "You're in a terrible state," she said, "and it's my fault." "No," he answered, "my own fault." Her hand pressed against his arm. "What's wrong?" With irony he said, "Job worries." "Oh," she nodded, but she still held onto his arm with her tight fingers. "Well, do you have a wife? A very sweet one. Does she help you?" "She worries even more than I right now. She's home taking pills. She has a fabulous collection." The girl said, "Do you want help?" "I do," he answered, and was not surprised at his own candor. "Very much. That's what I thought." The girl began to walk on, and he went along. She seemed to be weighing various possibilities. "These days," she said, "it's hard to get help. You're not supposed to want help. I can give you an address. If I do, will you use it?" "That's impossible to say." "Will you try to use it?" "I've never asked for help in my life," Alan said. "I can't say what I'd do." "Here it is," the girl said. She handed him a slip of folded paper. "Put it away in your wallet. Don't look at it, just put it away until you want to use it, then get it out." He put it away, and she watched fixedly. "All right," she said, satisfied. "Good night." "You're leaving?" He wasn't surprised. It seemed perfectly natural. "I'll see you again. I've seen you before." She dwindled in the darkness of the side lane. "Good night, Mr. Purcell. Take care of yourself." Sometime later, after the girl was completely gone, he realized that she had been standing there in the park waiting for him. Waiting because she knew he would show up. 6. The next day, Alan had still not given Mrs. Frost an answer. The directorship of TM was empty, with Mavis out and nobody in. The huge trust rolled along on momentum, and he supposed minor bureaucrats along the line continued to stamp forms and fill out papers. The monster lived, but not as it should. Wondering how long he had to decide, he phoned the committee building and asked for Mrs. Frost. "Yes, sir," a recorded voice answered. "Secretary Frost is in conference. You may state a 30-second message which will be transcribed for her attention. Thank you. Z. Mrs. Frost," Alan said, "there are a number of considerations involved, as I mentioned to you yesterday. Heading an agency gives me a certain independence. You pointed out that my only customer is Telemedia, so that for all practical purposes I'm working for Telemedia. You also pointed out that as director of Telemedia I would have more, not less, independence." He paused, wondering how to go on. "On the other hand," he said, and then the 30 seconds was up. He waited as the mechanism at the other end repeated its rigmarole, and then continued. "My agency, after all, was built up by my own hands. I'm free to alter it. I have complete control. TM, on the other hand, is impersonal. Nobody can really dictate to it. TM is like a glacier." That sounded terrible to him, but once on the tape it couldn't be unspoken. He finished up. "Mrs. Frost, I'm afraid I'll have time to think it over. I'm sorry because I realize this puts you in an unpleasant position, but I'm afraid the delay unavoidable is. I'll try to have my answer within a week, and please don't think I'm stalling. I'm sincerely floundering. This is Alan Purcell." Ringing off, he sat back and brooded. Here in his office, the statue of Major Streiter seemed distant and unconvincing. He had one problem only, the job problem. Either he stayed with his agency or he went upstairs to TM. Put that way, his dilemma sounded simple. He got out a coin and rolled it across the surface of his desk. If necessary, he could leave the decision to chance. The door opened and Doris, his secretary, entered. "Good morning," she said brightly. "Fred Luddy wants a letter of recommendation from you. We made out his check, 2 weeks plus what was owed." She seated herself across from him, pad and pencil ready. "Do you want to dictate a letter?" "That's hard to say." He wanted to because he liked Luddy and he hoped to see him get a halfway decent job. But at the same time, he felt silly writing a letter of recommendation for a man he had fired as disloyal and dishonest, morally speaking. Maybe I'll have to think about that too. Doris arose. I'll tell him you're too busy, you'll have to see about it later. Relieved, he let her go with that story. No decision seemed possible right now on any topic. Small or large, his problems revolved on an Olympian level. They couldn't be hauled down to earth. At least the police hadn't traced him. He was reasonably sure that Mrs. Birmingham's juvenile lacked information on the park episode. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. he'd find out. But he wasn't worried. The idea of police barging in to arrest and deport him was absurd. His real worry was the job and himself. He had told the girl he needed help, and he did. Not because he had japed the statue, but because he had japed it without understanding why. Odd that the brain could function on its own without acquainting him with its purposes, its reasons. But the brain was an organ like the spleen, heart, kidneys, and they went about their private activities. So why not the brain? Reasoned out that way, the bizarre quality evaporated. But he still had to find out what was happening. Reaching into his wallet, he got out the slip of paper. On it, in a woman's neat hand, were 4 words. Health Resort Gretchen Malparto. So the girl's name was Gretchen. And as he had inferred, she was roaming around in the night soliciting for the mental health resort, in violation of law. The health resort, the last refuge for deserters and misfits, had reached out and put its hand on his shoulder. He felt weak. He felt very morbid and shaky, as if he were running a fever, a low current of somewhat moist energy that could not be shaken off. Mr. Purcell, Dora's voice came through the open door. There's a return call in for you. The phone is taking it right now. Okay, Doris, he said. With effort he roused himself from his thoughts and reached to snap on the phone. The tape obligingly skipped back and restarted itself, spewing the recorded call. 10:05, click, Z-E-E, Mr. Purcell. Now a smooth, urbane female voice appeared. With further pessimism he recognized it. This is Mrs. Sue Frost answering your call of earlier this morning. I'm sorry I was not in when you called, Mr. Purcell. A pause. I am fully sympathetic with your situation. I can easily understand the position you're in. Another pause, this one somewhat longer. Of course, Mr. Purcell, you surely must realize that the offer of the directorship was predicated on the assumption that you were available for the job. The mechanism jumped to its next 30-second segment. 10:06, click, Z-E-E, to go on. Mrs. Frost cleared her throat. It strikes us that a week is rather a long time in view of the difficult status of telemedia. There is no acting director since, as you're aware, Mr. Mavis has already resigned. We hesitate to request a postponement of that resignation, but perhaps it will be necessary. Our suggestion is that you take until Saturday at the latest to decide. Understand, we're fully sympathetic with your situation and we don't wish to rush you, but telemedia is a vital trust and it would be in the public interest that your decision come as quickly as possible. I'll expect to hear from you then. Click. The mechanism went. The rest of the tape was blank. From the tone of Mrs. Frost's message, Alan inferred that he had got an official statement of the committee's position. He could imagine the tape being played back at an inquiry. It was for the record and then some. 4.5 days, he thought. 4.5 days to decide what he was and what he ought to be. Picking up the phone, he started to dial, then changed his mind. Calling from the agency was too risky. Instead, he left the office. Going out again, Mr. Purcell? Doris asked, at her own desk. I'll be back shortly, going over to the commissary for some supplies. He tapped his coat pocket. Things Janet asked me to pick up. As soon as he was out of the Mogentlock building, he stepped into a public phone booth. Staring vacantly, he dialed. Mental Health Resort. A bureaucratic but friendly voice answered in his ear. Is there a Gretchen Malparto there? Time passed. Miss Malparto has left the resort temporarily. Would you like to speak to Dr. Malparto? Obscurely nettled, Alan said, her husband. Dr. Malparto is Miss Malparto's brother, who is calling, please. I want an appointment, Alan said. Business problems. Yes, sir. The rustle of papers. Your name, sir? He hesitated and then invented. I'll be in under the name Coates. Yes, sir, Mr. Coates. There was no further questioning on that point. Would tomorrow at 9 a.m. be satisfactory? He started to agree and then remembered the block meeting. Better make it Thursday. Thursday at 9, the girl said briskly. With Dr. Malpardo, thank you very much for calling. Feeling a little better, Alan returned to the agency. 7 in the highly moral society of 2114 AD, the weekly block meetings operated on the stagger system. Wardens from surrounding housing units were able to sit at each, forming a board of which the indigenous warden was chairman. Since Mrs. Birmingham was the warden in the Purcell's block, she of the assembled middle-aged ladies occupied the raised seat. Her compatriots in flowered silk dresses filled chairs on each side of her across the platform. I hate this room, Janet said, pausing at the door. Alan did too. Down here on the first level of the housing unit in this one large chamber, all the local leagues, committees, clubs, boards, associations, and orders met. The room smelled of stale sunlight, dust, and the infinite layers of paperwork that had piled up over the years. Here, official nosing and snooping originated. In this room, a man's business was everybody's business. Centuries of Christian confessional culminated when the block assembled to explore its members' souls. As always, there were more people than space. Many had to stand, and they filled the corners and aisles. The air conditioning system moaned and reshuffled the cloud of smoke. Alan was always puzzled by the smoke since nobody seemed to have a cigarette and smoking was forbidden. But there it was. Perhaps it, like the shadow of purifying fire, was an accumulation from the past. His attention fixed itself on the pack of juveniles. They were here, the earwig-like sleuths. Each juvenile was 1.5 feet long. The species scuttled close to the ground or up vertical surfaces at ferocious speed, and they noticed everything. These juveniles were inactive. The wardens had unlocked the metal hulls and dug out the report tapes. The juveniles remained inert during the meeting, and then they were put back into service. There was something sinister in these metal informers, but there was also something heartening. The juveniles did not accuse. They only reported what they heard and saw. They couldn't color their information and they couldn't make it up. Since the victim was indicted mechanically, he was safe from hysterical hearsay, from malice and paranoia. But there could be no question of guilt. The evidence was already in. The issue to be settled here was merely the severity of moral lapse. The victim couldn't protest that he had been unjustly accused. All he could protest was his bad luck at having been overheard. On the platform, Mrs. Birmingham held the agenda and looked to see if everybody had arrived. Failure to arrive was in itself a lapse. Apparently he and Janet completed the group. Mrs. Birmingham signaled, and the meeting began. I guess we don't get to sit, Janet murmured as the door closed after them. Her face was pinched with anxiety. For her, the weekly block meeting was a catastrophe which she met with hopelessness and despair. Each week she anticipated denouncement and downfall, but it never came. Years had gone by and she had still not officially erred, but that only convinced her that doom was saving itself up for one grand spree. When they call me, Alan said softly, you keep your mouth shut. Don't get in on either side. The less said the better chance I have. She glared at him with suffering. They'll tear you apart, look at them. She swept in the whole room. They're just waiting to get at somebody. Most of them are bored and wish they were out. As a matter of fact, several men were reading their morning newspapers. So take it easy. If nobody leaps to defend me, it'll die down and maybe I'll get off with a verbal reprimand. Assuming, of course, that nothing was in about the statue. We will first undertake the case of Miss J.E., Mrs. Birmingham stated. Miss J.E. was Julie Eberly, and everybody in the room knew her. Julie had been up time and again, but somehow she managed to hang onto the lease willed her by her family. Scared and wide-eyed, she now mounted the defendant's stage, a young blonde-haired girl with long legs and an intriguing bosom. Today she wore a modest print dress and low-heeled slippers. Her hair was tied back in a girlish knot. Miss J.E., Mrs. Birmingham declared, did willingly and knowingly on the night of October 6, 2114, engage with a man in a vile enterprise. In most cases, a vile enterprise was sex. Alan half closed his eyes and prepared to endure the session. A shuffling murmur ran through the room. The newspapers were put aside. Apathy dwindled. To Alan this was the offensive part, the leering need to hear a confession down to the last detail, a need which masqueraded as righteousness. The first question came instantly. Was this the same man as the other times? Miss J.E. colored. Why, yes, she admitted. Weren't you warned? Hadn't you been told in this very room to get yourself home at a decent hour and act like a good girl? In all probability, this was now a different questioner. The voice was synthetic, issuing from a wall speaker. To preserve the aura of justice, questions were piped through a common channel, broken down and reassembled without characteristic timbre. The result was an impersonal accuser who, when a sympathetic questioner appeared, became suddenly and a little oddly a defender. Let's hear what this vile enterprise was, Allen said, and as always was revolted to hear his voice boom out dead and characterless. This may be a furor about nothing. On the platform, Mrs. Birmingham peered distastefully down, seeking to identify the questioner. Then she read from the summary. Miss J.E. did willingly in the bathtub of the community bathroom of her housing unit, this unit copulate. I'd call that something, the voice said, and then the dogs were loose. The accusations fell thick and fast, a blur of lascivious racket. Beside Allen, his wife huddled against him. He could feel her dread, and he put his arm around her. In a while, the voice would be tearing at him. At 9:15, the faction vaguely defending Miss J.E. seemed to have gained an edge. After a conference, the Council of Block Wardens released the girl with an oral reprimand, and she slipped gratefully from the room. Mrs. Birmingham again arose with the agenda. With relief, Allen heard his own initials. He walked forward, listening to the charges, glad to get it over with. The juvenile, thank God, had reported about as expected. Mr. A.P., Mrs. Birmingham declared, did on the night of October 7, 2114, at 11:30 p.m., arrive home in a drunken state and did fall on the front steps of the housing unit, and in so doing utter a morally objectionable word. Allen climbed the stage, and the session began. There was always the danger that somewhere in the room a citizen waited with a deeply buried quirk, a deposit of hate nourished and hoarded for just such an occasion as this. During the years that he had leased in this housing unit, Allen might easily have slighted some nameless soul. The human mind being what it was, he might have set off a tireless vengeance by stepping ahead in line, failing to nod, treading on foot, or the like. But as he looked around, he saw no special emotion. Nobody glowered demonically, and nobody, except for his stricken wife, even appeared interested. Considering the shallowness of the charge, he had good reason to feel optimistic. All in all, he was well off. Realizing this, he faced his composite accuser cheerfully. Mr. Purcell, it said, you haven't been up before us in quite a spell. It corrected. Mr. A.P. I meant. Not for several years, he answered. How much had you had to drink? 3 glasses of wine. And you were drunk on that, the voice answered itself. That's the indictment. It haggled, and then a clear question emerged. Where did you get drunk? Not wishing to volunteer material, Allen kept his answer brief. At Hokkaido. Mrs. Birmingham was aware of that, so evidently it didn't matter. What were you doing there? The voice asked, and then it said, that's not relevant, that has nothing to do with it, stick to the facts. What he did before he was drunk doesn't matter. To Allen it sounded like Janet. He let it battle on. Of course it matters. The importance of the act depends on the motives behind it. Did he mean to get drunk? Nobody means to get drunk. I'm sure I wouldn't know. Allen said, it was on an empty stomach, and I'm not used to liquor in any form. What about the word he used? Yes, what about it? Well, we don't even know what it was. I think we're just as well off. Why, are you convinced he's the sort of man who would use words like that? All I mean is that knowing the particular word doesn't affect the situation. And I was tired, Allen added. Years of work with media had taught him the shortest routes to the Morec mind. Although it was Sunday, I had spent the day at the office. I suppose I did more than was good for my health, but I like to have my desk clear on Monday. A regular little gentleman, the voice said. It retorted at once, with manners enough to keep personalities out of this. Bravo, it said. That's telling him, probably her. And then, from the chaos of minds, a sharp sentiment took shape. As nearly as Allen could tell, it was one person. This a mockery is. Mr. Purcell is one of our most distinguished members. As most of us know, Mr. Purcell's agency supplies a good deal of the material used by telemedia. Are we supposed to believe that a man involved in the maintenance of society's ethical standards is, himself, morally defective? What does that say about our society in general? This a paradox is. It is just such high-minded men, devoted to public service, who set by their own examples our standards of conduct. Surprised, Alan peered across the room at his wife. Janet seemed bewildered, and the choice of words was not characteristic of her. Evidently it was somebody else. Mr. Purcell's family leased here several decades, the voice continued. Mr. Purcell was born here. During his lifetime, many persons have come and gone. Few of us have maintained a lease as long as he has. How many of us were here in this room before Mr. Purcell? Think that over. The purpose of these sessions is not the humbling of the mighty. Mr. Purcell isn't up there so we can deride and ridicule him. Some of us seem to imagine the more respectable a person is, the more reason to attack him. When we attack Mr. Purcell, we attack our better selves, and there's no percentage in that. Alan felt embarrassed. These meetings, the voice went on, operate on the idea that a man is morally responsible to his community. That's a good idea. But his community is also morally responsible to him. If it's going to ask him to come up and confess his sins, it's got to give him something in return. It's got to give him its respect and support. It should realize that having a citizen like Mr. Purcell up here is a privilege. Mr. Purcell's life is devoted to our welfare and the improvement of our society. If he wants to drink 3 glasses of wine once in his life and say one morally objectionable word, I think he should be allowed to. It's okay by me. There was silence. The room full of people was cowed by piety. Nobody dared speak. On the stage, Alan sat wishing somebody would attack. His embarrassment had become shame. The eulogizer was making a mistake. He didn't have the full picture. Wait a minute, Alan protested. Let's get one thing straight. What I did was wrong. I haven't got any more right to get drunk and blaspheme than anybody else. The voice said. Let's pass on to the next case. There doesn't seem to be anything here. On the platform, the middle-aged ladies conferred and presently composed their verdict. Mrs. Birmingham arose. The block neighbors of Mr. AP take this opportunity to reprimand him for his conduct of the night of October 7, but feel that in view of his excellent prior record, no disciplinary action is indicated. You may step down, Mr. AP. Alan stepped down and rejoined his wife. Janet squeezed against him, wildly happy. Bless him, whoever he was. I don't deserve it, Alan said, disturbed. You do, of course you do. Her eyes shone recklessly. You're a wonderful person. Not far off at one of the tables was a mild little elderly fellow with thinning gray hair and a formal, set smile. Mr. Wales glanced at Alan, then turned immediately away. That's the guy, Alan decided. Wales. Are you sure? The next accused was up on the stage, and Mrs. Birmingham began reading the indictment. Mrs. R.M. did knowingly and willing on the afternoon of October 9, 2114, in a public place and in the presence of both men and women, take the name of the Lord in vain. The voice said, What a waste of time. And the controversy was on. After the meeting, Alan approached Wales. The man had lingered outside the door as if expecting him. Alan had noticed him in the hall a few times, but he didn't recall ever having said more than good morning to him. That was you, Alan said. They shook hands. I'm glad I could help you out, Mr. Purcell. Wales' voice was drab, perfectly ordinary. I saw you speak up for that girl. You always look out for the people up there. I said if he ever gets up, I'll do the same for him. We all like and respect you, Mr. Purcell. Thanks, Alan said awkwardly. As he and Janet walked back upstairs, Janet said, What's the matter? She was in a delirium at having escaped from the meeting. Why do you look so glum? I feel glum, he said. Dr. Malpardo said. Good morning, Mr. Coates. Please take off your coat and sit down. I want you to be comfortable. And then he felt strange and ill because the man facing him was not Mr. Coates but Alan Purcell. Hurriedly getting to his feet, Malpardo excused himself and went out into the corridor. He was shaking with excitement. Behind him, Purcell looked vaguely puzzled, a tall, good-looking, rather overly serious man in his late 20s, wearing a heavy overcoat. Here he was, the man Malpardo had been expecting, but he hadn't expected him so soon. With his key, he unlocked his file and brought out Purcell's dossier. He glanced over the contents as he returned to his office. The report was as cryptic as before. Here was his prizegram, and the irreducible syndrome remained. Malpardo sighed with delight. I beg your pardon, Mr. Purcell, he said, closing the door after him. Sorry to keep you waiting. His patient frowned and said, let's keep it Coates. Or has that old wheeze about professional confidence gone by the boards? Mr. Coates then. Malpardo reseated himself and put on his glasses. Mr. Coates, I'll be frank, I've been expecting you. Your encephalogram came into my hands a week or so ago, and I had a Dixon report drawn on it. The profile is unique. I'm very much interested in you, and it's a matter of deep personal satisfaction to be permitted to handle your, he coughed, problem. He had started to say case. In the comfortable leather-covered chair, Mr. Coates shifted restlessly. He lit a cigarette, scowled, rubbed at the crease of his trousers. I need help. It's one of the drawbacks of Morec that nobody gets help. They get cast out as defective. Malpardo nodded in agreement. Also, Mr. Coates said, your sister came after me. To Malpardo this discouraging was. Not only had Gretchen meddled, but she had meddled wisely. Mr. Coates would have appeared eventually, but Gretchen had sawed the interval in half. He wondered what she got out of it. Didn't you know that? Mr. Coates asked. He decided to be honest. No, I didn't. But it's of no consequence. He rattled through the report. Mr. Coates, I'd like you to tell me in your own words what you feel your problem is. Job problems. In particular, Mr. Coates chewed his lip. Director of TM, it was offered to me this Monday. You're currently operating an independent research agency. Malpardo consulted his notes. When do you have to decide? By the day after tomorrow. Very interesting. Isn't it? Mr. Coates said. That doesn't give you long. Do you feel you can decide? No. Why not? His patient hesitated. Are you worried that a juvenile might be hiding in my closet? Malpardo smiled reassuringly. This is the only spot in our blessed civilization where juveniles are forbidden. So I've heard. A fluke of history. It seems that Major Streiter's wife had a predilection for psychoanalysts. A Fifth Avenue Jungian cured her partially paralyzed right arm. You know her type. Mr. Coates nodded. So, Malpardo said, when the committee government was set up and the land was nationalized, we were permitted to keep our deeds. We, that is, the psych front left over from the war. Streiter was a canny person, unusual ability. He saw the necessity, Mr. Coates said. Sunday night somebody pulled a switch in my head, so I japed the statue of Major Streiter. That's why I can't accept the TM directorship. Ah, Malpardo said, and his eyes fastened on the gram with its irreducible core. He had a sensation of hanging head downward over an ocean. His lungs seemed filled with dancing foam. Carefully, he removed his glasses and polished them with his handkerchief. Beyond his office window lay the city, flat except for the Morec spire set dead center. The city radiated in concentric zones, careful lines and swirls that intersected in an orderly manner. Across the planet, Dr. Malpardo thought, like the hide of a vast mammal half submerged in mud, half buried in the drying clay of a stern and puritanical morality. You were born here, he said. In his hands was the information, the history of his patient. He leafed through the pages. We all were, Mr. Coates said. You met your wife in the colonies. What were you doing on Bet 4? His patient said. Supervising a packet. I was consultant to the old Wing-Miller agency. I wanted a packet rooted in the experience of the agricultural colonists. You liked it there, in a way. It was like the frontier. I remember a whitewashed board farmhouse. That was her family's, her father's. He was quiet a moment. He and I used to argue. He edited a small-town newspaper, all night arguing and drinking coffee. Malpardo consulted the dossier. Did Janet participate? Not much. She listened. I think she was afraid of her father, maybe a little afraid of me. You were 25. Yes, Mr. Coates said. Janet was 22. Malpardo, reading the information, said, your own father was dead. Your mother was alive still, was she not? She died in 2111, Mr. Coates said. Not much later. Malpardo put on his video and audio tape transports. May I keep a record of what we say? His patient pondered. You might as well. You've got me anyhow. In my power, like a wizard, hardly. I've got your problem by telling me you've transferred it to me. Mr. Coates seemed to relax. Thanks, he said. Consciously, Malpardo said. You don't know why you japed the statue. The motive is buried down deep. In all probability, the statue episode forms part of a larger event, stretching perhaps over years. We'll never be able to understand it alone. Its meaning lies in the circumstances preceding it. His patient grimaced. You're the wizard. I wish you wouldn't think of me like that. He was offended by what he identified as a lay stereotype. The man in the street had come to regard the resort analysts with a mixture of awe and dread, as if the resort were a sort of temple and the analysts priests, as if there was some religious mumbo-jumbo involved, whereas, of course, it was all strictly scientific in the best psychoanalytic tradition. "Remember, Mr. Coates," he said, "I can only help you if you wish to be helped. How much is this going to cost? An examination will be made of your income. You'll be charged according to your ability to pay." It was characteristic of Morc training, this old Protestant frugality. Nothing must be wasted. A hard bargain must always be driven. The Dutch Reformed Church, alive even in this troubled heretic, the power of that iron revolution that had crumbled the age of waste, put an end to sin and corruption, and with it, leisure and peace of mind, the ability simply to sit down and take things easy. How must it have been, he wondered, in the days when idleness was permitted? The golden age, in a sense, but a curious mixture, too, an odd fusion of the liberty of the Renaissance plus the strictures of the Reformation. Both had been there, the two elements struggling in each individual, and at last final victory for the Dutch hellfire preachers. Mr. Coates said, "Let's see some of those drugs you people use, and those light and high-frequency gadgetry. In due time." "Good Lord, I have to tell Mrs. Frost by Saturday," Malpardo said. "Let us be realistic. No fundamental change can be worked in 48 hours. We ran out of miracles several centuries ago. This will be a long, arduous process with many setbacks." Mr. Coates stirred fitfully. "You tell me the japery is central," Malpardo said. "So let's start there. What were you doing just prior to your entrance into the park?" "I visited a couple of friends." Malpardo caught something in his patient's voice, and he said, "Where? Here in New York? In Hokkaido? Does anybody live there?" He was amazed. "A few people. They don't live long. Have you ever been there before? Now and then I get ideas for packets. And before that, what were you doing?" "I worked at the agency most of the day. Then I got bored." "You went from the agency directly to Hokkaido?" His patient started to nod. And then he stopped, and a dark, intricate expression crossed his face. "No, I walked around for a while. I forgot about that. I remember visiting," he paused for a long time, "a commissary to get some 3.2 beer, but why would I want beer? I don't particularly like beer." "Did anything happen?" Mr. Coates stared at him. "I can't remember." Malpardo made a notation. "I left the agency, and then a haze closes over the whole damn thing. At least half an hour is cut out." Rising to his feet, Malpardo pressed a key on his desk intercom. "Would you ask 2 therapists to step in here, please? And I'm not to be disturbed until further notice. Cancel my next appointment. When my sister comes in, I'd like to see her. Yes, let her by, thanks." He closed the key. Mr. Coates, agitated, said, "What now?" "Now you get your wish." Unlocking the supply closet, he began wheeling out equipment. "The drugs and gadgetry. So we can dig down and find out what happened between the time you left the agency and the time you reached Hokkaido." 9. The silence depressed him. He was alone in the Mogent Lock building, working in the center of a vast tomb. Outside, the sky was cloudy and overcast. At 8:30 he gave up. 8:30. Not 10. Closing his desk, he left the agency and went out onto the dark sidewalk. Nobody was in sight. The lanes were deserted. On Sunday evening there was no flood of commuters. He saw only the shapes of housing units, closed-up commissaries, the hostile sky. His historical research had acquainted him with the vanished phenomenon of the neon sign. Now he would have wished for a few to break the monotony. The garish, blaring racket of commercials, ads, blinking signs, it had disappeared, swept aside like a bundle of faded circus posters, to be pulped by history for the printing of textbooks. Ahead, as he walked sightlessly along the lane, was a cluster of lights. The cluster drew him, and presently he found himself at an auto-fac receiving station. The lights formed a hollow ring rising a few hundred feet. Within the circle, an auto-fac ship was lowering itself, a tubby cylinder pitted and corroded by its trip. There were no humans aboard, and there were none at its point of origin, nor was the receiving equipment manual. When the robot controls had landed the ship, other self-regulating machines would unload it, check the shipment, cart the boxes into the commissary, and store them. Only with the clerk and the customer did the human element come into it. At the moment, a small band of sidewalk superintendents was gathered around the station, following operations. As usual, the bulk of watchers were teenagers. Hands in their pockets, the boys gazed up raptly. Time passed and none of them stirred. None of them spoke. Nobody came and nobody went. Big, one boy finally observed. He was tall, with dull red hair, pebbled skin. The ship. Yes, Alan agreed, also looking up. I wonder where it's from, he said awkwardly. As far as he was concerned, the industrial process was like the movement of planets. It functioned automatically, and that was as it should be. It's from Bellatrix 7, the boy stated, and two of his mute companions nodded. Tungsten products. They've been unloading light globes all day. Bellatrix is only a slave system, none of them habitable. Nuts to Bellatrix, a companion spoke up. Alan was puzzled. Why? Because you can't live there. What do you care? The boys regarded him with contempt. Because we're going, one of them croaked finally. Where? Contempt turned to disgust. The group of boys edged away from him. Out, where it's open, where something's going on. The red-headed boy told him, on Sirius 9 they grow walnuts, almost like here. You can't taste the difference. A whole planet of walnut trees, and on Sirius 8 they grow oranges. Only the oranges died. Mealy bug blight, a companion said gloomily. Got all the oranges. The red-headed boy said, I'm personally going to Orionis. There they breed a real pig you can't tell from the original. I defy you to tell the difference. I defy you. But that's away from center, Alan said. Be realistic. It's taken your families decades to lease this clothes. Shit, one of the boys said bitterly, and then they had melted away, leaving Alan to ponder an obvious fact. Morc wasn't natural. As a way of life it had to be learned. That was the fact, and the unhappiness of the boys was there to remind him. The commissary to which the autofac receiving station belonged was still open. He stepped through the entrance, reaching, as he did so, for his wallet. Sure, the invisible clerk said, as the buy card was punched out. But only the 3.2 stuff. You really want to drink that? The window displaying the beer bottles glowed along the wall of items. It's made from hay. Once, 1,000 years ago, he had punched the slot for 3.2 beer and got a fifth of scotch. God knew where it came from. Perhaps it had survived the war, had been discovered by a robot storekeeper and automatically placed in the single official rack. It had never happened again, but he continued to punch the slot, hoping in a wan, childish way. Evidently, it was one of the implausible foul-ups that occurred even in the perfect society. Refund, he requested, setting the unopened bottle on the counter. I've changed my mind. I told you, the clerk said, and restored Alan's buy card. Alan stood for a moment, empty-handed, his mind flat with futility. Then he walked outside again. A moment later, he was climbing the ramp to the tiny rooftop field used by the agency for rush flights. The sliver was parked there, locked up in its shed. And that's all? Malpardo asked. He clicked off the overhanging trellis of wires and lenses that had been focused on his patient. Nothing else happened between the time you left your office and the time you started for Hokkaido. Nothing else. Mr. Coates lay prone on the table, his arms at his sides. Above him, the two technicians examined their meters. That was the incident you couldn't remember. Yes, the boys at the autofax station. You were despondent. I was, Mr. Coates agreed. His voice lacked emotion. Under the blanket of drugs, his personality had receded to diffusion. Why? Because it was unfair. Malpardo saw no point involved. The incident meant nothing to him. He had expected a sensational revelation of murder or copulation or excitement or all three together. Let's go on, he said reluctantly. The Hokkaido episode itself. Then he lingered. The incident with the boys. You genuinely feel it was crucial? Yes, Mr. Coates said. Malpardo shrugged and signaled to his technicians to restart the trellis of paraphernalia. Darkness lay all around. The sliver dropped toward the island below, guiding itself, speaking to itself mechanically. He rested his head against the seat and closed his eyes. The whoosh of descent lessened, and on the signal board a blue light blinked. There was no field to locate. All Hokkaido was a field. He tripped the landing release, and the ship coasted of its own accord across the surface of ash. Eventually, the pattern of Sugerman's transmitter was intercepted and the ship changed its course. The pattern let it in and brought it down. With a faint bump and a few rattles, the ship eased to a stop. Now the only sound was the hum of batteries recharging. Alan opened the door and stepped haltingly out. The ash sank under his feet. It was like standing on mush. The ash was complicated, a mixture of organic and inorganic compounds, a fusion of people and their possessions into a common gray-black blur. During the post-war years, the ash had made good mortar. To his right was an insignificant glow. He walked toward it, and ultimately it became Tom Gates waving a flashlight. "Mork to you," Gates said. He was a bony, pop-eyed shrimp with uncombed hair and a nose bent like a macaw's. "How are things?" Alan asked, as he plodded after the gaunt shape toward the neck of the underground shelter. Built during the war, the shelter was still intact. Gates and Sugerman had reinforced and improved it, Gates pounding nails and Sugerman overseeing. "I was expecting Suji. It's almost dawn on this side. He's been out all night buying supplies." Gates giggled, a nervous, high-pitched twitter. "Trading big. We got a good hand these days. Plenty of stuff people want. Don't kid yourself." The stairs brought them down to the shelter's main room. It was a litter of books, furniture, paintings, cans and boxes and jars of food, carpets and bric-a-brac and just plain junk. The phonograph was blaring a Chicago version of "I Can't Get Started." Gates turned it down, grinning. "Make yourself at home." He tossed a box of crackers to Alan and then a wedge of cheddar cheese. "Not hot, perfectly safe. Man, we've been digging, under all this ash way down. Gates and Sugerman, archaeologists for hire. Remnants of the old. Tons of usable, partly usable, and ruined debris, objects of priceless worth, trinkets, indiscriminate trash." Alan seated himself on a carton of glassware. "Vases and cups and tumblers and cut crystal. Pack rats," he said, examining a chipped bowl designed by some long-dead craftsman of the 20th century. On the bowl was a design, a fawn and hunter. "Not bad." "Sell it to you," Gates offered. $5. "Too much." $3 then. We've got to move this stuff." "Fast turnover, a sure profit." Gates giggled happily. "What do you want?" "Bottle of Beringer's Chablis, $1,000. Copy of the Decameron, $2,000. Electric waffle iron," he computed. "Depends on if you want the kind becomes a sandwich grill, that's more." "Nothing for me," Alan murmured. Before him was a huge pile of moldering newspapers, magazines, books tied with brown cord. Saturday Evening Post, the top one read. 6 years of the Post, Gates said. From 1947 to 1952. Lovely condition, say 15 bills. He pawed into an open stack beside the Posts, ripping and shredding violently. "Here's a sweet item, Yale Review. One of those little magazines, got stuff on Truman Capote, James Jones." His eyes sparkled slyly. "Plenty of sex." Alan examined a faded, waterlogged book. It was cheaply bound, a bulging pulp with stained pages. The indefatigable Virgin Jack Woodsby opening at random, he came across an absorbing paragraph. Her breasts were like 2 cones of white marble bulging within the torn covering of her thin silk dress. As he pulled her against him, he could feel the hot panting need of her wonderful body. Her eyes were half shut and she was moaning faintly. "Please," she gasped, trying feebly to push him away. Her dress slipped entirely aside, revealing the pulsing fullness of her taut, firm flesh. "Good grief," Alan said. "Fine book," Gates remarked, squatting down beside him. "Lots more here." He dug out another and pushed it at Alan. "Read." The killer, the author's name was blurred by time and decay. Opening the tattered, paper-covered book, Alan read. "Again I shot her in the groin. Guts and blood spilled out, soaking through her torn skirt. The floor under my shoes was slippery with her gore. I accidentally crushed one of her mangled breasts under my heel, but what the hell, she was dead." Bending down, Alan pulled out a fat, mildewed, gray-bound book and opened it. Stephen Dedalus watched through the webbed window. The lapidary's fingers prove a time-dulled chain. Dust webbed the window and the show trays. Dust darkened the toiling fingers with their vulture nails. "That's a hot one," Gates said, peering over his shoulder. "Go on, look through it, at the end especially." "Why is this here?" Alan asked. Gates clapped his hands together and writhed. "Man, that's the one. That's the spiciest of them all. You know how much I get for a copy of that? $10,000. He tried to grab the book, but Alan hung on to it. Dust slept on dull coils of bronze and silver, lozenges of cinnabar on rubies, leprous and wine-dark stones. Alan put down the book. "That's not bad." It gave him a queer feeling, and he reread the passage carefully. There was a scraping at the stairs, and Sugerman entered. "What's not bad?" He saw the book and nodded. James Joyce, excellent writer. Ulysses brings us a good deal these days, more than Joyce himself ever got. He tossed down his armload. Tom, there's a shipload up on the surface. Don't let me forget, we can get it down later. He, a heavy-set, round-faced man with a stubble of bluish beard, began peeling off his wool overcoat. Examining the copy of Ulysses, Alan said, "Why is this book with the others? It's entirely different." "Has the same words," Sugerman said. He lit a cigarette and stuck it in a carved, ornate ivory holder. "How are you these days, Mr. Purcell? How's the agency?" "Fine," he said. The book bothered him. "But this book is still pornography," Sugerman said. "Joyce, Hemingway, degenerate trash. The Major's first book committee listed Ulysses on the hex sheet back in 1988. Here." Laboriously, he scooped up a handful of books. First one and then another was tossed into Alan's lap. A bunch more of them. Novels of the 20th century, all gone now, banned, burned, destroyed. But what was the purpose of these books? Why are they lumped with the junk? They weren't once, were they? Sugerman was amused, and Gates cackled and slapped his knee. "What kind of Morec did they teach?" Alan demanded. "They didn't," Sugerman said. "These particular novels even taught on Morec." "You've read these?" Alan scanned the volume of Ulysses. His interest and bewilderment grew. "Why, what did you find?" Sugerman considered. "These, as discriminated from the others, are real books." "What's that mean?" "Hard to say. They're about something." A smile spread across Sugerman's face. "I'm an egghead, Purcell. I tell you these books are literature, so better not ask me." "These guys," Gates explained, breathing into Alan's face, "wrote it all down the way it was back in the age of waste." He hammered a book with his fist. "This tells everything's here." "But these ought to be preserved," Alan said. "They shouldn't be tossed in with the trash. We need them as historical records." "Certainly," Sugerman said. "So we'll know what life was like then." "They're valuable, very valuable," angrily Alan said. "They tell the truth," Sugerman bellowed with laughter. He got out a pocket handkerchief and wiped his eyes. "That's so, Purcell. They tell the truth, the one and only absolute truth." Suddenly he stopped laughing. "Tom, give him the Joyce book, as a present from you and me." Gates was appalled. "But Ulysses is worth 100 bills. Give it to him." Sugerman sank into a growling, acrid stupor. "He should have it," Alan said. "I can't take it. It's worth too much." And he realized he couldn't pay for it. He didn't have $10,000, and he also realized he wanted the book. Sugerman glared at him for a long, disconcerting time. "Morec," he muttered at last. "No gift-giving, okay, Alan, I'm sorry." He roused himself and went into the next room. "How about a glass of sherry?" "That's good stuff," Gates said. "From Spain, the real thing." Re-emerging with the half-empty bottle, Sugerman found 3 glasses and filled them. "Drink up, Purcell, to goodness, truth," and he considered. "Morality." They drank. Malpardo made a final note and then signaled his technicians. The office lights came on as the trellis was wheeled away. On the table the patient blinked, stirred, moved feebly. "And then you came back?" Malpardo asked. "Yes," Mr. Coates said. "I drank 3 glasses of sherry and then I flew back to New York." "And nothing else happened?" Mr. Coates, with an effort, sat up. "I came back, parked the sliver, got the tools and bucket of red paint, and japed the statue. I left the empty paint can on a bench and walked home." The first session was over and Malpardo had learned absolutely nothing. Nothing had happened to his patient either before or at Hokkaido. He had met some boys, tried to buy a fifth of scotch, had seen a book. That was all. It was senseless. "Have you ever been psi-tested?" Malpardo asked. "No." His patient squinted with pain. "Those drugs of yours gave me a headache. I have a few routine tests I'd like to give you. Perhaps next time. It's a trifle late today." He had decided to cease the recall therapy. There was no value in bringing to the surface past incidents and forgotten experiences. From now on he would work with the mind of Mr. Coates, not with its contents. "Learn anything?" Mr. Coates asked, rising stiffly to his feet. "A few things. One question. I'm curious to know the effect of this japery. In your opinion, it gets me into trouble." "I don't mean on you, I mean on the Morec Society." Mr. Coates considered. "None, except that it gives the police something to do, and the newspapers have something to print." "How about the people who see the japed statue?" "Nobody sees it. They've got it boarded up." Mr. Coates rubbed his jaw. "Your sister saw it. And some of the cohorts saw it. They were rounded up to guard it." Malpardo made a note of that. "Gretchen said that some of the cohorts laughed. It was japed in an odd way. I suppose you've heard." I've heard, Malpardo said. Later he could get the facts from his sister. So they laughed. Interesting. Why? Well, the cohorts are the stormtroopers of the Morc society. They go out and do the dirty work. They're the teeth, the vigilantes, and they don't usually laugh. At the office door Mr. Coates had paused. I don't see the point. Dr. Malpardo was thinking. Precognition, the ability to anticipate the future. I'll see you Monday, he said, getting out his appointment book. At 9, will that be satisfactory? Mr. Coates said that it was satisfactory, and then he set off glumly for work. 10, as he entered his office at the agency, Doris appeared and said, Mr. Purcell, something has happened. Harry Pryor wants to tell you. Pryor, who headed the agency's art department, was his pro tem assistant, taking Fred Luddy's place. Pryor materialized, looking somber. It's about Luddy. Isn't he gone? Alan said, removing his coat. Malpardo's drugs still affected him. His head ached and he felt dulled. He's gone, Pryor said. Gone to Blake Moffat. We got a tip from TM this morning before you showed up. Alan groaned. He knows everything we've got on tap, Pryor continued. All the new packets, all the current ideas. That means Blake Moffat has them. Make an inventory, Alan said. See what he took. He settled drearily down at his desk. Let me know as soon as you're finished. A whole day was consumed by inventory taking. At 5 the information was in and on his desk. Picked us clean, Pryor said. He admiringly shook his head. Must have spent hours. Of course we can attach the material, try to get it back through the claims court. Blake Moffat will fight for years, Alan said, fooling with the long yellow pad. By the time we get the packets back they'll be obsolete. We'll have to dream up new ones, better ones. This really tough is, Pryor said. Nothing like this ever happened before. We've had Blake Moffat pirate stuff, we've lost stuff, we've been beaten to ideas, but we never had anybody at top level go over bag and baggage. We never fired anybody before, Alan reminded him. He was thinking how much Luddy resented the firing. They can do us real harm, and with Luddy there they probably will. Grudge stuff. We've never run into that before. The personal element. Bitter to the death tangling. After Pryor left, Alan got up and paced around his office. Tomorrow was Friday, his last full day to decide about the directorship of TM. The statue problem would still be with him the rest of the week. As Malpardo said, therapy would drag on indefinitely. Either he went into TM as he was now or he declined the job. On Saturday he would still be the same elusive personality, with the same switches to be pulled from deep within. It was depressing to consider how little practical help the health resort had given him. Dr. Malpardo was off in the clouds, thinking in terms of a lifetime of test-giving, reaction measuring. And meanwhile the practical situation floundered. He had to make a decision, and without Malpardo's help. Without, in effect, anybody's help. He was back where he started before Gretchen gave him the folded slip. Picking up the phone he called his apartment. Hello, Janet's voice came, laden with dread. This is the Mortuary League, Alan said. It is my duty to inform you that your husband was sucked into the manifold of an auto-fax ship and never heard from again. He examined his watch. At precisely 5:15, a terrible hushed silence, and then Janet said, But that's now. If you listen, Alan said, you can hear him breathing. He's not gone yet, but he's pretty far down. Janet said, You inhuman monster. What I want to find out, Alan said, is what are we doing this evening? I'm taking Lena's kids to the History Museum. Lena was his wife's married sister. You're not doing anything. I'll tag along, he decided. I want to discuss something with you. Discuss what? She asked instantly. Same old thing. History Museum would make as good a place as any. So many people pass through that no juvenile would single them out. I'll be home around 6. What's for dinner? How about steak? Fine, he said and hung up. After dinner they walked over to Lena S. and picked up the 2 kids. Ned was 8 and Pat was 7, and they scurried excitedly along the twilight lane and up the steps of the museum. Alan and his wife came more slowly, hand in hand, saying little. For once the evening was pleasant. The sky was cloud-scattered but mild, and many people were out to enjoy themselves in the few ways open to them. Museums, Alan said, and art exhibits, and concerts and lectures, and discussions of public affairs. He thought of Gates' phonograph playing I Can't Get Started, The Taste of Sherry, and beyond everything else, the litter of the 20th century that had focalized in the water-soaked copy of Ulysses. And there's always Juggle. Clinging wistfully to him, Janet said, "Sometimes I wish I was a kid again. Look at them go." The children had vanished inside the museum. To them the exhibits were still interesting. They hadn't wearied of the intricate tableaus. "Someday," Alan said, "I'd like to take you where you can relax." He wondered where that would be. Certainly no place in the Morc scheme. Perhaps on some remote colony planet when they had grown old and been discarded. Your childhood days again, where you can take off your shoes and wriggle your toes. As he had first found her, a shy, thin, very pretty girl living with her non-leased family on bucolic Beetlejuice 4. "Could we sometime take a trip?" Janet asked. "Anywhere, maybe to a place where there's open country and streams," and she broke off. "And grass." The hub of the museum was its 20th century exhibit. An entire white stucco house had been painstakingly reconstructed, with sidewalk and lawn, garage and parked Ford. The house was complete with furniture, robot mannequins, hot food on the table, scented water in the tile bathtub. It walked, talked, sang, and glowed. The exhibit revolved in such a way that every part of the interior was visible. Visitors lined up at the circular railing and watched as life in the age of waste rotated by. Over the house was an illuminated sign. "How they lived, can I press the button?" Ned yammered, racing up to Alan. "Let me press it, nobody's pressed it. It's time to press it." "Sure," Alan said. "Go ahead before somebody beats you to it." Ned scampered back, squeezed to the railing where Pat waited and jabbed the button. The spectators gazed benignly at the lush house and furnishings, knowing what was coming. They were watching, for a while at least, the last of the house. They drank in the opulence, the stocks of canned food, the great freezer and stove and sink and washer and dryer, the car that seemed made of diamonds and emeralds. Over the exhibit the sign winked out. An ugly cloud of smoke rolled up, obscuring the house. Its lights dimmed, turned dull red, and dried up. The exhibit trembled, and to the spectators a rumble came, the lazy tremor of a subterranean wind. When the smoke departed, the house was gone. All that remained of the exhibit was an expanse of broken bones. A few steel supports jutted, and bricks and sections of stucco lay strewn everywhere. In the ruins of the cellar, the surviving mannequins huddled over their pitiful possessions. A tank of decontaminated water, a dog they were stewing, a radio, medicines. Only 3 mannequins had survived, and they were haggard and ill. Their clothing was in shreds and their skins were seared with radiation burns. Over this hemisphere of the exhibit the sign concluded. "And died G," Ned said, returning. "How do they do that?" "Simple," Alan said. "The house isn't really in there on that stage. Image projected from above. They merely substitute the alternate image. When you press the button it starts the cycle." "Can I press it again?" Ned begged. "Please, I want to press it again. I want to blow the house up again." As they wandered on, Alan said to his wife, "I wanted you to enjoy dinner, have you?" She clutched his arm. "Tell me." "The whirlwind is coming back to be reaped, and it's an angry whirlwind." Luddy took off with everything he could lay his hands on, right to Blake Moffat. "He's probably vice president with what he brought." She nodded forlornly. "Oh, in a way we're ruined. We have no backlog. All we are is a bunch of clever new ideas. And Luddy took them, roughly, us for the next year. That's how far ahead we had it. But that isn't the real problem. As an official of Blake Moffat, he'll be in a position to get back at me. And he will. Let's face it, I showed Luddy up for a sycophant, and that fun is." "What are you going to do?" "Defend myself, naturally." Luddy was a hard worker, competent, with a good sense of organization, but he wasn't original. He could take somebody else's idea, my idea, and milk a great deal from it. He used to build up whole packets from the smallest grain, but I have him on the creativity, so I can still run rings around Blake Moffat, assuming I'm in the field a year from now. "You sound almost cheerful." "Why not?" he shrugged. "It merely makes a bad situation worse. Blake Moffat have always been the inertial stone dragging us into the grave. Every time they project a boy gets good girl packet, they blow the breath of age on us. We have to struggle out from under the dust before we can move." He pointed. "Like that house." The opulent 20th century house with its Ford and Bendix washer had reappeared. The cycle had returned to its source. "How they lived," Alan quoted. "And died. That could be us. We're living now, but that doesn't mean anything." "What happened at the resort?" "Nothing. I saw the analyst. I recalled. I got up and left. Next Monday I go back. Can they help you? Sure, given time, Janet asked. What are you going to do? Take the job, go to work as director of telemedia. I see. Then she asked, why? Several reasons. First, because I can do a good job. What about the statue? The statue isn't going away. Someday I'll find out why I japed it, but not by Saturday morning. Meanwhile, I'll have to live and make decisions. By the way, the salary is about what I'm making now. If you're at TM, can Luddy hurt you more? He can hurt the agency more because I'll be gone, he reflected. Maybe I'll dismember it, I'll wait and see. It depends on how I do at TM. In 6 months I may want to go back. What about you? Truthfully, he said. He can hurt me more too. I'll be fair game for everybody. Look at Mavis. 4 giants in the field and all of them trying to get into TM, and I'll have one giant with a gnat stinging it. I suppose, Janet said, that's another of the several reasons you want to tangle with Luddy head on. I want to meet him, yes, and I wouldn't mind hitting up against Blake Moffat from that position. They're moribund, they're calcified. As director of telemedia, I'll do my best to put them out of business. They probably expect that. Of course they do. One of their packets is enough for a year. I told Mrs. Frost that. As a competitor of Blake Moffat, I could run alongside them for years, hitting them now and then, getting hit in return. But as director of TM, we'll have a grandiose showdown. Once I'm in, there's no other way. Janet studied an exhibit of extinct flowers, poppies and lilies and gladioli and roses. When are you going to tell Mrs. Frost? I'll go over to her office tomorrow. She'll probably be expecting me. It's the last working day. Apparently she agrees with me on Blake Moffat. This should please her. But that's another thing only time will tell. The next morning he rented a little get-about from a dealer and drove from his housing unit to the committee building. Myron Mavis, he reflected, would be giving up his within walking distance apartment. Protocol required that a man lease close to his job. In the next week or so, it behooved him to ask for Mavis' setup. As director of TM, he would need to live the role. There was slight latitude, and he was already resigned to the strictures. It was the price paid for public service in the higher brackets. As soon as he entered the committee building, the front secretary passed him through. There was no waiting, and within 5 minutes he was being ushered into Mrs. Frost's private office. She rose graciously. Mr. Purcell, how nice. You're looking well. They shook hands. Is this a good time to talk to you? Excellent, Mrs. Frost said, smiling. Today she wore a trim brown suit of some crisp fabric unknown to him. Sit down. Thank you. He seated himself facing her. I see no point in waiting until the last moment. You've decided, Alan said. I'll accept the job, and I apologize for stringing it out. Waving her hand, Mrs. Frost dismissed his apology. You should have time. And then her face glowed in a swift, beaming warmth of delight. I'm so glad. Touched, he said. So am I, and he really meant it. When will you be ready to start? She laughed and held up her hands. Look at me, I'm as nervous as you. I want to start as soon as possible. He consulted with himself. It would take at least a week to wind up affairs at the agency. What about a week from Monday? She was disappointed, but she suppressed it. Yes, you should have that much time for the transfer. And perhaps we can get together socially, for dinner some evening, and for juggle. I'm quite a demon. I play every chance I get, and I'd like very much to meet your wife. Fine, Alan said, sharing her enthusiasm. We'll arrange that. 11. The dream, large and gray, hanging like the tatters of a web, gathered itself around him and hugged him greedily. He screamed, but instead of sounds there drifted out of him stars. The stars rose until they reached the panoply of web, and there they struck fast and were extinguished. He screamed again, and this time the force of his voice rolled him downhill. Crashing through dripping vines, he came to rest in a muddy trough, a furrow half clogged with water. The water, brackish, stung his nostrils, choking him. He gasped, floundered, crept against roots. It was a moist jungle of growing things in which he lay. The steaming hulks of plants pressed and shoved for water. They drank noisily, grew and expanded, split with a showering burst of particles. Around him the jungle altered through centuries of life. Moonlight strained through bulging leaves, drizzled gummy and yellow around him, as thick as syrup. And in the midst of the creeping plant pulp was an artificial structure. Toward it he struggled, reaching. The structure was flat, thin, with a brittle hardness. It was opaque. It was made of boards. Joy submerged him as he touched its side. He screamed, and this time the sound carried his body upward. He floated, drifted, clutched at the wood surface. His nails scrabbled and splinters pierced his flesh. With a metal wheel he sawed through the wood and stripped it away, husk-like, dropping it and stamping on it. The wood broke loudly, echoing in the dream silence. Behind the wood was stone. Gazing at the stone he felt awe. It had endured, it had not been carried away or destroyed. The stone loomed as he remembered it. No change had occurred, and that was very good. He felt the emotion all through him. He reached out and, bracing himself, plucked from the stone a round part of itself. Weighed down, he staggered off and plunged headfirst into the oozing warmth of plant pulp. For a time he lay gasping, his face pressed against slime. Once an insect walked across his cheek. Far off, something stirred mournfully. At last, with great effort, he roused himself and began searching. The round stone lay half buried in silt, at the edge of water. He found the metal wheel and cut away the groping roots. Then, bracing his knees, he lifted the stone and dragged it away, across a grassy hill so vast that it faded into infinity. At the end of the hill he dropped the stone, crashing into a little parked get-about. Nobody saw him. It was almost dawn. The sky, streaked with yellow, would soon be drained, would soon become a hazy gray through which the sun could beat. Getting into the front seat, he started up the steam pressure and drove carefully up the lane. The lane stretched out ahead of him, faintly damp, faintly luminous. On both sides housing units were jutting lumps of coal, oddly hardened organic substances. No light showed within them and nothing stirred. When he reached his own housing unit he parked the car, making no sound, and began lugging the stone up the rear ramp. It took a long time, and he was trembling and perspiring when he reached his own floor. And still nobody saw him. He unlocked his door and dragged the stone inside. Unhinged with relief, he sank down on the edge of the bed. It was over, he had done it. In her bed his wife stirred fretfully, sighed, turned over on her face. Janet did not wake up, nobody woke up. The city, the society, slept. Presently he removed his clothes and climbed into bed. He fell asleep almost at once, his mind and body free of all tension, every trouble. Dreamless like an amoeba, he too slept. 12 sunlight streamed through the bedroom, warm and pleasant. Beside Alan in the bed lay his wife, also warm and pleasant. Her hair had tumbled against his face, and now he turned to kiss her. Janet murmured, blinking. It's morning, time to get up. But he himself remained inert. He felt lazy. Contentment spread through him. Instead of getting up, he put his arm around Janet and hugged her. Did the tape go off? She asked drowsily. This is Saturday. We're in charge today. Caressing Janet's shoulder, he said, the pulsing fullness of firm flesh. Thank you, she murmured, yawning and stretching. Then she became serious. Alan, were you sick last night? Sitting up quickly, she said. Around 3 o'clock you got out of bed and went to the bathroom. You were gone a long time. How long? He had no memory of it. I fell asleep, so I can't say, but a long time. In any case, he felt fine now. You're thinking of earlier this week. You've got everything confused. No, it was last night, early this morning. Wide awake, she slid from the bed and onto her feet. You didn't go out, did you? He thought about it. There was some vague phantasmagoria in his mind, a confusion of dreamlike events. The taste of brackish water, the wet presence of plants. I was on a distant jungle planet, he decided, with torrid jungle priestesses whose breasts were like 2 cones of white marble. He tried to recall how the passage had read, bulging within the flimsy covering of her dress, peeking through. Panting with hot need. Exasperated, she caught hold of his arm and tugged. Get up, I'm ashamed of you, you adolescent. Alan got to his feet and began searching for his towel. His arms, he discovered, were stiff. He flexed and unflexed his muscles, rubbed his wrists, inspected a scratch. Did you cut yourself? Janet asked, alarmed. He had, and he noticed the suit he had left on a hanger the night before now lay in a chaotic tumble on the floor. Lifting it up, he spread it out on the bed and smoothed it. The suit was muddy and one trouser leg was torn. Outside in the hall, doors opened and tenants wandered out to form the bathroom line. Sleepy voices muttered. Shall I go first? Janet asked. Still examining his suit, he nodded. Go ahead. Thank you. She opened the closet and reached for a slip and dress. You're always so sweet to let me. Her voice trailed off. What is it? Alan. He bounded to the closet and lifted her aside. On the floor of the closet was a bronze thermoplastic head. The head stared nobly past him at a fixed point beyond. The head was huge, larger than life, a great solemn Dutch gargoyle head resting between pairs of shoes and the laundry bag. It was the head of Major Streiter. "Oh God," Janet whispered, her hands to her face. "Take it easy." He had never heard her blaspheme, and it added the final stamp of menace and collapse. "Go make sure the door's locked." "It is," she returned. "That's part of the statue, isn't it?" Her voice shrilled. "Last night you went and got it, that's where you were." The jungle hadn't been a dream. He had stumbled through the dark, deserted park, falling among the flowers and grass, getting up and going on until he came to the boarded-up statue. "How did you get it home?" she asked. "In the getabout." The same getabout, ironically, that he had rented to visit Sue Frost. "What'll we do?" Janet said monotonously, her face stricken, caved in by the calamity. "Alan, what'll happen? You get dressed and go wash." He began stripping off his pajamas. "And don't speak to anybody, not one damn word." She gave a muffled yip, then turned, caught up her robe and towel, and left. Alone, Alan selected an undamaged suit and dressed. By the time he was tying his necktie, he had remembered the night's sequence pretty much intact. "Then it's going to go on," Janet said, returning. "Lock the door. You're still doing it." Her voice was thick, suppressed. In the bathroom, she had swallowed a handful of sedatives and anti-anxiety pills. "It's not over." "No," he admitted. "Apparently it's not. What comes next?" "Don't ask me. I'm as mystified as you. You'll have to get rid of it." She came toward him accusingly. "You can't leave it lying around like part of a corpse. It's safe enough." Presumably no one had seen him, or, as before, he would already have been arrested. "And you took that job. You're this way, doing insane things like this, and you accepted that job. You weren't drunk last night, were you?" "No." "So that isn't it. What is it then?" "Ask Dr. Malpardo." He went to the phone and picked up the receiver. "Or maybe I will if he's there." He dialed. "Mental Health Resort," the friendly, bureaucratic voice answered. "Is Dr. Malpardo there today? This is a patient of his." "Dr. Malpard will be in at 8. Shall I have him call you?" "Who is calling, please?" "This is Mr. Coates," Alan said. "Tell Dr. Malpardo I'd like an emergency appointment. Tell him I'll be in at 8. I'll wait there until he can see me." In his office at the Mental Health Resort, Dr. Malpardo said with agitation, "What do you suppose happened?" "Let him in and ask him." Gretchen stood by the window drinking a cup of coffee. "Don't keep him out there in the lounge. He's pacing like an animal. You're both so. I don't have all my testing apparatus. Some of it's loaned to Healy's staff. He probably set fire to the committee building." "Don't be funny. Maybe he did. Ask him. I'm curious." "That night you bumped into him at the statue." He eyed his sister hostilely. "Did you know he had japed the statue?" "I knew somebody had." "No, I didn't know. What's the name you give him here?" She snatched up the dossier and leafed through it. "I was unaware that Mr. Coates was the japer. I went because I was interested. Nothing like that ever happened before." "Boring world, isn't it?" Malpardo strode down the corridor to the lounge and opened the door. "Mr. Coates, you may come in now." Mr. Coates followed him rapidly. His face was strained and set, and he glared straight ahead. "I'm glad you could see me. You told the receptionist that it's urgent." Malpardo ushered him into his office. "This is my sister, Gretchen, but you've already met." "Hello," Gretchen said, sipping her coffee. "What have you done this time?" Malpardo saw his patient flinch. "Sit down," Malpardo said, showing him to a chair. Mr. Coates went obediently, and Malpardo seated himself facing him. Gretchen remained at the window with her coffee cup. She obviously intended to stay. "Coffee?" she asked, to Malpardo's annoyance. "Black and hot. Real coffee, too, from vacuum tins and old U.S. Army Supply Depot. Here." She filled a cup and passed it to Mr. Coates, who accepted it. "Almost the last." "Very good," Mr. Coates murmured. "Now," Malpardo said, "I don't as a rule hold sessions this early, but in view of your extreme—" "I stole the statue's head," Mr. Coates interrupted. "Last night about 3 a.m. Extraordinary," Malpardo thought. "I took it home, hid it in the closet. This morning Janet found it, and I called you." "Do you," Malpardo hesitated, "have any plans for it?" "None that I'm aware of," Gretchen said. "I wonder what the market value would be." "To help you," Malpardo said, glancing irritably at his sister, "I must first gather information about your mind. I must learn its potentialities. Therefore I ask you to submit to a series of tests, the purpose of which is to determine your various psychic capacities." His patient looked dubious. "Is that necessary? The cause of your complex may lie outside the ordinary human range. It's my personal belief that you contain a unique psychological element." He dimmed the office lights. "You're familiar with the ESP deck," Mr. Coates made a faint motion. "I am going to examine 5 cards," Malpardo said. "You will not see their faces, only the backs. As I study them one by one, I want you to tell me what each is. Are you ready to start?" Mr. Coates made an even fainter motion. "Good." Malpardo drew a star card. He concentrated. "Do you receive an impression?" Mr. Coates said. "Circle." That was wrong, and Malpardo went on to the next. "What is this one?" "Square." The telepathy test was a failure, and Malpardo indicated so on his check sheet. "Now," he stated, "we'll try a different test. This will not involve the reading of my mind." He shuffled the deck and laid 5 cards face down on the desk. "Study their backs and tell me each one in order." His patient got 1 out of the 5. "We'll leave the deck for a moment." Malpardo brought out the dice-rolling cage and set it into motion. "Observe these dice. They fall in a random pattern. I want you to concentrate on a particular showing, 7 or 5, anything that can come up." His patient concentrated on the dice for 15 minutes. At the end of that time, Malpardo compared the showing with the statistical tables. No significant change could be observed. "Back to the cards," Malpardo said, gathering up the deck. "We'll give you a test for precognition. In this test, I'll ask you what card I'm about to select." He laid the deck down and waited. "Circle," Mr. Coates said listlessly. Malpardo handed his sister the check sheet, and he kept the precog test going for almost an hour. At the end of that time, his patient was surly and exhausted, and the results were inconclusive. "The cards don't lie," Gretchen quoted, handing back the sheet. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean go on to the next test." "Mr. Coates," Malpardo said, "do you feel able to continue?" His patient blearily raised his head. "Is this getting us anywhere?" "I think it is. It's clear that you don't possess any of the usual extrasensory talents. It's my hunch that you're a Psi plus. Your talent is of a less common nature." "Eep," Gretchen said tartly. Extrasensory perception." "The first of this series," Malpardo said, ignoring her, "will involve the projection of your will on another human." He unfolded his blackboard and chalk stick. "As I stand here, you concentrate on forcing me to write certain numbers. It should be your will superimposed over mine." Time passed. Finally, feeling a few vague tendrils of psychic will, Malpardo wrote 369. "Wrong," Mr. Coates murmured. "I was thinking 7,842. "Now," Malpardo said, setting out a small gray stone, "I want you to duplicate this inorganic matter. Try to summon a replica immediately tangent to it." That test was a failure, too. Disappointed, Malpardo put the stone away. "Now levitation. Mr. Coates, I want you to close your eyes and attempt, psychically, to lift yourself from the floor." Mr. Coates attempted without result. "Next," Malpardo said, "I want you to place your open palm against the wall behind you. Push, and at the same time, concentrate on passing your hand between the molecules of the wall." The hand failed to pass between the molecules. "This time," Malpardo said gamely, "we'll attempt to measure your ability to communicate with lower life forms." A lizard in a box was brought out. "Stand with your head near the lid. See if you can tune into the lizard's mental pattern." There was no result. "Maybe the lizard has no mental pattern," Mr. Coates said. "Nonsense." Malpardo's annoyance was growing wildly. He brought forth a hare resting in a dish of water. "See if you can animate the hare. Try to transform it into a worm." Mr. Coates failed. "Were you really trying?" Gretchen asked. Mr. Coates smiled. "Very hard." "I should think that would be easy enough," she said. "There's not much difference between a hare and a worm on a cloudy day." "Now," Malpardo broke in, "we'll test your ability to heal." He had noticed the scratch on Alan's wrist. "Direct your psychic powers toward that damaged tissue. Try to restore it to health." The scratch remained. "Too bad," Gretchen said. "That would be a useful one." Malpardo, overcome by abandon, brought out a water wand and asked his patient to divine. A bowl of water was skillfully hidden, and Mr. Coates lumbered about the office. The wand did not dip. "Bad wood," Gretchen said. Depressed, Malpardo examined the list of remaining tests: ability to contact spirits of the dead, capacity to transmute lead into gold, ability to assume alternate forms, ability to create rain of vermin, and or filth, power to kill or damage at a distance. "I have a feeling," he said finally, "that due to fatigue you're growing subconsciously uncooperative. Therefore it's my decision that we defer the balance of the tests to some other time." Gretchen asked Mr. Coates, Can you kindle fire? Can you slay 7 with one blow? Can your father lick my father? I can steal, the patient said. That's not much. Anything else? He reflected. Afraid that's all. Getting to his feet, he said to Malpardo, I assume the Monday appointment is void. You're leaving. Well, he said, there's no point sticking around here. He reached for the doorknob. We haven't got anywhere. And you won't be coming back. At the door he paused. Probably not, he decided. At the moment all he wanted to do was go home. If I change my mind, I'll call you. He started to pull the door shut. That was when all the lights went out around him. 13 rumble rumble. The bus lifted from the stop and continued across rooftops. Houses sparkled beneath in planned patterns, separated by lawns. A swimming pool lay like a blue eye. But he noticed the pool far below was not perfectly round. At one end the tiles formed a patio. He saw tables, beach umbrellas, tiny shapes where people reclining at leisure. 4, the bus said metallically. A woman rose and found the rear door. The bus lowered to the stop, the door slithered aside, the woman stepped down. Watch your step, the bus said. Exit by the rear. It ascended and again houses sparkled beneath. Next to Alan, the large gentleman mopped his forehead. Warm day. Yes, Alan agreed. To himself he said, say nothing, do nothing, don't even move. You hold this a minute, young fellow, like to tie my shoe. The large gentleman passed his armload of bundles across. Go shopping, you have to lug it home, that's the gimmick. 5, the bus said. Nobody got up, so the bus continued. Below, a shopping section was visible, a clump of bright stores. They say shop near home, the large gentleman said, but you can save money if you go downtown. Sales, you know. They buy in quantity. Out of a long paper bag he lifted a jacket. Nice, eh? Real cow. He showed Alan a can of wax. Got to keep it moist or it cracks. Rain's bad for it. Another gimmick, but you can't have everything. Exit by the rear, the bus said. No smoking. Step to the back, please. More houses passed beneath. You feel all right? The large gentleman asked. Seems to me you look like you might have a touch of sunstroke. A lot of people, they go out in the sun on a hot day like this. Don't know any better, he chuckled. Feel cold, nauseated. Yes, Alan said. Probably been running around playing court. You a pretty good courtist. He sized Alan up. Good shoulders, arms, young fellow like you probably be right-wing. Eh? Not yet, Alan said. He looked through the window of the bus and then down through the transparent floor at the city. Into his mind came the thought that he didn't even know where to get off. He didn't know where he was going or why or where he was now. He was not in the health resort. That was the sole fact, and he took hold of it and made it the hub of his new universe. He made it the reference point, and he began to creep cautiously from there. This was not the Morec society, because there were no swimming pools and wide lawns and separate houses and glass-bottomed buses in the Morec society. There were no people basking in the sun in the middle of the day. There was no game called court. And this was not a vast historical exhibit such as the 20th century house in the museum, because he could see the date on the magazine being read across the aisle, and it was the right month and year. Can I ask you something? He said to the large gentleman. Surely. The large gentleman beamed. What's the name of this town? The large gentleman's face changed color. Why, this is Chicago. 6, the bus said. 2 young women got up and the bus lowered to let them off. Exit at the rear. No smoking, please. Alan got up, squeezed to the aisle, and followed the women from the bus. The air smelled fresh, full of the nearness of trees. He took a deep breath, walked a few steps, halted. The bus had let him off in a residential section. Only houses were visible, set along wide, tree-lined streets. Children were playing, and on the lawn of one house a girl was sunbathing. Her body was quite tan, and her breasts were highly upraised, and her nipples were a pretty pastel pink. If anything proved his separation from the Morec society, it was the naked young lady stretched out on the grass. He had never seen anything like it. In spite of himself, he walked that way. What are you looking at? The girl asked, her head on her folded arms, face up in the deep green lawn. I'm lost. It was the first thing that entered his mind. This is Holly Street and the cross street is Glen. Where do you want to be? I want to be home, he said. Where's that? I don't know. Look at your ident card, in your wallet. He reached into his coat and brought out his wallet. The card was there, a strip of plastic with words and numbers punched into it. 2319 Pepper Lane, that was his address, and above it was his name. He read that too. Coates John B. I slipped over, he said. Over what? She raised her head. Bending down, he showed her the ident card. "Look, it says John Coates, but my name's Alan Purcell. I picked the name Coates at random." He ran his thumb across the raised plastic, feeling it. The girl sat up and tucked her bare, deeply tanned legs under her. Her breasts, even as she sat, remained up-tilted. Her nipples projected prettily. "Very interesting," she said. "Now I'm Mr. Coates." "Then what happened to Alan Purcell?" She smoothed her hair back and smiled up. "He must be back there," Mr. Coates said. "But I'm Alan Purcell," Alan said. "It doesn't make sense." Sliding to her feet, the girl put a hand on his shoulder and guided him to the sidewalk. "On the corner is a cab box. Ask the cab to take you home. Pepper Lane is about 2 miles from here. Do you want me to call it for you?" "No," he said. "I can do it." He set off along the pavement looking for the cab box. Never having seen one, he walked past it. "There," the girl called, hands cupped to her mouth. Nodding, he pulled the switch. A moment later, the cab dropped to the pavement beside him and said, "Where to, sir?" The trip took only a minute. The cab landed, he pushed coins into its slot, and then he was standing before a house. His house. The house was big, imposing, dominating a ridge of cedars and peppers. Sprinklers hurled water across the sloping lawns on both sides of the brick path. In the rear was a garden of dahlias and wisteria, a tumbling patch of deep red and purple. On the front porch was a baby. An agile sitter perched on the railing nearby, its lens monitoring. The baby noticed Mr. Coates. Smiling, it reached up its arm and burbled. The front door, solid hard wood with brass inlay, was wide open. From within the house drifted the sounds of music, a jazzy dance band. He entered. The living room was deserted. He examined the rug, the fireplace, the piano, and he recognized it from his research. Reaching, he plinked a few notes. Then he wandered into the dining room. A large mahogany table filled the center. On the table was a vase of iris. Along 2 walls were a line of mounted plates, glazed and ornate. He inspected them and then passed on into a hall. Broad stairs led up. He gazed up, saw a landing and opened doors, then turned toward the kitchen. The kitchen overwhelmed him. It was long, gleaming white, and it contained every kind of appliance he had heard of and some he had not. On the immense stove a meal was cooking, and he peered into a pot, sniffing. Lamb, he decided. While he was sniffing, there was a noise behind him. The back door opened and a woman entered, breathless and flushed. "Darling," she exclaimed, hurrying to him. "When did you get home?" She was dark, with tumbles of hair bouncing against her shoulders. Her eyes were huge and intense. She wore shorts and a halter and sandals. She was Gretchen Malparto. The clock on the mantel read 4:30. Gretchen had drawn the drapes and the living room was in shadow. Now she paced about, smoking, gesturing jerkily. She had changed to a print skirt and peasant blouse. The baby, whom Gretchen called Donna, was upstairs in her crib asleep. "Something's wrong," Gretchen repeated. "I wish you'd tell me what it is. Damn it, do I have to beg?" Turning, she faced him defiantly. "Johnny, this isn't like you." He lay on the couch, stretched out, a gin sling in one hand. Above him the ceiling was a mild green, and he contemplated it until Gretchen's voice shattered at him. "Johnny, for Christ's sake," he roused himself. "I'm right here, I'm not standing outdoors. Tell me what happened." She came over and settled on the arm of the couch. "Is it because of what happened Wednesday?" "What happened Wednesday?" He was, in a detached way, interested. "At Frank's party, when you found me upstairs with—" She looked away. "I forget his name. The tall, blonde-haired one. You seemed mad, you were a little this way. Is that it? I thought we agreed not to interfere with each other." "Or do you want it to work just one way?" he asked. "How long have we been married?" "This is a lecture, I suppose," she sighed. "Go ahead, then it's my turn. Just answer my question." "I forget." Meditating, he said. "I thought wives always knew." "Oh, come off it." She pulled away and stalked over to the phonograph. "Let's eat. I'll have it serve us. Or do you want to go out for dinner? Maybe you'll feel better where there's people instead of cooped up here." He didn't feel cooped up. Where he lay, he could see most of the downstairs of the house. Room after room, like living in an office building, renting a whole floor, 2 floors, and in the back of the house in the garden was a 3-room guest cottage. In fact, he felt nothing at all. The gin sling had anesthetized him. "Care to buy a head?" he asked her. "I don't understand." "A stone head, bronze thermoplastic to be absolutely accurate, responds to cutting tools. Doesn't that ring a bell? You thought the job was quite original." "Rave away," he said. "A year, 2 years approximately." We were married in April 2110, so it must be 4 years. That's a good long time, he said. Mrs. Coates. Yes, Mr. Coates. And this house, he liked the house. This house, Gretchen said fiercely, belonged to your mother, and I'm sick of hearing about it. I wish we had never moved here. I wish we had sold the goddamn thing. We could have got a good price 2 years ago. Now real estate's down. It'll go up. It always does. Glaring at him, Gretchen strode across the living room to the hall. I'll be upstairs changing for dinner. Tell it to serve. Serve, he said. With a snort of exasperation, Gretchen left. He heard the click of her heels on the stairs, and then that too faded. The house was lovely. It was spacious, luxuriously furnished, solidly built, and modern. It would last a century. The garden was full of flowers, and the freezer was full of food. Like heaven, he thought. Like a vision of the after-reward for all the years of public service, for all the sacrifice and struggle, bickerings and Mrs. Birmingham, the ordeal of the block meetings, the tension and sternness of the Morec society. A part of him reached out to this, and he knew what that part was named. John Coates was now in his own world, and it was the antithesis of Morec. Close to his ear, a voice said, "There remains some island of ego." A second voice, a woman S, said, "But submerged." Totally withdrawn, the man said. The shock of failure when the site testing collapsed. He was at the edge of the resort starting back out, and he couldn't. The woman asked, "Isn't there a better solution?" He needed one at that instant. He couldn't return to Morec, and he had found no help at the resort. For that I'm partly to blame. I wasted time on the testing. You thought it would help. The woman seemed to be moving nearer. Can he hear us? I doubt it. There's no way to tell. Catalepsy is complete, so he can't signal. How long will it last? Hard to say. Days, weeks, maybe the balance of his life. Malpardo's voice seemed to recede, and he strained to catch it. Maybe we should inform his wife. Can you tell anything about his inner world? Gretchen, too, was dimming. What kind of fantasy is he lost in? An escape? The voice vanished, then momentarily returned. Time will tell. It was gone. Struggling from the couch, Mr. John Coates shouted, "Did you hear them?" "Did you?" At the top of the stairs, Gretchen appeared, hairbrush in one hand, stockings over her arm. "What's the matter?" he appealed in despair. "It was you and your brother. Couldn't you hear them? This is a—" he broke off. "A what?" She came calmly downstairs. "What are you talking about?" A pool had formed where his drink glass had fallen. He bent down to sop it up. "I have news for you," he said. "This isn't real. I'm sick. This is a psychotic retreat." "I'm surprised at you," she said. "Really, I am. You sound like a college sophomore. Solipsism, skepticism, Bishop Berkeley, all that ultimate reality stuff." As his fingers touched the drink glass, the wall behind it vanished. Still stooping, he saw out into the world beyond. He saw the street, other houses. He was afraid to lift his head. The mantel and fireplace, the rug and deep chairs, even the lamp and bric-a-brac, all were gone. Only a void, emptiness. "There it is," Gretchen said, "right by your hand." He saw no glass now. It had vanished with the room. In spite of himself, he turned his head. There was nothing behind him. Gretchen was gone, too. He was standing alone in emptiness. Only the next house, a long way off, remained. Along the street a car moved, followed by a second. At a neighboring house a curtain was drawn. Darkness was descending everywhere. "Gretchen," he said. There was no response. Only silence. 14. He closed his eyes and willed. He imagined the room. He pictured Gretchen, the coffee table, the package of cigarettes, the lighter beside it. He pictured the ashtray, the drapes, the couch and phonograph. When he opened his eyes, the room was back. But Gretchen was gone. He was alone in the house. The shades were all down, and he had a deep intuition of lateness. As if he thought time had passed. A clock on the mantel read 8:30. Had 4 whole hours gone by? 4 hours. "Gretchen," he said experimentally. He went to the stairs and started up. Still no sign of her. The house was warm, the air pleasant and fresh. Somewhere an automatic heating unit functioned. A room to his right was her bedroom. He glanced in. The small ivory clock on the dressing table did not read 8:30. It read 4:45. Gretchen had overlooked it. She had not set it forward with the one downstairs. Instantly he was running back downstairs, 2 steps at a time. The voices had reached him as he lay on the couch. Kneeling, he pressed his hands over the fabric, across the arms and back, under the cushions. Finally, he dragged the couch away from the wall. The first speaker was mounted within a coil of backspring. A second and then a third were concealed under the rug. They were as flat as paper. He estimated that at least a dozen speakers had been mounted throughout the room. Since Gretchen had been upstairs, the control unit was undoubtedly there. Again he climbed the stairs and entered her bedroom. At first he failed to recognize it. The control lay in plain sight on the woman's dressing table with the jars and tubes and packages of cosmetics, the hairbrush. He picked it up and rotated the plastic handle. From downstairs boomed a man's voice. "There remains some island of ego," Gretchen's voice answered, "but submerged. Totally withdrawn," Malpardo continued. The shock, Alan snapped the handle back and the voices departed. The tape transport, mounted somewhere in the walls of the house, had halted in the middle of its cycle. Downstairs again he searched for the means by which Gretchen had dissolved the house. When he found it, he was chagrined. The unit was built into the fireplace in open view, one of the many comfort-making gadgets. He pressed the stud and the room around him with its furnishings and rich textures seeped away. The outside world remained. Houses, the street, the sky, a glimmer of stars. The device was a mere romantic gadget for long, dull evenings. Gretchen was an active girl. In a closet under a heap of blankets, he found a newspaper used as a shelf liner. It was empirical proof. The newspaper was the Vega Sentinel. He was not in a fantasy world. He was on the fourth planet of the Vega system. He was on Otherworld, the permanent refuge maintained by the mental health resort. Maintained for persons who had come not for therapy, but for sanctuary. Finding the phone, he dialed 0. "Number please," the operator said, the faint, tinny, and terribly reassuring voice. "Give me one of the space ports," he said. "Anyone that has intersystem service." A series of clicks, buzzes, and then he was connected with the ticket office. A methodical male voice on the other end of the wire said, "Yes, sir, what can I do for you?" "What's the fare to Earth?" He wondered in a stricken way just how long he had been here. "A week, a month, one way first class." $930 plus 20% luxury tax. The voice was without emotion. He had no such money. "What's the next system in order? Serious. How much is that?" He didn't have over $50 in his wallet, and this planet was under the jurisdiction of the health resort. It had acquired it with its deed. "One way first class, tax included, comes to $742. He calculated. "What's it cost to phone Earth?" The ticket agent said, "You'll have to ask the phone company, mister. That's not our business." When he had gotten the operator again, Alan said, "I'd like to place a call to Earth." "Yes, sir." She did not seem surprised. "What number, sir?" He gave Telemedia's number and then the number on the phone he was using. It was as simple as that. After several minutes of buzzing, the operator said, "I'm sorry, sir. Your party does not answer." "What time is it there?" A moment and then, "In that time zone it is 3 a.m., sir." In a husky voice he said, "Look, I've been kidnapped. I have to get out of here back to Earth." "I suggest you call one of the intersystem transport fields, sir," the operator said. "All I've got is $50. "I'm sorry, sir. I can connect you with one of the fields if you wish." He hung up. There was no point staying in the house, but he lingered long enough to type out a note with a vengeance. He left the note in the middle of the coffee table where Gretchen would be sure to see it. "Dear Mrs. Coates, you remember Molly. Damned if I didn't run into her at the brass poker. Says she's pregnant, but you know how that kind are. Think I better stay with her until we can get her a you-know-what. Expensive, but it's the price you pay." He signed it Johnny and then left the house. Otherworld had plenty of roving taxis, and within 5 minutes he was in the downtown business district with its lights and flow of people. At the spaceport, a full-size ship stood upright on its tail. He guessed, with almost frenzied despair, that it was in the process of leaving for the next system. A line of supply trucks dashed back and forth. The ship was already in the final stages of loading. Paying off the taxi, he tramped across the gravel parking lot of the field down the street until he arrived at a syndrome of life, a restaurant doing an active business, full of patrons and noise and chatter. Feeling like a fool, he buttoned his coat up around him and strode through the doorway to the cashier. "Put up your hands, lady," he said, jutting out his pocket. "Before I put a McAllister heat beam through your head." The girl gasped, raised her hands, opened her mouth and gave a terrified bleat. Patrons at nearby tables glanced up in disbelief. "Okay," Alan said in a normally loud voice. "Now let's have the money. Push it across the counter before I blow out your brains with my McAllister heat beam." "Oh dear," the girl said. From behind him, two other-world police wearing helmets and crisp blue uniforms appeared and grabbed his arms. The girl flopped out of sight and Alan's hand was yanked from his pocket. "A noose," one cop said. "A super noose. It's troublemakers like this ruin a clean neighborhood." "Let go of me," Alan said, "before I blow off your heads with my McAllister heat beam." "Buddy," one of the cops said as they dragged him from the restaurant, "this cancels the resort's obligations to succor you. You've shown your unreliability by committing a felony." "I'll blow all of you to bits," Alan said as they bundled him into the police car. "This heat beam talks. Get his ident." A cop snatched Alan's wallet. "John B. Coates, 2319 Pepper Lane." "Well, Mr. Coates, you've had your chance. Now you're on your way back to Morec. How does that sound?" "You won't live to send me back," Alan said. The car was sprinting toward the field and the big ship was still there. "I'll get you, you'll see." The car, flying a foot above the gravel, turned onto the field and made directly for the ship. The siren came on, field attendants stopped work and watched. "Tell them to hold it," one of the cops said. He got out a microphone and contacted the field's tower. "Another super noose, open up the Fleabee." In a matter of seconds the car had come alongside the ship, the doors had united, and Alan was in the hands of the ship's sheriff. "Welcome back to Morec," a rundown fellow super noose muttered, as Alan was deposited beside him in the restricted area. "Thanks," Alan said with relief. "It's good to be back." Now he was wondering if he would reach Earth by Sunday. On Monday morning his job at Telemedia started. Had he lost too much time? Whoosh, the floor went. The ship was rising. 15 The trip began Wednesday night, and by Sunday night he was back on Earth. The notation was arbitrary, of course, but the interval was real. Tired, sweaty, Alan emerged from the ship and back into the Morec society. The field was not far from the spire and his housing unit, but he balked at the idea of walking. It seemed unnecessarily strict. The supplicants in other worlds showed no sign of degeneracy because they rode buses. Going into a phone booth at the field, he called Janet. "Oh," she gasped. "They released you. You're all right," he asked. "What did Malpardo tell you?" "They said you had gone to Otherworld for treatment. They said you might be there several weeks." Now it made even more sense. In several weeks he would have lost his directorship and his status in the Morec world. After that it wouldn't matter if he discovered the hoax or not. Without a lease, without a job, he would fairly well have to remain on Vega 4. "Did he say anything about you joining me?" There was a hasty flutter from the phone. "Why, yes, he did. He said you'd adjust to Otherworld, but if you couldn't adjust to this, then..." "I didn't adjust to Otherworld. Just a lot of people lounging around sunbathing. Is that getabout still there? The one I rented?" Janet, it developed, had returned the getabout to the rental outfit. The charge was steep and the health resort had already begun to tap his salary. Somehow that seemed to complete the outrage. The resort, in the guise of helping him, had kidnapped him and then billed him for services rendered. "I'll get another." He started to hang up, then asked, "Has Mrs. Frost been around?" "She phoned several times." That sounded ominous. "What'd you tell her?" "That my mind gave out and I fled to the resort." "I said you were winding up your affairs and couldn't be disturbed." Janet breathed huskily into the phone, deafening him. "Alan, I'm so glad you're back. I was so worried." "How many pills did you swallow?" "Well, quite a few. I couldn't sleep." He hung up, dug out another quarter, and dialed Sue Frost's personal number. After a time she answered, the familiar, calm, dignified voice. "This is Alan," he said. "Alan Purcell. I just wanted to check with you. Things coming along all right at your end?" "Mr. Purcell," she said harshly, "be at my apartment in 10 minutes. This an order is." Click. He stared at the dead phone. Then he left the phone booth and started walking. The Frost apartment directly overlooked the spire, as did the apartments of all committee secretaries. Alan took a reassuring breath and then climbed the stairs. A clean shirt, a bath, and a long rest would have helped, but there was no time for luxuries. And he could, of course, pass his appearance off as the effects of a week or so spent closing down business. He had been slaving night and day at the agency, trying to get all the loose ends to come out. With that in mind, he rang Mrs. Frost's doorbell. "Come in." She stood aside and he entered. In the single room sat Myron Mavis looking weary and Ida Pease Hoyt looking grim and formal. "Hello," Alan said, with a strong sense of doom. "Now," Mrs. Frost said, coming around in front of him. "Where have you been? You weren't at your agency. We checked there a number of times. We even sent a bonded representative to sit in with your staff. A Mr. Pryor is operating Alan Purcell, Inc. during your absence." Alan wondered if he should lie or tell the truth. He decided to lie. The Morc Society couldn't bear the truth. It would punish him and keep on going. And somebody else would be named director of TM, a creature of Blake Moffat. "Harry Pryor is acting administrator," he said. "As Myron here is acting director of TM until I take over. Are you trying to say I've been on salary the last week?" That certainly wasn't so. "The understanding was clear enough. I go to work next Monday, tomorrow. This past week has been my own. TM has no more claim over me this past week than it had last year." "The point," Mrs. Frost began, and then the doorbell sounded. "Excuse me, this should be them now." When the door opened, Tony Blake from Blake Moffat entered. Behind him was Fred Luddy, a briefcase under his arm. "Good evening, Sue," Tony Blake said agreeably. He was a portly, well-dressed man in his late 50s with snow-white hair and rimless glasses. "Evening, Myron. This is an honor, Mrs. Hoyt. Evening, Alan. Glad to see you back." Luddy said nothing. They all seated themselves, facing one another, swapping tension and hauteur. Alan was acutely aware of his baggy suit and unstarched shirt. By the minute, he looked less like an overworked businessman and more like a college radical from the age of waste. "To continue," Mrs. Frost said. "Mr. Purcell, you were not at your agency as your wife told us. At first we were puzzled because we believed there was going to be mutual confidence between us. Seemed odd that a situation of this sort, with you dropping mysteriously out of sight and these vague evasions and denials by your—" "Now look here," Alan said. "You're not addressing a metazoon and a mammal. You're addressing a human being who's a citizen of the Morc Society. Either you speak to me civilly or I leave now. I'm tired and I'd like to get some sleep. I'll leave it up to you." Curtly, Mrs. Hoyt said. "He's quite right, Sue. Stop playing boss, and for heaven's sake get that righteous look off your face. Leave that to God." "Perhaps you don't have confidence in me," Mrs. Frost answered, turning. "Should we settle that first?" Sprawled out in his chair, Myron Mavis snickered. "Yes, I'd like this one better. Do settle it first, Sue." Mrs. Frost became flustered. "Really, this whole thing is getting out of hand. Why don't I fix coffee?" She arose. "And there's a little brandy if nobody feels it's contrary to public interest." "We're sinking," Mavis said, grinning across at Alan. "Glub, glub." Under the waves of sin. The tension ebbed and both Blake and Luddy began shuffling, conferring, murmuring. Luddy put on his horn-rimmed glasses and two serious heads were bent over the contents of his briefcase. Mrs. Frost went to the hot plate and put on the coffee maker. Still seated, Mrs. Hoyt regarded a spot on the floor and spoke to no one. As always, she wore heavy furs, dark stockings, and low-heeled shoes. Alan had a great deal of respect for her. He knew her for an adroit manipulator. "You're related to Major Streiter," he said. "Isn't that what I've heard?" Mrs. Hoyt favored him with a look. "Yes, Mr. Purcell. The Major was a progenitor on my father's side." "Terrible about the statue," Blake put in. "Imagine an outbreak like that. It defies description." Alan had forgotten about the statue, and the head. It was still in the closet unless Janet had done something with it. No wonder she had gulped down bottles of pills. The head had been there with her all during the week. "Catch him," Luddy said with vigor. "Or them. Personally, it's my conviction that an organized gang is involved." "There's something almost satanic in it," Sue Frost said. "Stealing the head that way, coming back a few days later and right in front of the police stealing it and taking it heaven knows where. I wonder if it'll ever turn up." She located cups and saucers. When the coffee had been served, the discussion took up where it had left off, but moderation prevailed. Cooler heads were at work. "Certainly there's no reason to quarrel," Mrs. Frost said. "I suppose I was upset. Honestly, Alan, look at the spot you put us in. Last Sunday, a week ago, I picked up the phone and called your apartment. I wanted to catch you with your wife so we could decide on our juggle evening." "I'm sorry," Alan murmured, scrutinizing the wall and mentally twiddling his thumbs. In some ways this was the worst part, the rhetoric of apology. "Would you like to tell us what happened?" Mrs. Frost continued. Her savoir-faire had returned, and she smiled with her usual grace and charm. "Consider this a friendly inquiry. We're all your friends, even Mr. Luddy." "What's the Blake Moffat team doing here?" he asked. "I can't see how this concerns them." Maybe I'm being overly blunt, but this seems to be a matter between you and me and Mrs. Hoyt. A pained exchange of glances informed him that there was more to it, as if the presence of Blake and Luddy hadn't said that already. "Come on, Sue," Mrs. Hoyt rumbled in her gravelly voice. "When we couldn't get in touch with you," Mrs. Frost went on, "we had a conference and we decided to sit on it. After all, you're a grown man, but then Mr. Blake called us. TM has done a great deal of business with Blake Moffat over the years, and we all know one another. Mr. Blake showed us some disturbing material and we—" "What material?" Alan demanded. "Let us have a look at it," Blake answered. "It's here, Purcell. Don't get upset, all in due time." He tossed some papers over and Alan caught them. While he examined them, Mrs. Frost said, "I'd like to ask you, Alan, as a personal friend. Never mind those papers, I'll tell you what it is. You haven't separated from your wife, have you? You haven't had a quarrel you'd rather keep quiet, something that's come up between you that means a more or less permanent altercation. Is that what this is about?" He felt as if he had been dipped in sheer cold. It was one of those eternal blind alleys that Morc warriors got themselves into. Divorce, scandal, sex, other women, the whole confused gamut of marital difficulty. "Naturally," Mrs. Hoyt said, "it would be incumbent on you to refuse the directorship under such circumstances. A man in such a high position of trust, well, you're familiar with the rest." The papers in his hands danced in a jumble of words, phrases, dates, and locations. He gave up and tossed them aside. "Blake's got documentation on this. They were after him, but they had got themselves onto a false lead, luckily for him. Let's hear it." Blake cleared his throat and said, "2 weeks ago you worked alone at your agency. At 8:30 you locked up and left. You walked at random, entered a commissary, then returned to the agency and took a ship. What then?" He wondered how far they had gone. "Then you eluded pursuit. We weren't equipped to follow. I went to Hokkaido, asked my block warden. I drank 3 glasses of wine, came home, fell on the front steps. It's all a matter of record. I was brought up and exonerated." "So," Blake nodded. "Well then, it's our contention that you met a woman, that you had met her before, that you have willingly and knowingly committed adultery with this woman. Thus collapses the juvenile system," Alan said bitterly. "Here ends empirical evidence. Back comes witch-burning, hysterics, and innuendo." "You left your agency," Blake continued, "on Tuesday of that week to make a phone call from a public booth. It was a call you couldn't make in your office for fear of being overheard. To this girl. They were ingenious at least, and they probably believed it. What's the girl's name?" "Grace Maldini," Blake said. "About 24 years old, standing 5'5", weighing about 125. Dark hair, dark skin, presumably of Italian extraction." It was Gretchen, of course. Now he was really perplexed. "On Thursday morning you were 2 hours late to work. You walked off and were lost along the commute lanes. You deliberately chose routes through the thickest traffic." "Conjecture," Alan said, but it had been true. He was on his way to the health resort. Grace Maldini. What on earth was that about? "On Saturday morning of that week," Blake continued, "you did the same thing. You shook off anybody who might have been following you and met this girl at an unknown point. You did not return to your apartment that day. That night, a week ago yesterday, you boarded an interest ship in the company of the girl who registered herself as Miss Grace Maldini. You registered under the name John Coates. When the ship reached Centaurus, you and the girl transferred to a second ship, and again you shook monitoring. You did not return to Earth during the entire week. It was within that period that your wife described you as completing work at your agency. This evening, about 30 minutes ago, you stepped off an interest ship, dressed as you are now, entered a phone booth, and then came here." They were all looking at him, waiting with interest. This was an ultimate block meeting, avid curiosity, the need to hear every lurid detail. And with that, the solemn Morc of duty. At least he knew how he had been gotten from Earth to other world. Malparto's therapeutic drugs had kept him docile, while Gretchen thought up names and made the arrangements. 4 days in her company, the first emergence of John Coates. "Produce the girl," Alan said. Nobody spoke. "Where is she?" They could look forever for Grace Maldini, and without her it was so much hearsay. "Let's see her. Where does she live? What's her lease? Where does she work? Where is she right now?" Blake produced a photograph, and Alan examined it. A blurred print, he and Gretchen seated side by side in large chairs. Gretchen was reading a magazine and he was asleep. Taken on the ship, no doubt, from the other end of the lounge. Incredible, he mocked. There I am and a woman sitting next to me. Myron Mavis took the picture, studied it, and sneered. Not worth a cent, not worth the merest particle of a rusty Mexican cent, take it back. Mrs. Hoyt said thoughtfully, Myron's right, this isn't proof of anything. Why did you assume the name Coates? Luddy spoke up. If you're so innocent, prove that too, Mavis said. This is ridiculous. I'm going home, I'm tired, and Purcell looks tired. Tomorrow is Monday, and you know what that means for all of us. Mrs. Frost arose, folded her arms, and said to Alan, we all agree it isn't remotely possible to call this material proof, but it's disturbing. Evidently you did make these phone calls, you did go somewhere out of the ordinary, you have been gone the last week. What you tell me I'll believe, so will Mrs. Hoyt. Mrs. Hoyt inclined her head. Have you left your wife? Mrs. Frost asked. One simple question, yes or no? No, he said, and it was really actually true. There was no lie involved. He looked her straight in the eye. No adultery, no affair, no secret love. I went to Hokkaido and got material. I phoned a male friend, some friend. I visited the same friend. This last week has been an unfortunate involvement in circumstances beyond my control, growing out of my retiring from my agency and accepting the directorship. My motives and actions have been in the public interest, and my conscience is totally clear. Mrs. Hoyt said, let the boy go so he can take a bath and get some sleep. Her hand out, Sue Frost approached Alan. I'm sorry, I am, you know that. They shook, and Alan said, tomorrow morning at 8. Fine, she smiled sheepishly. But we had to check. A charge of this sort, you understand. He did. Turning to Blake and Luddy, who were stuffing their material back in its briefcase, Alan said, Packet number 355, be faithful husband the victim of old women living in the housing unit who cook up a kettle of filth and then get it tossed in their faces. Hurriedly, glancing down, Blake murmured good nights and departed. Luddy followed after him. Alan wondered how long the false lead would keep him alive. 16. His new office at Telemedia had been cleaned, swept, repainted, and his desk had been moved from the agency as a gesture of continuity. By 10 o'clock Monday morning, Alan had got the feel of things. He had sat in the big swivel chair, used the pencil sharpener, stood before the one-way viewing wall, covertly surveyed his building-sized staff. While he was stabilizing himself, Myron Mavis, looking as if he hadn't gone to bed, appeared to wish him luck. Not a bad layout, Mavis said. Gets plenty of sunlight, good air, very healthy, look at me. I hope you're not selling your hoofs for glue, Alan said, feeling humble. Not for a while, come on. Mavis guided him out of the office. I'll introduce you to the staff. They squeezed past the bundles of congratulatory flowers along the corridor. The reek of cryptoflora assailed them, and Alan halted to examine cards. Like a hot house, he said. Here's one from Mrs. Hoyt. There was a bundle from Sue Frost, from Harry Pryor, and from Janet. There were gaudy bundles from the 4 giant agencies, including Blake Moffat. All bore formal greetings. Their representatives would be in shortly, and there were unmarked bundles with no cards. He wondered who had sent them. Persons in the housing unit, perhaps little Mr. Wales who had stuck up for him during the block meeting. Others, from anonymous individuals who wished him luck. There was a dingy bunch, very small, which he picked up, some sort of blue growth. Those are real, Mavis said. Smell them. Bluebells, I think they were called. Somebody must have dredged them up from the past. Probably Gates and Sugerman, and one of the anonymous bundles could represent the mental health resort. In the back of his mind was the conviction that Malpardo would be seeking to recover his investment. The staff quit work and lined up for his inspection. Shook hands, made random inquiries, spoke sage comments, greeted personnel he remembered. It was almost noon by the time he and Mavis had made the circuit of the building. That was kind of a bad scrape last night, Mavis said as they returned to the office. Blake Moffat has been after the directorship for years. It must hurt like hell to see you in. Alan opened the file he had brought and rummaged for a packet. Remember this, he passed it to Mavis. Everything started with this. Oh yes. Mavis nodded. The tree that died, the anti-colonization Morec. You know better than that, Alan said. Mavis looked bland. Symbol of spiritual starvation then, severed from the folk soul, you're going to put that through. The new renaissance in propaganda. What Dante did for the afterworld, you're going to do for this. This particular packet, Alan said, is long overdue. It should have come out months ago. I suppose I could start out cautiously, process only what's already been bought. Interfere with the staff as little as possible. Let them go the way they've been going, the low-risk approach. He opened the packet. Not but. Mavis leaned close, put the side of his hand to his lips and whispered hoarsely, "The watchword is Excelsior." He shook hands with Alan, wished him luck, hung lonely around the building for an hour or so and then was gone. Watching Mavis shuffle off, Alan was conscious of his own burden, but the sense of weight made him cheerful. 7 with 1 blow, he said. Yes, Mr. Purcell, a battery of intercoms responded as secretaries came to life. My father can lick your father, Alan said. I'm just testing the equipment. You can go back to sleep or whatever it is you're doing. Removing his coat, he settled himself at his desk and began dividing up the packet. There was still nothing in it he cared to alter, so he marked it satisfactory and tossed it in the basket. The basket whisked it off, and somewhere down the long chain of command, the packet was received and put into process. He picked up the phone and called his wife. "Where are you?" she said, as if she was afraid to believe it. "Are you?" "I'm there," he said. "How's the job?" "Power unlimited." She seemed to relax. "You want to celebrate tonight?" The idea sounded good. "Sure, this is our big triumph. We should enjoy it." He tried to think what would be appropriate. "I could bring home a quart of ice cream." Janet said, "I'd feel better if you told me what happened last night with Mrs. Frost." There was no point in giving her grounds for her anxiety. "You worry too much. It came out all right, and that's what matters. This morning I put through the tree packet. Remember that? Now they can't bury it in dust. I'm going to transfer my best men from the agency, men like Harry Pryor. I'll trim down the staff here until I have something manageable. You won't make the projections too hard to understand, will you? I mean, don't put together things over people's heads." "Nobody can say what's over people's heads," Alan said. "The aged in the stock formula material is on its way out and all sorts of new stuff is coming in. We'll try a little of everything." Wistfully, Janet said, "Remember how much fun it was when we started, forming the agency, hitting TM with our new ideas, our new kind of packets." He remembered. "Just keep thinking about that. I'll see you tonight. Everything's coming out fine, so don't worry." He added goodbye and then hung up. "Mr. Purcell," his desk intercom said, "there are a number of people waiting to see you." "Okay, Doris," he said. "Vivian, Mr. Purcell." What sounded like a giggle. "Shall I send the first one in?" "Send him, her, or it in," Alan said. He folded his hands in front of him and scrutinized the door. The first person was a woman, and she was Gretchen Malparto. 17. Gretchen wore a tight blue suit, carried a beaded purse, was pale and drawn, dark-eyed with tension. She smelled of fresh flowers and looked beautiful and expensive. Closing the door, she said, "I got your note." The baby was a boy, 6 pounds. The office seemed filled with tiny drifting particles. He rested his palms against the desk and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the particles were gone, but Gretchen was still there. She had seated herself, crossed her legs, and was fingering the edge of her skirt. "When did you arrive back here?" she asked. "Sunday night. I got in this morning." Her eyebrows wavered, and across her face flitted a blind, crumpled pain. "You certainly walked right out." "Well," he said, "I figured out where I was." "Was it so bad?" Alan said. "I can call people in here and have you tossed out. I can have you barred, I can have all kinds of things done to you. I can even have you arrested and prosecuted for a felony, you and your brother and that demented outfit you run. But that puts an end to me. Even Vivian walking in to take dictation is the end, with you sitting there." "Who's Vivian?" "One of my new secretaries. She comes along with the job." Color had returned to Gretchen's features. "You're exaggerating." Alan went over and examined the door. It had a lock, so he locked it. He then went to the intercom, pressed the button, and said, "I don't want to be disturbed." "Yes, Mr. Purcell," Vivian's voice sounded. Picking up the phone, Alan called his agency. Harry Pryor answered. "Harry," Alan said, "get over here to TM in something, a sliver or a get-about. Park as close as you can and then come upstairs to my office." "What's going on?" "When you're here, phone me from my secretary's desk. Don't use the intercom." He hung up, bent over, and ripped the intercom loose. "These things are natural taps," he explained to Gretchen. "You're really serious." "Bet you I am." He folded his arms, leaned against the side of the desk. "Is your brother crazy?" She gulped. He is in a sense a mania collecting, but they all have it, this psi mysticism. There was such a blob on your gram it tipped him across. How about you? I suppose I'm not so clever either. Her voice was thin, brittle. I've had 4 days traveling in to think about it. As soon as I saw you were gone, I followed. I really thought you'd come back to the house. Wishful thinking, it was so damn nice and cozy. Suddenly she lashed out furiously. You stupid bastard. Alan looked at his watch and saw that Harry Pryor would be another 10 minutes. Probably he was just now backing the sliver onto the roof field of the agency. What are you going to do with me? Gretchen said. Drive you out somewhere and dump you. Wondered if Gates could help. Maybe she could be detained at Hokkaido, but that was their gimmick. Didn't it seem a little unfair to me, he said. I went to you for help, I acted in good faith. Staring at the floor, Gretchen said, my brother's responsible. I didn't know in advance. You were starting out the door to leave and then you keeled over. He gas-belleted you. Somebody was detailed to get you to Otherworld. They were going to ship you there by freight in a cataleptic state. I was afraid you might die. It's risky, so I accompanied you. She raised her head. I wanted to, it was a terrible thing to do, but it was going to happen anyhow. He felt less hostility since it was probably true. You're an opportunist, he murmured. The whole affair was ingenious, especially that bit when the house dissolved. What's this blob on my gram? My brother puzzled over it from the time he got it. He never figured it out, and neither did the Dixon. Some psionic talent. Precognition, he thinks. You japed the statue to prevent your own murder at the hands of the cohorts. He thinks the cohorts kill people who rise too high. Do you agree? No, she said, because I know what the blob means. You do have something in your mind nobody else has, but it's not precognition. What is it? Gretchen said. You have a sense of humor. The office was quiet as Alan considered, and Gretchen sat smoothing her skirt. Maybe so, Alan said finally. And a sense of humor doesn't fit in with Morc. Or with us. You're not a mutant, you're just a balanced human being. Her voice gained strength. The japery, everything you've done, you're just trying to re-establish a balance in an unbalanced world, and it's something you can't even admit to yourself. On the top you believe in Morc. Underneath there's that blob, that irreducible core that grins and laughs and plays pranks. Childish, he said. Not at all. Thanks. He smiled down at her. This is such a goddamn mess. From her purse she got her handkerchief. She wiped her eyes and then stuffed the handkerchief into her coat pocket. You've got this job, director of telemedia, the high post of morality, guardian of public ethics. You create the ethics. What a screwy, mixed-up situation. But I want this job. Yes, your ethics are very high, but they're not the ethics of this society. The block meetings, you loathe them, the faceless accusers, the juveniles, the busybody prying. This senseless struggle for leases, the anxiety. The tension and strain, look at Myron Mavis, and the overtones of guilt and suspicion. Everything becomes tainted. The fear of contamination, fear of committing an indecent act. Sex is morbid, people hounded for natural acts. This whole structure is like a giant torture chamber with everybody staring at one another, trying to find fault, trying to break one another down. Witch hunts and star chambers. Dread and censorship, Mr. Bluenose banning books. Children kept from hearing evil. Morc was invented by sick minds, and it creates more sick minds. All right, Alan said, listening, but I'm not going to lie around watching girls sunbathe like a salesman on vacation. That's all you see in the resort. That's all I see in Otherworld, and the resort is a machine to process people there. It does more than that. It provides them with a place they can escape to. When their resentment and anxiety starts destroying them, she gestured, then they go over. Then they don't smash store windows or jape statues. I'd rather jape statues. You came to us once. As I see it, Alan said, the resort acts as part of the system. Morc is one half and you're the other. Two sides of the coin. Morc is all work and you're the badminton and checkers set. Together you form a society. You uphold and support each other. I can't be in both parts, and of the two I prefer this. Why? At least something's being done here. People are working. You tell them to go out and fish. So you won't go back with me, she said reasonably. I didn't really think you would. Then what did you show up here for? To explain. So you'd understand how that whole damn foolish business happened and what my part was, why I got involved. And so you'd understand about yourself. I wanted you to be aware of your feelings, the hostility you feel toward Morc, the deep outrage you have for its cruelties. You're moving in the direction of integration. But I wanted to help. Maybe it'll pay you back for what we took. You did ask us for help, I'm sorry. Being sorry is a good idea, he said, a step in the right direction. Gretchen got up and put her hand on the doorknob. I'll take the next step, goodbye, just sit down. He propelled her back to the chair, but she disengaged her arm. What now? He demanded. More speeches. No, she faced him. I give up. I won't cause you any more trouble. Go back to your little worrying wife, that's where you belong. She's younger than you, Alan said, as well as smaller. How wonderful, Gretchen said lightly. But does she understand about you? This core you have that makes you different and keeps you out of the system. Can she help bring that out as it should be? Because that's important, more important than anything else. Even this heroic position, this new job, isn't really. Still the welfare worker, he said. He was only partly listening to her. He was watching for Harry Pryor. You do believe what I say, don't you? About what's inside you. Okay, he said. I'm taken in by your story. It's true. I really care about you, Alan. You're a lot like Donna's father, equivocating about the system, leaving it and then going back. The same doubts and mistrusts. Now he's back here for good. I said goodbye to him. I'm saying goodbye to you the same way. One last thing, Alan said. For the record. Do you honestly suppose I'm going to pay that bill? It does seem stupid. There's a routine procedure and it was marked for services rendered, so nobody would identify it. I'll have the account voided. She was suddenly shy. I'd like to ask for something. Possibly you'll laugh. Let's hear it. Why don't you kiss me goodbye? I hadn't thought about it. He made no move. Stripping off her gloves, Gretchen laid them with her purse and raised her bare, slim fingers to his face. There really isn't anybody named Molly, is there? You just made her up. She dug her nails into his neck, tugging him down against her. Her breath, as she kissed him, was faintly sweet with peppermint and her lips were moist. You're so good, she said, turning her face away. She screamed. On the floor of the office was a metal earwig-shaped creature, its receptor stalks high and whirring. The juvenile scuttled closer, then retreated in a dash of motion. Alan grabbed up a paper weight from the desk and threw it at the juvenile. He missed, and the thing kept on going. It was trying to get back out the window through which it had come. As it scooted up the wall, he lifted his foot and smashed it. The juvenile fell broken to the floor and crawled in a half-circle. Alan found a typewriter and dropped it on the crippled juvenile. Then he began searching for its reservoir of tape. While he was searching, the office door fell open and a second juvenile spurted in. Behind it was Fred Luddy, snapping pictures with a flash camera. With him were Blake Moffat technicians, trailing wires and earphones and lenses and mics and batteries. After the Blake Moffat people came a horde of TM employees, screeching and fluttering. Sue us for the lock, Luddy shouted, tripping on a mic cable. Somebody get the tape from that busted Juve. Two technicians jumped past Gretchen and swept up the remains of the demolished juvenile. Looks intact, Fred. As Luddy snapped pictures, tape transports revolved and the surviving juvenile whirred exultantly. The office was jammed with people and equipment. Gretchen stood huddled in a corner and somewhere far off burglar alarms were ringing. We reamed out the lock, Luddy shouted, rushing up to Alan with his camera. You didn't hear it, you were killing that Juve we sent in through the window. Up 6 flights, those things climb. Run, Alan said to Gretchen, pushing people out of her way. Get downstairs and out of here. She broke from her paralysis and started toward the open door. Luddy saw and yelped with dismay. He shoved his camera into a subordinate's arm and hurried after. As he caught hold of her arm, Alan reached him and socked him on the jaw. Luddy collapsed and Gretchen, with a wail of despair, disappeared down the corridor. Oh boy, one of Blake Moffat's men chortled, helping Luddy up. Have we got pictures? There were now 3 juveniles and more were on the way. Alan seated himself on an air conditioner and rested. Turmoil surged everywhere. The Blake Moffat people were still taking pictures and his own TM people were trying to restore order. Mr. Purcell, one of his secretaries, probably Vivian, was shrilling in his ear. What'll we do? Call the police? Get them out, Alan grunted. Bring up people from the other departments and throw them out. They're trespassing. Yes, sir, the secretary said and darted off. Luddy, propped up by 2 of his compatriots, approached. He was fingering his chin and he had got back his camera. The first tape's intact. You and that gal clinching, it's all down. And the rest too, you busting the Juve up and hitting me and sending her off. And the door locked, the intercom ripped out, the whole works. From the confusion, Harry Pryor emerged. What happened, Alan? He saw Luddy and the juveniles. Oh no, he said. No. You didn't last long, Luddy said to Alan. He ducked off as Pryor started at him. I guess, Pryor said, I didn't get here in time. How'd you come on your hands? Some of the chaos was dying down. The Blake Moffat people and their equipment were being forcibly ushered out. They were all smiles. His own staff was gathering in gloomy bunches, glancing at him and exchanging mutters. A TM repairman was inspecting the hole in the office door where the lock had been. Blake Moffat had carried the lock off with them, probably as a trophy. Invasion, Pryor said. I never would have thought Luddy had the guts. Blake's idea, Alan said, and Luddy's vendetta, so now it comes full cycle. I got Luddy, now he gets me. Did they? I mean, they got what they wanted, didn't they? Drums of it, Alan said. I did the ultimate. I stamped on a juvenile. Who was the girl? Alan grimaced. Just a friend, a niece visiting from the country, my daughter. Why do you ask? 18 late that night he sat with Janet in the darkness, listening to the noises filtering through the walls from other apartments. The murmur of voices, faint music, rattle of dishes and pans, and indiscriminate globs of sound that could be anything. Want to go for a walk? He asked. No, Janet stirred a little beside him. Want to go to bed? No, just sit. Presently Alan said, I ran into Mrs. Birmingham on my way to the bathroom. They brought the reports in a convoy of get-abouts. 6 men guarding it. Now she's got it all hidden somewhere, probably in an old stocking. You're going into the block meeting. I'll be there and I'm going to fight with everything I've got. Will it do any good? He reflected. No. Then, Janet said, we're washed up. We'll lose our lease if that's what you mean. But that's all Mrs. Birmingham can do. Her authority ends when we leave here. You've resigned yourself to that, Janet said. I might as well. He searched for his cigarettes, then gave up. Haven't you? Your family worked decades for this lease. All those years your mother was with the Sutton agency before it merged, and your father in TM's art department. Pooled status, he said. You don't have to remind me, but I'm still director of telemedia. Maybe I can wangle a lease out of Sue Frost. Technically, I'm entitled to one. We should be living in Myron Mavis' apartment within walking distance of my work. Would she give you a lease now, after this business today? He tried to imagine Sue Frost and the expression on her face, the sound of her voice. The rest of the day he had hung around his office at TM expecting her to call, but she hadn't. No word had arrived from above. The powers had remained mum. She'll be disappointed, he said. Sue had the kind of hopes for me only a mother could invent. Up the ladder generation by generation. The schemings of old women, the secret ambitions and activity of parents boosting their children one more notch. Exhaustion swept the grave. We can assume Blake Moffat briefed her, he said. I guess it's time to tell you what happened last night at her apartment. He told Janet, and she had nothing to say. There wasn't enough light in the apartment to see her face, and he wondered if she had passed out with wretchedness, or if some primordial storm were going to burst over him. But when he finally nudged her, she simply said, I was afraid it was something like that. Why the hell why? I just had a feeling, maybe I'm clairvoyant. He had told her about Dr. Malparto's psionic testing. And it was the same girl. The girl who got me to the health resort, the girl who helped kidnap me, the girl who leaned her bosom in my face and said I was the father of her child. A very pretty black-haired girl with a big lovely house, but I did come back. Nobody seems to care about that part. I care, Janet said. Do you think she was in on the frame-up? The idea entered my mind, but she was. There was nothing to be gained except by Blake Moffat, and the resort isn't part of Blake Moffat. Gretchen was just witless and irresponsible and full of feminine vigor, young love they call it, and the idealism of her calling. Her brother's the same way, idealism for the benefit of the patient. It's so sort of crazy, Janet protested. All she did was walk into your office and all you did was kiss her when she left, and you're completely ruined. The word is vile enterprise, Alan said. It'll be showing up Wednesday, about 9 a.m. I wonder what Mr. Wales can do in my defense. It should pose quite a challenge to him. But the block meeting wasn't really important. The unknown was Sue Frost, and her reaction might not be in for days. After all, she had to confer with Ida Pease Hoyt. The reaction needed the stamp of absolute finality. Didn't you say something about bringing home a quart of ice cream? Janet asked wanly. Seems sort of silly, Alan said. Everything considered. 19 on Wednesday morning, the first-floor chamber of the housing unit was crammed to bursting. The gossip relay had carried the news to everybody, mostly through the wives. Stale cigarette smoke hung in its cloud, and the air conditioning system was making no progress. At the far end was the platform on which the warden sat, and they were all present. In a freshly starched dress, Janet entered slightly ahead of him. She went directly to a vacant table and placed herself before the microphone. The table, by an unverbalized protocol, was purposely untaken. In times of real crisis, the wife was expected to aid her husband. To deprive her of that right would have been an affront to Morec. Last time no table had been left vacant. Last time had not been a crisis. "This serious is," Alan said to his wife, stationing himself behind her. "And this long is, this vindictive is, and this going to lose is. So don't get too involved. Don't try to save me because I can't be saved. As we said last night." She nodded sightlessly. "When they start burying their teeth in me," he continued softly, as if humming a tune, "don't spring up and take them all on. This is so rigged it's ready to burst. For example, where's little Mr. Wales?" The man who had faith in Alan Purcell was not present, and the doors were being closed. He was not coming. "They probably discovered a loophole in his lease," Alan said. Now Mrs. Birmingham was rising to her feet and accepting the agenda. "Or it turned out that he's the owner of a chain of warehouses stretching from New York to Orionis." Janet still continued to face front, with a rigidity he had never before seen. She seemed to have created an exoskeleton for herself, a containing envelope through which nothing entered and nothing escaped. He wondered if she were saving herself for one grand slam. Perhaps it would appear when the ladies read their decision. "It's dusty in here," Alan said, as the room dwindled into silence. A few persons glanced at him, then looked away. Since he was coasting downhill, it was a poor idea to associate themselves with him. At the end of the room, the juveniles were surrendering their tapes. 7 tapes in all. 6, he conjectured, were for him, and 1 for everybody else. "We will first undertake the case of Mr. A.P., Mrs. Birmingham announced. "Fine," Alan said, relieved. Again heads turned, then swiveled back. A murmur drifted up and joined the haze of cigarette smoke. In a sardonic way, he was amused. The rows of solemn, righteous faces, this was a church, and these were the members of the congregation in pious session. With long strides he made his way to the defendant's stage, hands in his pockets. In the rear, at her table, Janet sat wooden-faced, as stiff and unyielding as a carved stick. He nodded to her, and the session began. "Mr. A.P.," Mrs. Birmingham said, in her noisy, authoritative voice, "did willingly and knowingly on the afternoon of October 22, 2114, in his place of business and during the working hours of the day, engage in a vile enterprise with a young woman. Further, Mr. A.P. did willingly and knowingly destroy an official monitoring instrument to avoid detection, and to further avoid detection he did strike the face of a Morec citizen, damage private property, and in every possible fashion seek to conceal his actions." A series of clicks bounced from the loudspeaker as the voice warmed up. The interconnecting network was in operation. The speaker hummed, buzzed, and then spoke. "Definition. Be specific. Vile enterprise." Mrs. Birmingham adjusted her glasses and read on. "Mr. A.P. did welcome the young woman, not his lawful wife, into his office at the Committee Telemedia Trust, and there he did lock himself in with her, did take precautions to guarantee that he not be discovered, and when discovered, was in the act of petting and embracing and sexually fondling the young woman about the shoulder and face, and had so placed his body that it was in contact with that of hers." "Is this the same Mr. A.P. who was up before us the week before last?" the voice asked. "It is," Mrs. Birmingham said without reluctance. "And this last week he was not present at the meeting," the voice then declared. "Mr. A.P. is not being judged for his absence last week, and his lapse of the previous week has already been dealt with by this gathering." The mood of the gathering was now varied. As always, many of the members were curious. Some were bored and not particularly concerned. A few appeared unusually interested, and it was those to whom Alan paid attention. "Mr. A.P.," the voice said, "was this the first time you had met the young woman?" "No," he said. I'd seen her before. It was a trap practiced as a matter of routine. If his reply was that yes, this was the first time, he was open for the charge of promiscuity. Sexual misconduct was better understood if it was confined to one partner. Miss J.E. had been cleared by that point, and he intended to use it too. Often, the voice asked, infinitely toneless. Not in excess. We were good friends, we still are. I think a great deal of Miss G.M. I have the highest respect for her, and so does my wife. Your wife knows her, the voice asked. It answered its own question. He just said so. Alan said. Let me make this clear. Miss G.M. is a responsible woman, and I have absolute faith in her moral integrity. Otherwise, I wouldn't have admitted her to my office. His job was a matter of public knowledge, so he took the plunge. In my position as director of telemedia, I must be highly careful of my choice of friends. Therefore, how long have you been director? He hesitated. Monday was my first day. And that was the day this young woman appeared. People streamed in and out all day. Bundles of flowers arrived. You're familiar with the protocol of congratulation. I was besieged by well-wishers. Miss G.M. was one of them. She dropped by to wish me luck. The voice said, a great deal of luck. Several persons smirked knowingly. You locked the door, did you? You ripped out the intercom. You phoned for a get-about to pick the two of you up as soon as possible. To his knowledge, this information wasn't available on the official report. He felt uneasy. I locked the door because people had been barging in all day. I was nervous and irritable. Frankly, I was a little overwhelmed by the job, and I didn't care to see anybody. As to the intercom, he lied shamelessly without conscience. Under the system, there was no choice. Being unfamiliar with my new office, I inadvertently tripped over the wires. The wires broke. Anybody in business is aware that such things happen frequently, and at exactly such times. Indeed, the voice said. Miss G.M., Alan went on, stayed about 10 minutes. When the monitoring device entered, I was saying goodbye to her. As she left, she asked if she could kiss me as a token of congratulation. Before I could say no, she had done so. That was what happened, and that was what the monitor saw. You tried to destroy the monitor. Miss G.M. screamed. She was taken unawares. It had entered by the window, and neither of us noticed it. To be honest, we both imagined it was some sort of menace. I'm not clear now as to exactly what I thought it was. I heard Miss G.M. scream. I saw a blur of motion. Instinctively, I kicked out, and my foot connected with it. This man you hit. At Miss G.M.'s scream, the door was forced, and a number of hysterical people burst in. There was bedlam for a time, which is reported. A man ran up and started to grab at Miss G.M. I thought it was an attack aimed at Miss G.M., and I had no choice but to defend her. As a gentleman, it was incumbent on me. Does the record bear that out? The voice asked. Mrs. Birmingham consulted. The individual who was struck was attempting physically to apprehend the young woman. She turned a page. However, it is stated that Mr. A.P. had instructed the woman to flee the scene. Naturally, Alan said. Since I feared an attack on her, I wanted her to escape to safety. Consider the situation. Miss G.M. enters my office to wish me. This is the same Miss G.M., the voice interrupted, with whom you spent 4 days and nights on an interest ship. The same Miss G.M. who registered under a phony name in order to conceal her identity. Is this not the same Miss G.M. with whom you have committed adultery at a number of times, in a number of places? Is it not true that all this has been concealed from your wife, and that in reality your wife has never met this woman and could not possibly have any opinion of her except the normal opinion of a wife toward her husband's mistress? General pandemonium. Alan waited for the noise to die down. I have never committed adultery with anybody. I have no romantic relationship with Miss G.M. I have never. You fondled her. You kissed her. Don't you call that romantic? Any man, Alan said, who is capable of sexual activity during his first day at a new job is an unusual man. Appreciative laughter and a scatter of applause. Is Miss G.M. pretty? This, in all probability, was a wife. The planted questioner with extra information at his disposal had temporarily retired. I suppose, Alan said, now that I think of it, yes, she was attractive. Some men would think so. When did you first meet her? Oh, about, and then he broke off. He had almost fallen on that one. 2 weeks was the wrong answer. No friendship of 2 weeks included a hug and kiss in the Morec world. I'll have to think back. he said, as if it were decades. Let's see, when I first met her I was working for. He let his voice trail off until the questioner became impatient and asked, "How did you meet her?" In the back of his mind, Alan sensed that the enemy was closing in. There were many questions he couldn't answer, questions for which no evasion would work. This was one of them. "I don't remember," he said, and saw the floor open to receive him. "Some mutual friends, maybe. Where does she work?" "I don't know." "Why did you take a 4-day trip with her?" "Prove that I did." He had the way out of that, at least. "Is that in the report?" Mrs. Birmingham searched and shook her head no. "Mr. AP," the voice said, "I'd like to ask you this." He couldn't tell if this were the same accuser. Warily, he assumed it was. "2 weeks ago, when you arrived home drunk, had you been with this woman?" "No," he said, which was true. "Are you positive? You had been alone at your office, you took a sliver to Hokkaido, you showed up several hours later clearly having had—" "I didn't even know her then," he said, and realized his utter and final mistake. But now, alas, it was too late. "You met her less than 2 weeks ago." "I had seen her before." His voice came out insect-frail, weak with awareness of defeat. "But I didn't know her well." "What happened between you and her during the last 2 weeks? Was that when the relationship grew?" Alan reflected at length. No matter how he answered, the situation was hopeless, but it was bound to end this way. "I'm not aware," he said at last, half-idly, "that it ever grew then or any other time." To you, a relationship with a young woman not your wife that involves petting and fondling and the juxtaposition of bodies. To a diseased mind, any relationship is foul, Alan said. He got to his feet and faced the people below him. "I'd like to see who I'm talking to. Come on out from under your rock. Let's see what you look like." The impersonal voice went on. "Are you in the habit of putting your hands on the bodies of young women with whom you happen, during the course of the day, to come in contact? Do you use your job as a means by which—" "I tell you what," Alan said. "If you'll identify yourself, I'll knock the living Jesus out of you. I'm fed up with this faceless accusation." Obscene, sadistic minds are using these meetings to pry out all the sordid details, tainting every harmless act by poring over it, reading filth and guilt into every normal human relationship. Before I step off this stage, I have one general, theoretical statement to make. The world would be a lot better place if there was no morbid inquisition like this. More harm is done in one of these sessions than in all the copulation between man and woman since the creation of the world." He reseated himself. No sound was audible anywhere. The room was totally silent. Presently Mrs. Birmingham said, "Unless anybody wishes to make any further statements, the council will prepare its decision." There was no response from the impersonal voice of justice. Alan, hunched over, realized that it had said not one word in his defense. Janet still sat like a stick of wood. Possibly she agreed with the accusations. At the moment it didn't really matter to him. The Council of Ladies conferred for a period that seemed to him unnecessarily long. After all, the decision was foregone. He plucked at a thread on his sleeve, coughed, twisted restlessly on the chair. At last Mrs. Birmingham stood. "The block neighbors of Mr. AP," she stated, "regret that they are required to find Mr. AP to be an undesirable tenant. This exceptionally unfortunate is, since Mr. AP has been an exemplary tenant in this housing unit for many years, and his family before him. Mr. AP, in point of fact, was born in the apartment he now holds. Therefore it is with deep reluctance that the council, speaking for Mr. AP's block neighbors, declares his lease to be void as of the 6th day of November, 2114, and with even deeper reluctance petitions Mr. AP to remove his person, family, and possessions from these premises by that date." Mrs. Birmingham was silent a moment and then concluded, "It is also hoped that Mr. AP will understand that given the circumstances the council and his block neighbors had no choice in the matter, and that they wish him the best of personal luck. In addition, the council wishes to make clear its conviction that Mr. AP is a man of greatest fortitude and perseverance, and it is the council's belief that Mr. AP will surmount this temporary difficulty." Alan laughed out loud. Mrs. Birmingham glanced at him quizzically, then folded up her statement and stepped back. Alan walked from the stage, down the steps and across the crowded room to the table at which his wife sat. "Come on," he said to her. "We might as Well, leave. As the two of them pushed outside, they heard Mrs. Birmingham droning into the next indictment. We will now undertake the case of R.P., a boy aged 9 who did willingly and knowingly on the morning of October 21, 2114, scrawl certain pornographic words on the wall of the community bathroom of the second floor of this housing unit. Well, Alan said to his wife as the door was locked after them, that's that. She nodded. How do you feel? He asked. It seems so unreal. It's real. We have 2 weeks to get out. Temporary difficulty. He shook his head. What a travesty. Loitering in the corridor was Mr. Wales, a folded newspaper under his arm. As soon as he saw Alan and Janet, he walked hesitantly forward. Mr. Purcell, Alan halted. Hello, Mr. Wales, we missed you. I wasn't in there. Mr. Wales seemed both apologetic and animated. Mr. Purcell, my new lease came through. That's why I wasn't there. I'm not part of this unit anymore. Oh, Alan said. So they hadn't eased him out. They had bought up a superior lease and presented it to him. Presumably Mr. Wales was ignorant of the purpose of his good fortune. After all, he had his own problems. What was it like in there? Mr. Wales asked. Somebody told me you were up again. I was, Alan admitted. Serious, Mr. Wales was concerned. Not too serious. Alan patted the little fellow on the arm. It's all over now. I hope because I wasn't made no difference at all. But thanks anyhow. They shook hands. Drop by and see us, Mr. Wales said. My wife and we'd be glad to have you. Okay, Alan said, we'll do that when we're in the neighborhood. After returning Janet to the apartment, Alan walked the long way to Telemedia and his new office. His staff was subdued. They greeted him and swiftly returned to their work. His 2-hour absence testified to a block meeting. They all knew where he had been. In his office, he examined a summary of the day's schedule. The tree packet was in process, and for that he was glad. He called a few TM officials in, discussed technical problems, then sat alone for a while smoking and meditating. At 11:30, Mrs. Sue Frost, in a long coat looking handsome and efficient, bustled cheerfully in to pay a visit. I won't take up much of your time, she announced. I realize how busy you are. Just sitting here, he murmured. But she went on. We were wondering if you and your wife are free tonight. I'm having a little juggle get-together at my place, just a few people. We'd particularly like you two to be there. Mavis will be there, so will Mrs. Hoyt, and perhaps, he interrupted. You want my resignation, is that it? Flushing, she said. As long as we're going to be getting together, I thought it might be a good opportunity to discuss further some of the... Let us have a direct answer, he said. All right, she said. In a tight, controlled voice, she said, we'd like your written resignation. When? As soon as possible. He said, you mean now? With almost perfect composure, Sue Frost said, yes, if it's convenient. What if it is? For a moment she did not seem to understand. I mean, he said, what if I refuse to resign? Then, she said, facing him calmly, you'll be discharged. As of when? Now, for the first time, she floundered. Mrs. Hoyt will have to approve. As a matter of fact, he said, it takes full committee action. My lease is good until the 6th, and it'll be at least that long before you can legally get me out of TM. Meanwhile, I'm still director. If you want me, you can call me here at my office. You're serious, she said in a strained voice. I am, Alan said. Has this ever happened before? No. I didn't think so. He picked up some papers from his desk and began to study them. In the time he had left, there was a great deal of work to be done. 20 all alone. Mr. Wales surveyed his new apartment in Unit R6 of Leasing Zone 28. A lifelong dream was fulfilled. He had advanced not 1 but 2 zones toward Omphalos. The housing authority had investigated his petition, seen the utter virtue of his life, his devotion to public good. Moving about the room, Mr. Wales touched walls, the floor, gazed out the window, inspected the closet. He ran his hands over the stove, marveling at his gain. The former tenants had even left their edufactured objects, clock, shaving wand, small appliances. To Mr. Wales it seemed unbelievable that his trivial person had been recognized. Petitions lay in 10-foot heaps on the desks at the housing authority. Surely there was a God. Surely this proved that the gentle and the meek, the unassuming, won out in the end. Seating himself, Mr. Wales opened a package and brought forth a vase. He had acquired it as a gift for his wife. A celebration present. The vase was green and blue and speckled with light. Mr. Wales turned it around, blue on the smooth glazed surface, held it tightly in his hands. Then he thought about Mr. Purcell. He remembered all the times Mr. Purcell had stuck up for victims in the weekly block meetings, all the kind words he had put in, the encouragement he had given the tormented in their trial. Mr. Wales thought how Alan Purcell must have looked coming up before the last block meeting, the dogs tearing at him, the female bitches guzzling at his throat. Suddenly Mr. Wales shouted, "I betrayed him, I let them crucify him." Anguished, he rocked back and forth. Then he sprang to his feet and hurled the vase against the wall. The vase burst, and bits of green and blue and speckled light danced around him. "I'm a Judas," Mr. Wales said to himself. He covered his eyes with his fingers so he would not have to look at the apartment. He hated the apartment. Now he had what he had always wanted, and he didn't want it. "I've changed my mind," he shouted, but nobody heard him. "You can have it back." The room was silent. "Go away," Mr. Wales cried. He opened his eyes. The room was still there. It did not respond. It did not leave. Mr. Wales began gathering up the fragments of vase. The bits of glass cut his fingers. He was glad. 21 The next morning, Alan arrived promptly at 8 o'clock at his office in the telemedia building. As the staff appeared for work, he called them into his office until all 33 of them were present. The hundreds of assignment workers continued at their desks throughout the building as Alan addressed their executive department heads. "Yesterday my resignation was requested. It's involved with the fracas that took place here Monday afternoon. I refused to resign, so I'm still director, at least until the committee can assemble and fire me." The staff took the news with aplomb. One member, head of the layout department, asked, "How long will you remain in your estimation?" "A week or so," Alan answered, "maybe a little longer." "And you intend to continue work during that time?" "I'll work to the best of my ability," Alan said. "There's plenty to do and I want to get into it, but you're entitled to know the situation." Another member of the staff, a trim woman with glasses, asked, "You're the legal director, is that correct?" "Until they fire you. Until dismissal papers are served, I'm the sole legal director of this trust. I'm your boss, with the powers implicit and explicit in that capacity. Naturally, my policies here will be highly suspect. Probably the next director will cancel them all straight across the board." The staff murmured among themselves. "You should meditate over that," Alan said, "as I give you your assignments. How much trouble you'll get into for obeying and working with me I can't say. Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe the next director will fire the lot of you, probably not." "It's unlikely," a staff member said. "I'm going to give you a few hours to talk it over among yourselves. Let's say until noon. Those of you who would prefer not to take the risk can go home and wait out the period of my directorship. I'm positive that won't get you into trouble with the committee. They may even suggest it." One staff member asked, "What are your policies going to be?" "Maybe we should hear them before we decide." "I don't think you should," Alan said. "You should make your decision on other grounds. If you stay, you'll have to follow my orders no matter what they are. This is the important thing for you to decide. Do you care to work for a man who's out of favor?" The staff left his office, and he was alone. Outside in the corridor, their mumbles reached him dully through the closed door. By noon, virtually all the department heads had discreetly gone home. He was without an executive staff. The various operations went on, but the ranks were thinning. An unearthly loneliness hung around the building. The din of machines echoed in the empty offices and halls, and nobody seemed to feel like talking. To the intercom he said, "Vivian, come in here a moment." A rather drab young woman entered with pencil and pad. "Yes, Mr. Purcell. My name is Nan, Mr. Purcell." Vivian left. "You're staying?" he asked. "Yes, sir." She put on her thick glasses and made ready to take dictation. "I want you to canvass the departments. It's noon, so presumably those remaining will be with us during the next week. Find out where the depletions are." "Yes, sir," she scribbled notes. "Specifically, I'll need to know which departments can function and which can't. Then send me the highest-ranking staff member left. If no staff members are left, send in whoever you think is most familiar with general operations." "Yes, sir." She departed. An hour later, a tall, gangling, middle-aged party entered shyly. "Mr. Purcell," he said, "I'm Glebe. They said you wanted me. I'm head of music." He tilted his right ear with his thumb, conveying the interesting bit of news that he was deaf. "Sit down," Alan said, pleased by the man and pleased also that one of the staff remained. "You were in here at 8. You heard my speech." "Yes, I heard." Evidently the man lip-read. Well, can we function? Glebe pondered and lit his pipe. Well, that's hard to say. Some departments are virtually closed down. We can redistribute personnel, try to even up the losses, fill in some of the widest gaps. Alan asked, are you really prepared to carry out my orders? Yes, I am. Glebe sucked on his pipe. You may be held morally responsible. I become psychotic loafing around my apartment a week. You don't know my wife. Who here does the research? Glebe was puzzled. The agencies handle that. I mean real research. Checking for historical accuracy. Isn't machinery set up to go over projections point by point? A gal named Phyllis Frame does that. She's been around here 30 years, has a big desk down in the basement, millions of files and records. Did she leave? If not, send her up. Miss Frame hadn't left, and presently she appeared. She was a heavy, sturdy-looking, iron-haired lady, formidable and taciturn. You wanted me, Director. Be seated. He offered her his cigarette case, which she declined. You understand the situation. What situation? He explained. So bear that in mind. I'll bear it in mind. What is it you want? I'm in a hurry to get back to my work. I want, Alan said, a complete profile of Major Streiter, not derived from packets or projections, but the actual facts as are known about his life, habits, character, and so forth. I want unbiased material, no opinions, material that is totally authentic. Yes, Director. How soon can you have the profile? By 6. She was starting from the office. Should this project include material on the Major's immediate family? Alan was impressed. Yes, very good. Thank you, Director. The door closed and she was gone. At 2 o'clock, Glebe reappeared with the final list of workers remaining. We could be worse off, but there's almost nobody capable of making decisions. He rattled the list. Give these people something to do and they'll go into action. But what'll we give them? I have some ideas, Alan said. After Glebe had left the office, Alan phoned his old agency. I have vacancies here, he said, that need to be filled. I think I'll draw from the agency. I'll put our people on the TM payroll and try to get funds from the paymaster. If not, then I'll cover with agency funds. Anyhow, I want people over here and I'm sending my want list to you. That'll deplete us, Harry Pryor pointed out. Sure. It's only for a week or so. Give our people the situation about me, see who's willing to come. Then fill as best you can. A dozen should do. What about you personally? I'll work for you, Pryor said. I'm in big disfavor, Pryor said. When they ask, I'll say you brainwashed me. Toward 4 in the afternoon, the first trickle of agency personnel began to show up. Glebe interviewed each person and assigned him to a department. By the end of the day, a makeshift working staff had been built up. Glebe was optimistic. These are policy-making people, he said to Alan, and they're used to working with you. We can trust them too, which good is. I suppose the committee has a few of its creatures lurking around, want us to set up some sort of loyalty review board. Not important, Alan said, as long as we see the finished products. He had studied the statement of projections in process. Some were now scratched off, some had been put ahead, and most had been rerouted into dead ends. The assembly lines were open and functioning, ready to undertake fresh material. What's that? Glebe asked as Alan brought out sheets of lined paper. My preliminary sketches. What's the normal span required from first stage to last? Well, Glebe said, say a packet is approved on Monday. Usually we take anywhere from a month to 5 months, depending on the medium it's to be projected over. Jesus, Alan said. It can be cut. For topical stuff we prune down to, he computed. 2 weeks. Alan turned to Harry Pryor, who stood listening. How's that strike you? By the time you're out of here, Pryor said, you won't have one item done. I agree, Alan said. Glebe, to be on the safe side, will have to prune to 4 days. That only happened once, Glebe said, tugging at the lobe of his ear. The day William Pease, Ida Pease Hoyt's father, died, we had a huge projection on all media within 24 hours. Even woven baskets, handbills, stenciled signs. The works? Pryor asked. Anybody else going to be with us, or is this the total crew? I have a couple more people, Alan said. I won't be sure until tomorrow. He looked at his watch. They'd be at the top as original idea men. Who are they? Glebe asked. Anybody we know. One of them is named Gates, he said. The other is a man named Sugerman. Suppose I asked you what you're going to do, Alan said. I'd tell you, we're going to do a jape on Major Streiter. He was with his wife when the first plug was aired. At his direction, a portable TV receiver was set up in their one-room apartment. The time was 12:30 at night. Most of New York was asleep. The transmitting antenna, he told Janet, is at the TM building. Glebe had collected enough video technicians to put the transmitter, normally closed down at that hour, back on the air. "You're so excited," Janet said. "I'm glad you're doing this. It means so much to you." "I only hope we can pull it off," he said, thinking about it. "And afterward," she said. "What happens then?" "We'll see," he said. The plug was unfolding. A background showed the ruins of the war, the aftermath of battle. The tattered rags of a settlement appeared, slow, halting motion of survivors creeping half-starved, half-baked through the rubble. A voice said, "In the public interest, a telemedia discussion program will shortly deal with a problem of growing importance for our times. Participants will analyze the question, should Major Streiter's post-war policy of active assimilation be revived to meet the current threat? Consult your area log for time and date." The plug dissolved, carrying the ruins and desolation with it. Alan snapped off the TV set and felt tremendous pride. "What you think of it?" he asked Janet. "Was that it?" She seemed disappointed. "There wasn't much. With variations, that plug will be repeated every half hour on all channels. Mavis hit 'em, plus plants in the newspapers, mentions on all the news programs, and minor hints scattered over the other media. I don't remember what active assimilation was, and what's this current threat. By Monday you'll have the whole story," Alan said. "The slam will come on Pageant of Time. I don't want to spoil it for you." Downstairs on the public rack, he bought a copy of tomorrow's newspaper, already distributed. There, on page 1, in the left-hand column, was the plant developed by Sugerman and Pryor. "Talk of reviving assimilation, New York Oct. 29 TM. It is reliably reported that a number of persons high in committee circles who prefer to remain anonymous at this time favor a revival of the post-war policy of active assimilation, developed by Major Streiter to cope with the then extensive threats to moral reclamation. Growing out of the current menace, this revived interest in assimilation expresses the continued uneasiness of violence and lawlessness, as demonstrated by the savage assault on the park of the Spire Monument to Major Streiter. It is felt that the therapeutic method of mental health and the efforts of the mental health resort to cope with current instability and unrest have failed to." Alan folded up the newspaper and went back upstairs to the apartment. Within a day or so, the domino elements of the Morec society would be tipped. Active assimilation, as a solution to the current threat, would be the topic of discussion for everybody. Active assimilation was his brainchild. He had made it up. Sugerman had added the idea of the current threat. Between them, they had created the topic out of whole cloth. He felt well pleased. Progress was being made. 22 by Monday morning, the projection was complete. TM workers, armed, carried it upstairs to the transmitter and stood guard over it. The telemedia building was sealed off. Nobody came and nobody went. During the day, the hints, spots, mentions on various media dinned like pond frogs. Tension began to build, a sense of expectancy. The public was alive to the topic of active assimilation, although nobody knew what it meant. Opinion, Sugerman said, runs about 2-1 in favor of restoring a cautious policy of active assimilation. Poll had been taken and the results were arriving. "Active assimilation's too good for those rascals," Gates announced. "Let's have no coddling of traitors." At 7:15 that evening, Alan assembled his staff in his office. The mood was one of optimism. "Well," Alan said, "it won't be long. Another 15 minutes and we're on the air. Anybody feel like backing out?" Everybody grinned inanely. "Got your dismissal notice yet?" Gates asked him. The notice from the committee had arrived registered mail. Now Alan opened the envelope and read the brief formal statement. He had until noon Thursday. Then he was no longer director of telemedia. "Give me the story on the follow-ups," he said to Glebe. "Pardon? Yes, From a prepared list, Glebe read him the total projected coverage. "Up to now it's been groundbreakers. Tonight at 8 comes the actual discussion. Tomorrow night a repeat of the discussion program will be aired by public demand." "Better move that up," Alan said. "Allows too much time for them to act." "Make it later tonight," Sugerman suggested. "About 10, as they're all popping into bed." Glebe scribbled a few words. We've already mailed out duplicate films to the colonies. The discussion has been written up and will be printed in full in Tuesday morning's newspapers, plus comments pro and con. Late news programs tonight will give resumes. We've had the presses run off paper-bound copies to be sold in commissaries at magazine slots. Youth editions for school use have been prepared, but frankly, I don't imagine we can distribute them in time. It'll take another 4 days. And the poll, Sugerman added. Fine, Allen said. For less than a week, that's not bad. A TM employee entered. Mr. Purcell, something's come up. Secretary Frost and Mrs. Hoyt are outside in a committee get-about. They want to be admitted. Peace party, Pryor said. I'll talk to them outside, Allen said. Show me where they are. The employee led him to the ground floor and outside through the barricade erected before the entrance. In the back seat of a small blue get-about sat the two women bolt upright, their faces pinched. Ralph Hadler was behind the tiller. He pretended not to notice or in any way conceive of Allen. They were not in the same world. Hi, Allen said. Mrs. Hoyt said. This unworthy is. I'm ashamed of you, Mr. Purcell. I really am. I'll make a note of that, Allen said. What else? Would you have the decency to tell us what you're doing? Sue Frost demanded in a low, choked voice. She held up a newspaper. Active assimilation. What in the name of heaven is this? Have you all completely lost your minds? We have, Allen admitted, but I don't see that it matters. It's a fabrication, isn't it? Sue Frost accused. You're inventing it all. This is some sort of horrible prank. If I didn't know better, I'd say you had a hand in the japery of Major Streiter's statue. I'd say you're involved in this whole outbreak of anarchistic and savage lawlessness. Her choice of words showed the potency of the campaign. It made him feel odd to hear her speaking right out of the plug. Now look, Mrs. Hoyt said presently, in a tone of forced amiability. If you'll resign, we'll see that you regain your lease. You'll be able to continue your agency. You'll be exactly where you were. We'll prepare a guarantee written that Telemedia will buy from you, she hesitated, and will undertake to expose Blake Moffat for their part in the frame-up. Allen said, now I know I'm on the right track, and try to watch TV tonight. You'll get the full story on active assimilation. Re-entering the building, he halted to watch the blue get-about steam away. Their offer had genuinely surprised him. It was amazing how much moral righteousness the breath of scandal could blow down. He ascended by the elevator and joined the group waiting in his office. Almost time, Sugerman said, consulting his watch. 5 more minutes. At a rough guess, Glebe said, dominoes representing 70% of the population will be watching. We should achieve an almost perfect saturation on this single airing. From a suitcase, Gates produced 2/5 of Scotch whiskey. To celebrate, he said, opening both. Somebody get glasses, or we can pass them around. The phone rang and Allen answered it. Hello, Allen, Myron Mavis' creaky voice came. How are things going? Absolutely perfect, Allen answered. Want to stop by and join us? Sorry, can't. I'm bogged down in leaving all my stuff to get packed for the trip to Sirius. Try to catch the projection tonight, Allen said. It starts in a couple of minutes. How's Janet? Seems to be feeling pretty fair. She's glad it's out in the open. He added, she's watching at the apartment. Say hello to her, Mavis said, and good luck on your lunacy. Thanks, Allen said. He said goodbye and hung up. Time, Sugerman said. Gates turned on the big TV receiver and they gathered around it. Here we go. Here we go, Allen agreed. Mrs. Georgina Birmingham placed her favorite chair before her television set and anticipated her favorite program, The Pageant of Time. She was tired from the hectic activities of the day, but a deep spiritual residuum reminded her that work and sacrifice were their own reward. On the screen was an interprogram announcement. A large decayed tooth was shown, grimacing with pain. Next to it, a sparkling healthy tooth jeered sanctimoniously. The two teeth engaged in Socratic dialogue, the upshot of which was the rout and defeat of the bad tooth. Mrs. Birmingham gladly endured the interprogram announcements because they were in a good cause. And the program, Pageant of Time, was well worth any reasonable effort. She always hurried home early on Monday evening. In 10 years she hadn't missed an edition. A shower of brightly colored fireworks burst across the screen, and from the speaker issued the rumble of guns. A jagged, slashing line of words cut through the blur of war. The Pageant of Time, her program had begun. Folding her arms, leaning her head back, Mrs. Birmingham now found herself viewing a table at which sat four dignified gentlemen. A discussion was in progress, and dim words were audible. Over them was superimposed the announcer's voice. Pageant of time. Ladies and gentlemen, at this table sit four men, each a distinguished authority in his field. They had come together to discuss an issue vital to every citizen of the Morc society. In view of the unusual importance of this program, there will be no interruptions, and the discussion, which is already in progress, will proceed without pause until the end of the hour. Our topic for tonight, visible words grew on the screen. Active assimilation in the world today. Mrs. Birmingham was delighted. She had been hearing about active assimilation for some time, and this was her opportunity to learn once and for all what it was. Her lack of information had made her feel out of touch. Seated at my right is Dr. Joseph Glebe, the noted educator, lecturer, writer of numerous books on problems of social values. A lean middle-aged man, smoking a pipe and rubbing his ear, was shown. To Dr. Glebe's right is Mr. Harold Pryor, art critic, architect, frequent contributor to the Encyclopedia Britannica. A smaller individual was shown, with an intense, serious face. Seated next to Mr. Pryor is Professor Sugerman, whose historical studies rank with those of Gibbon, Schiller, Toynbee. We are very fortunate to have Professor Sugerman with us. The camera moved forth to show Professor Sugerman's heavy, solemn features. And next to Professor Sugerman sits Mr. Thomas L. Gates, lawyer, civic leader, consultant to the committee for a number of years. Now the moderator appeared, and Mrs. Birmingham found herself facing Alan Purcell. "And I," Mr. Purcell said, "am Alan Purcell, director of telemedia." He seated himself at the end of the table, by the water pitcher. "Shall we begin, gentlemen, with a few words about the etymology of active assimilation? Just how did Major Streiter develop the policy that was to prove so effective in his dealings with opposition groups?" "Well, Mr. Purcell," Professor Sugerman began, coughing importantly and fingering his chin, "the Major had many opportunities to see firsthand the ravages of war on principally agricultural and food-producing areas, such as the livestock regions of the West, the wheat fields of Kansas, the dairy industry of New England. These were all but wiped out, and naturally, as we all know, there was intensive deprivation if not actual starvation. This contributed to a decline of overall productivity affecting industrial reconstruction. And during this period, of course, communications broke down, areas were cut off, anarchy was common. In that connection," Dr. Glebe put in, "many of the problems of decline of moral standards inherent in the age of waste were vastly intensified by this collapse of what little government there was." "Yes, indeed," Professor Sugerman agreed. So in following this historic pattern, Major Streiter saw the need of finding new sources of food, and the soil, as we know, was excessively impregnated with toxic metals, poisons, ash. Most domestic herds had died off. He gazed upward. "I believe by 1975 there were less than 300 head of cattle in North America." "That sounds right," Mr. Purcell said agreeably. So, Professor Sugerman continued, "Moral reclaimers, as they operated in the field in the form of teams," he gestured, "more or less autonomous units, were familiar with the technique, encountered a virtually insoluble problem, that of feeding and caring for the numbers of persons coming across from hostile groups operating in the same area." In that connection, I might add that Major Streiter seems to have foreseen long in advance the continual decline of animal husbandry that was to occur during the next decade. He took steps to anticipate the decline, and of course historians have made a big point of the aptness of those steps. Professor Sugerman sighed, contemplated his clasped hands, then went on. "To fully grasp their situation, we must picture ourselves as living essentially without government, in a world of brute force. What concepts of morality existed were found only within the reclaimers' units. Outside of that it was dog eat dog, animal against animal, a kind of jungle struggle for survival with no holds barred. The table and 5 men dissolved. In their place appeared familiar scenes of the first post-war years. Ruins, squalor, barbarians snarling over scraps of meat. dried pelts hanging from slatternly hovels, flies, filth. Large numbers of opposition groups, Professor Sugerman continued, were falling into our hands daily, thus complicating an already catastrophic problem of creating a stable diet in the devastated areas. Morc was on the ascendancy, but nobody was so idealistic as to believe the problem of creating a unified cultural milieu could be solved overnight. And the really sobering factor, evidently recognized early by the major, was the so-called impossible faction, those groups who could never be won over and who were doing the most harm. Since reclaimers were principally operating against those impossibles, it was only natural that in the plan worked out by Major Streiter these impossibles would be the most natural sources for assimilation. Further, I must disagree, Mr. Gates interrupted, if I may, Professor Sugerman. Isn't it true that active assimilation had already occurred prior to the Morc plan? The major was fundamentally an empiricist. He saw assimilation occurring spontaneously, and he was quick to take advantage of it. I'm afraid that doesn't do justice to the major's planning ability, Mr. Pryor spoke up. That is, you're making it sound as if active assimilation just happened. But we know active assimilation was basic, preceding the autofax system which eventually supplanted it. I think we have 2 points of view here, Mr. Purcell, the moderator said. But in any case, we agree that Major Streiter did utilize active assimilation early in the post-war years to solve the problem of feeding rural populations and of reducing the numbers of hostile and impossible elements. Yes, Dr. Glebe said. By 1997, at least 10,000 impossibles had been assimilated, and numerous byproducts of economic value were being obtained: glue, gelatins, hides, hair. Can we fix a date for the first official assimilation? Mr. Purcell asked. Yes, Professor Sugerman said. It was May of 1987 that 100 Russian impossibles were captured, killed, and then processed by reclaimers operating in the Ukrainian area. I believe Major Streiter himself divided an impossible with his family on the 4th of July. I suppose boiling was the usual processing method, Mr. Pryor commented. Boiling, and of course frying. In this case, Mrs. Streiter's recipe was used, calling for broiling. The term active assimilation, Mr. Purcell said, can historically be used to encompass any form of killing, cooking, and eating of hostile groups, whether it be by boiling or frying or broiling or baking. In short, any culinary method apropos, with or without the preserving of byproducts such as skin, bones, fingernails for commercial use. Exactly, Dr. Glebe said, nodding. Although it should be pointed out that the indiscriminate eating of hostile elements without an official wham went the television set, and Mrs. Birmingham sat up with dismay. The image had gone dead, the screen was dark. The discussion of active assimilation had been plunged abruptly off the air. 23, Allen said. They cut off our power. The lines, Glebe answered, fumbling around in the darkness of the office. All the lights of the telemedia building had vanished. The TV transmitter above them was silent and projection had ceased. There's emergency generating equipment, independent of city power. Takes a lot to run a transmitter, Sugerman said, pulling aside the window blinds and peering out at the evening lanes below. Get-abouts everywhere, cohorts, I think. Allen and Glebe made their way down the stairs to the emergency generators, guided by Allen's cigarette lighter. Gates followed. With him was a technician from the transmitter. We can have it back on in 10 or 15 minutes, the TV technician said, inspecting the generator capacities. But it won't hold. The drain's too great for these. It'll be on for a while and then, like now. Do the best you can, Allen said. He wondered how much of the projection had been understood. You think we made our Morc? He asked Sugerman. Our unmorc, Sugerman said. He smiled crookedly. They were standing by for the point of no return, so we must have made it clear. Here goes, Gates said. The generators were on and now the overhead lights flickered. Back in business. For a while, Allen said. The screen of Janet Purcell's television set was small. It was the portable unit that Allen had brought. She lay propped up on the couch in their one-room apartment, waiting for the image to return. Presently it did. Professor Sugerman was saying. The image faded and darkened, then ebbed into distortion. But broiling was favored, I believe. Not according to my information, Dr. Glebe corrected. Our discussion, the moderator, her husband, said, really concerns the use of active assimilation in the present-day world. Now it has been suggested that active assimilation as a punitive policy be revived to deal with the current wave of anarchy. Would you care to comment on that, Dr. Glebe? Certainly. Dr. Glebe knocked dottle from his pipe into the ash tray in the center of the table. We must remember that active assimilation was primarily a solution to problems of nutrition, not, as is often supposed, a weapon to convert hostile elements. Naturally, I'm gravely concerned with the outbreak of violence and vandalism today, as epitomized by this really dreadful japery of the park statue, but we can scarcely be said to suffer from a nutritional problem. After all, the auto-fact system. Historically, Professor Sugerman interrupted, you may have a point, Doctor. But from the standpoint of efficacy, what would be the effects on these present-day impossibles? Wouldn't the threat of being boiled and eaten act as a deterrent to their hostile impulses? There would be a strong subconscious inhibitory effect, I'm sure. To me, Mr. Gates agreed, it seems that allowing these antisocial individuals merely to run away, hide, take refuge at the health resort, has made it far too easy. We've permitted our dissident elements to do their mischief and then escape scot-free. That certainly encouraged them to expand their activities. Now if they knew they'd be eaten. It's well known, Mr. Pryor said, that the severity of punitive action doesn't decrease the frequency of a given crime. They once hanged pickpockets, you realize. It had no effect. That's quite an outmoded theory, Mr. Gates. But to get back to the main discussion, the moderator said, are we certain that no nutritional effects would accrue from the eating rather than the expulsion of our criminals? Professor Sugerman, as an historian, can you tell us what the general public attitude was toward the use in everyday cookery of boiled enemy? On the TV screen appeared a collection of historical relics, 6-foot broiling racks, huge human-sized platters, various cutlery, jars of spices, immense pronged forks, knives, recipe books. It was clearly an art, Professor Sugerman said. Properly prepared, boiled enemy was a gourmet's delight. We have the Major's own words on this subject. Professor Sugerman, again visible, unfolded his notes. Toward the end of his life, the Major ate only, or nearly only, boiled enemy. It was a great favorite of his wife S., and as we've said, her recipes are regarded as among the finest extant. E.B. Erickson once estimated that Major Streiter and his immediate family must have personally assimilated at least 600 fully grown impossibles. So there you have the more or less official opinion. Whamp. The TV screen went, and again the image died. A kaleidoscopic procession of colors, patterns, dots passed rapidly. From the speaker emerged squawks of protest, whines, squeals. A tradition in the Streiter family. The Major's grandson is said to have expressed great preference for, again silence. Then sputters, garbled visual images. So I cannot overemphasize my support of this program. The effects, more confusion, sounds and flickers. A sudden roar of static. Would be an object lesson as well as the contemporary restoration of boiled enemy to its proper place on, the TV screen gurgled, died, returned briefly to life. May be the test one way or another. Were there others? Alan's voice was heard. Several supposedly now being rounded up. But they caught the ringleader, and Mrs. Hoyt herself has expressed more interference. The screen showed a news announcer standing at the table with the 4 participants. Mr. Alan Purcell, the moderator, was examining a news dispatch. Assimilation in the actual historic vessels employed by her family. After tasting a carefully prepared sample of boiled conspirator, Mrs. Ida Pease Hoyt has pronounced the dish highly savory and fit to grace the tables of. Again the image died, and this time for good. Within a few moments, a mysterious voice, not part of the discussion, became suddenly audible, declaring, because of technical difficulties, it is suggested that viewers turn off their sets for the balance of the evening. There will be no further transmission tonight. The statement was repeated every few minutes. It had the harsh overtones of the cohorts of Major Streiter. Janet, propped up on the couch, understood that the powers had regained control. She wondered if her husband was all right. Technical difficulties, the official voice said. Turn off your sets. She left hers on and waited. That's it, Alan said. From the darkness, Sugerman said, we got it over though, they cut us off but not in time. Cigarette lighters and matches came on and the office re-emerged. Alan felt buoyed up with triumph. We might as well go home, we did our job, we put the japery through. Maybe sort of hard to get home, Coates said. The cohorts are hanging around out there waiting for you. The finger's on you, Alan. Alan thought of Janet alone in the apartment. If they wanted him, they'd certainly try there. I should go after my wife, he said to Sugerman. Downstairs, Sugerman said, is a get-about you can use. Gates, get down there with him, show him where it is. No, Alan said. I can't walk out on you people, especially on Harry Pryor and Joe Glebe. They had no Hokkaido to lose themselves in. I can't leave you to be picked off. The biggest favor you can do us, Glebe said, is to get out of here. They don't care about us. They know who thought this japery up. He shook his head. Cannibalism, gourmet's delight, Mrs. Streiter's own recipes. You better get moving. Pryor added, that's the price you pay for talent. It shows a mile off. Getting a firm grip on Alan's shoulder, Sugerman propelled him to the office door. Show him the get-about, he ordered Gates. But keep him down while you're out there. The cohorts are the wrath of God. As Alan and Gates descended the long flight of stairs to the ground floor, Gates said, you happy? Yes, except for Janet. And he would miss the people he had assembled. It had been satisfactory and wonderful to concoct the japery with Gates and Sugerman, Glebe and Pryor. Maybe they caught her and boiled her. Gates giggled and the match he held swayed. That isn't probable, don't worry about it. He wasn't worried about that, but he wished he had planned for the committee's prompt reaction. They weren't exactly asleep, he murmured. A herd of technicians raced past them, shining flashlights ahead along the stairs. Get out, they chanted. Get out, get out. The racket of their descent echoed and faded. All finished, Gates snickered. Here we go. They had reached the lobby. TM employees milled in the darkness. Some were stepping through the barricade out into the evening lane. The headlights of get-abouts flashed and voices called back and forth, a confusion of catcalls and fun. Indistinct activity was party-like, but now it was time to leave. Here, Gates said, pushing through a gap in the barricade. Alan followed and they were on the lane. Behind them, the telemedia building was huge and somber, deprived of its power, extinguished. The parked get-about was moist with night mist as Gates and Alan climbed into it and slammed the doors. I'll drive, Alan said. He snapped on the motor and the get-about glided steamily out onto the lane. After a block, he switched on the headlights. As he turned at an intersection, another get-about rolled out after him. Gates saw it and began whooping with glee. Here they come, let's go. Alan pushed the get-about to its top speed, perhaps 35 miles an hour. Pedestrians ran wildly. In the rearview mirror, he could make out faces within the pursuing get-about. Ralph Hadler was driving, beside him was Fred Luddy, and in the back seat was Tony Blake of Blake Moffat. Leaning out, Gates shouted back, boil, bake, fry, boil, bake, fry. Try and catch us. His face expressionless, Hadler lifted a pistol and fired. The shot whistled past Gates, who ducked instantly in. We're going to jump, Alan said. The get-about was nearing a sharp curve. Grab hold. He forced the tiller as far as it would go. We have to stop first. Gates pulled his knees up and wrapped himself head down in a fetal posture. As the get-about completed the curve, Alan slammed down on the brake. The little car screamed and shuddered, bucked from side to side, and then wandered tottering into a rail. Gates half rolled, half fell from the swinging and open door, struck the pavement and bounded to his feet. Dizzy, his head ringing, Alan stumbled after him. The second get-about hurtled around the curve and without slowing. Hadler was still the bum driver, struck its stalled quarry. Parts of get-about flew in all directions. The three occupants disappeared in the rubbish. Hadler's gun skidded across the lane and bounced noisily from a lamppost. See you, Gates panted to Alan, already loping off. He grinned back over his shoulder. Boil, bake, fry, they won't get us. Say hello to Janet. Alan hurried through the semi-gloom of the lane, among the pedestrians who seemed to be everywhere. Behind him, Hadler had emerged from the wreckage of the two get-abouts. He picked up his gun, inspected it, lifted it uncertainly in Alan's direction, and then shoved it away inside his coat. Alan continued on, and the figure of Hadler fell away. When he reached the apartment, he found Janet fully dressed, her face white with animation. The door was locked, and he had to wait while she untangled the chain. Are you hurt? She asked, seeing blood on his cheek. Jarred a little. He took hold of her arm and led her out into the hall. "They'll be here any minute, thank God it's night." "What was that?" Janet asked as they hurried downstairs. "Major Streiter didn't really eat people, did he?" "Not literally," he said, "but in a sense, a very real sense, it was true. Morc had gobbled greedily at the human soul." "How far are we going?" Janet asked. "To the field," he grunted, holding on tightly to her. Fortunately, it wasn't far. She seemed in good spirits, nervous and excited and not depressed. Perhaps much of her depression had come from sheer boredom, from the ultimate emptiness of a drab world. Holding hands, they trotted onto the field, gasping for breath. There, outlined with lights, was the great Interest ship preparing for its flight from the Sol system to the Sirius system. Passengers were clustered at the foot of the lift, saying goodbye. Running across the gravel field, Alan shouted, "Mavis, wait for us." Among the passengers stood a dour, slumped-over man in a heavy overcoat. Myron Mavis glanced up, peered sourly. "Stop!" Alan shouted as Mavis turned away. Clutching his wife's fingers, Alan reached the edge of the passenger platform and halted, wheezing. "We're going along." Mavis scrutinized the two of them with bloodshot eyes. "Are you?" "You've got room," Alan said. "You own a whole planet. Come on, Myron, we've got to leave." "Half a planet," Mavis corrected. "What's it like?" Janet gasped. "Is it nice there?" "Cattle, mostly," Mavis said. "Orchards, plenty of machinery crying to be used, lots of work. You can tear down mountains and drain swamps. You'll both sweat, you won't be sitting around sunbathing." "Fine," Alan said. "Exactly what we want." In the darkness above them, a mechanical voice intoned, "All passengers step onto lift. All visitors leave the field." "Take this," Mavis instructed, pushing a suitcase into Alan's hands. "You too." He handed Janet a box tied with twine. "And keep your mouths shut. If anybody asks you anything, let me do the talking." "Son and daughter," Janet said, pressing against him and holding onto her husband's hand. "You'll take care of us, won't you? We'll be as quiet as mice." Breathless, laughing, she hugged Alan and then Mavis. "Here we go, we're leaving." At the edge of the field, at the railing, was a clump of shapes. Clutching Mavis' suitcase, Alan looked back and saw the teenagers. There they were, clustered in the usual small, dark knot. Silent as always and following the progress of the ship. Weighing, speculating, imagining where it was going, picturing the colony. Was it crops? Was it a planet of oranges? Was it a world of growing plants, hills and pastures and herds of sheep, goats, cattle, pigs, cattle in this case? The kids would know. They would be saying it now, speaking it back and forth to one another. Or not speaking it, not having to because they had watched so long. "We can't leave," Alan said. "What's the matter?" Janet tugged at him urgently. "We have to stay on the lift, it's going up." "Ye gods," Mavis groaned. "Changed your mind." "We're going back," Alan said. He set down Mavis' suitcase and took the package from Janet's hands. "Later, maybe, when we're finished here, we still have something to do." "Lunacy," Mavis said. "Lunacy on top of lunacy." "No," Alan said, "and you know it is." "Please," Janet whispered. "What is it? What's wrong?" "You can't do anything for those kids," Mavis said to him. "I can stay with them," Alan said, "and I can make my feelings clear. That much, at least, it's your decision." Mavis threw up his arms in disgust and dismissal. "The hell with you, I don't even know what you're talking about." But the expression on his face showed that he did. "I wash my hands of the whole business. Do what you think is best." "All right," Janet said. "Let's go back. Let's get it over with, as long as we have to." "You'll keep a place for us?" Alan asked Mavis. Sighing, Mavis nodded. "Yes, I'll be expecting you. It may not be for a while." Mavis thumped him on the shoulder. "But I'll see both of you." He kissed Janet on the cheek and then very formally and with emphasis he shook hands with both of them. "When the time comes." "Thanks," Alan said. Surrounded by his luggage and fellow passengers, Mavis watched them go. "Good luck." His voice followed after them and then was lost in the murmur of machinery. With his wife, Alan walked slowly back across the field. He was winded from the running and Janet's steps dragged. Behind them, with a growing roar, the ship was rising. Ahead of them was New York, and sticking up from the expanse of housing units and office buildings was the spire. He felt sobered and a little ashamed. But now he was finishing what he had begun that Sunday night in the darkness of the park, so it was good, and he could stop feeling ashamed. "What'll they do to us?" Janet asked after a while. "We'll survive." In him was an absolute conviction. "Whatever it is, we'll show up on the other side, and that's what matters. And then we'll go to Myron's planet." "We will," he promised. Then it'll be all right. Standing at the edge of the field were the teenagers and a varied assortment of people, relatives of passengers, minor field officials, passers-by, and off-duty policemen. Alan and his wife approached them and stopped by the rail. "I'm Alan Purcell," he said, and he spoke with pride. "I'm the person who japed the statue of Major Streiter. I'd like everybody to know it." The people gaped, murmured together, and then melted off to safety. The teenagers remained, aloof and silent. The off-duty policeman blinked and started in the direction of a telephone. Alan, his arm around his wife, waited composedly for the get-abouts of the cohorts.